تائها أنأى شيئا فشيئا عن حلمي لا لن أبقى هكذا مكبل اليدين فأنا أحس بالحنين لنفسي لا لا يأس بعد الآن لا تقل فات الأوان فليكن يومك أحلى مما كان لنغني ما أجمل الحياة فكل شيء يحيا بالأمل فلننسى ما فات ونبني لنا مستقبلا أفضل.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, free noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast comes to you live from sunny Los Angeles, California. Folks. We're live with a lot of boys having a fantastic. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's already busted. I'm going to try something crazy here today, folks. It's already effing. What a fuck. What a day. What a start. What a start, dude. Fuck me. I'm back. It's fucking annoying. I am going to try something crazy today. I'm going to try something crazy today. I'm just going to say, fuck it. Let's do it live. And I'm going to go live on my backpack and use my backpack as a IRL backpack, dude. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use my IRL backpack as a Wi-Fi router. Cause like, this is unacceptable. There's something going on in my internet is just so ass. It's so busted. I don't know what it is. It's just like crazy. So that's what my plan is. Okay. Okay.
ليس هناك مستحيل عندك حلم جميل املأ قلبك باليقين وامضي
I don't have only one sock, chat. I don't have only one sock. I'm going to fix it right now. Your RSP can't handle FBI, ADL, IDF, all hacking you simultaneously. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. My hair looks like shit. What a fucking way to start the Monday though. Holy moly. Let me see. I'm going to try something crazy here, okay? Let's see. Let's see if this works. This is radical shit. Let's see. Chat, he said, only one sock, Andy. This is my first stream, chat. Does he usually do this? Yeah, this is all I do. This is the only way I stream. Okay? Get a haircut, bro. I know. I don't have one sock. I have just IRL toolkit servers have been shitting the bed. It's not the ISP. No, man, it is my ISP. My ISP has some issues. Like on my end, I'm monitoring it, and it doesn't look like there's any issues on my computer, but there's an issue clearly on like the frames that are dropping because my bit rate spikes on my computer. This is how we start every time. No, this is new because like it's not supposed to start this early. Usually it happens at the end of the day, but right now it's starting in the beginning, which is really annoying. For reference, this is what we were seeing. What were you seeing? That's so annoying, dude. That is crazy. In any case, I don't have one sock only, man. Look. It's not a sock. It's a fucking ankle brace. Okay. I think it should be fine now. WikiFee score just went up. Thank you. No, I fixed the ingest so it keeps up, so it catches up with the stream, so there's no delay. But the problem is every time I fix the ingest, the stream F's regardless. First, when I fix the ingest, the stream goes down for that brief moment. But then, anyway, let's just test the delay. Punch the number you see on screen. Number 5. Okay, there's no delay. All right, good. It's like 1 second, 2 second delay. It's fine. All right, we're good. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, this is exactly what I'm going to do. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, you already know what it is. We're live. I'm Hasan Piker. It's a beautiful day here in sunny California, Los Angeles. We're going to get right into it. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Obviously, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And I'm just going to briefly get into it because it's already 11:56 a.m. I'm already late, and I'll tell you exactly why I'm late. I ended the broadcast last night after like 6-7 hours. What's interesting about that, of course, something that I have noticed about myself at least, is that if I do a whole week of like half stream, half IRL, half stream, half IRL, and then I get back to the stream and I do like a 6-hour sit down. If I do a 6-hour sit down, that is way harder for me. I could do like a 12-hour stream if I'm doing IRL for half of it. But if I do like a 6 to 7 hour stream, 8-hour stream sitting down, that's like way more draining. I don't know why. I would rather get shot with rubber bullets and like have shit blow up in my face. You get tired in IRLs? No, it's the opposite. Oh God, I just picked my scab. No, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. Tired in IRLs in the same way that I get tired when I'm sitting down and not doing shit. I'm not even kidding. It's like sitting around and like watching chat for 8-10 hours. literally harder to do than like, as someone who has done both, I'm telling you, it's the chat. It's the constant mental exhaustion from having to keep up with this chat that's just like beaming shit into my brain. There is so much less rage bait when you're doing IRL streams as opposed to there's so much less rage bait on IRL streams as opposed to being on the desktop where like everyone is trying to one guy. Like that's the number one thing that people are trying to do is just like one guy me. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Damn, bro, you are reading chat and this tired. Think about us, the ones who are writing. Yeah, the real heroes of society are the chatters who are writing in the chat. A few years ago, there would only be a few of those types. Now it feels like it's all the chat does. I know. There's a genuine increase in like people that are actively trying to one guy, and I think it's like only gotten worse as a consequence of like people's interest, like more and more drama perverts getting involved in the community. More and more drama perverts getting involved in the community from the outside, constantly fucking picking fights, has made people more interested and more invested in the drama itself. And that's part of the reason why we do it to ourselves. I need to get better at it. I am recognizing it. I'm recognizing the issue right now. I'm gonna try to fix it, and I'm gonna try to get better. What's going on? Is there like a robotic voice that's taking place or something? People keep saying your voice turns into a robot every now and then. See, I don't know if I'm like already getting one guy or not. But personal news wise, it happened twice for like a second. Okay. Personal news wise, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. But I hear it too. It's happening. Feedback on the mic or something. It's like a tiny lag. No big deal. It's audio farts. Okay. Ended the broadcast last night. Ended the broadcast. You're not getting one guy. It's like a weird new blip sound on top of your voice. Okay. It's a tiny zap sound. That's great. Fix the mic, my dude. I don't know why the mic is fucked up. I genuinely don't know. I don't know why the mic is cutting and zap sound is happening. Half a second every 1 to 2 minutes. It's not the mic. It's a micro F. The bitrate tanks for a microsecond. That's great. Your phone is near it. That's not what it is. That's not the problem. This is the zap. Let's hear it. See, I don't know if I'm like already getting one guy or not. Oh, but yeah. I hear that. Then. See, I don't know if I'm like already getting one guy or not. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Can we time out audio perverts? I don't know. I don't know why it just like keeps buzzing. I don't know why. I don't know why it keeps buzzing. It's fucking annoying. Personal news wise, it happened twice for like a second. Okay. Yeah, I hear it. It's like right here. It happens about every now and then. See, I don't know if I'm like, yeah, it's a little buzz. I don't know what it is. People are acting like this 8-hour broadcast from X miles away has so much of a blip or bleep. I will freak out. It's a personal viewing issue. Move forward. I mean, it could turn into a bigger one later down the line, and I don't know what it is, but we'll try to fix it. Hopefully I'll be able to figure it out and I'll be able to fix it. But it's gone for now. I hope. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that it actually does not turn into a larger issue. I don't know what's happening. It was fine yesterday. Like, it was fucking fine yesterday. Why? Why is it not fine any longer? What is going on? I don't understand it. Why? Why does everything have to fucking break all the goddamn time? It's just so stupid. I think it's because there's no delay. It has to fill latency gaps with something. No, guys, stop speculating what the fucking issue is, okay? Stop speculating what the issue is. When's the last time you restarted your modem? Recently. You don't have to link me the fucking buzzing noise. I recognize that it exists, okay? Stop linking me the buzzing noise. I know, I got it. Oh my fucking Lord. Oh my Lord. Oh my God. Oh, holy moly. All right, personal news-wise. Oh, what a fucking start. What a start to the goddamn day. What a start to the goddamn Monday. Holy fuck. Ended the broadcast last night, okay? Ended the broadcast last night what did I do? Absolutely nothing. Went to bed, hung out with my family, woke up early in the morning, went to the dentist again. Okay, getting the implant put in. There's like one last thing that they needed to do, like, you know, take the screws out, put the screws back in, whatever, just like get a fucking video profile of my teeth. And then in a couple weeks I'm gonna get the implant in. So that's good. But other than that, I have not actually done anything. I have not done any like physical activities or anything like that since I've been in New York. So I was like, I have to take Kai out. So I took Kai to the park, made her run around a little bit. That's why she's passed out. And then I played a little bit of basketball, and I actually cooked a little bit this time around. We played 3 dribble king of the hill. There was this dude who was like 14, but he was actually nasty. Will you not be able to eat certain stuff with an implant? No, there is no issues with the implant. It's just the same as a tooth. It's like a prosthetic tooth. It's not one that you can see anyway. Look, you can't see it. But I cooked. Maybe the buzzing noise is coming from the tooth. Yeah, that's what it is. I think that's what the tooth is like. The fake tooth is interfering with the fake tooth is interfering with the broadband on the computer. They bugged my tooth. It's the CIA. It's the CIA Mossad teeth bugging operation. All right, so where was I talking about? Oh, personal news. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. That's why I'm late. And I started off really excited. This morning to stream, and then instantly I'm just like, I'm insta-locked, rage baited, successfully angry. Just found out that Roland Emmerich decorated his house like an actual insane person, an insanely cool person. What do you mean? What the okay, that's weird as hell. Emmerich looking at the cupboard under the stairs. I think I just found the perfect spot for my life-size wax sculpture of Pope John Paul II. I mean, the Mao's bathroom is crazy. Is that like a bird cage shower operation? What's happening here? Here's some positive news. Corbyn is already tied with Labor. That is crazy. That is crazy that's how unpopular Labor is. Labor needs to stop. Labor needs to stop instantly. That is incredible, by the way. As I told you, reform would be cooking. Reform will be cooking, and they are. God, England is so busted. British politics is so fucking broken, dude. I don't know what is going on with England. I can't comprehend it. I can't understand it. I don't want to even have like, I don't even want to have like, I don't have the mental fortitude to comprehend what's happening there. All right, let's blast off. Let's get started. Let's get it twisted. It's Monday News Day. As always, we got a lot to talk about. Epstein fallout continues. Trump keeps blasting tariffs. ICE raids take lives. Congressman visit alligator. Is it buzzing again? The buzz happened again? Okay, it's happening. It's not like, it's not a consistent thing, right? It's just like a 1 second buzz, right? You should be fine with that. Like you're gonna survive, I think. Like every now and then, it rarely buzzes. I think you'll maybe hear a little buzz every now and then. It's okay. It's become the new F, it seems. Trump moves back on moves back Dem position on Trump moves to deposition on Ukraine. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay. Now it made a pip sound. I don't know what's happening, but I will. He's gonna crash out the stream. No, I think so too. I don't know what's going on with whatever the fuck's happening on my stream today, but I suspect I'm gonna inevitably crash the fuck out and end the stream. If your goal is to try to get me to like end the broadcast, then you know you're gonna succeed. If this is your opportunity, if you were like early on this Monday morning, like I'm gonna try to fucking make sure this dude stops streaming, then keep pushing, you know, keep pushing. I will fucking lose my mind. I am so goddamn close to losing my fucking mind. Can people DDoS streams? What is this? It's not only you.
I have sad news, chat. Pluto is no longer my account manager.
But he's not even in LA. So I don't know what's happening. Why is it happening to him? Isn't he in like, where the fuck is he? Where's Felix? He uses IRL toolkit too. NMP had issue. His is so much worse too. He's having visual glitch problem. NMP's having issues as well. You think it's a Twitch problem? Has to do with the CDN networks and other infrastructure issues. Why are people saying big F? I'm not experiencing it. I'm not seeing it on my end at all. There is no F on my end. Why are people saying big F? Are you guys just fucking around? What's happening? What? There is nothing on my end. I'm not monitoring anything on my end. Dude, stop streaming. Then keep pushing, you know, keep pushing. I will fucking lose my mind. I am so goddamn close to losing my fucking mind. You're getting one guide? No, there's like people saying that there's like mad glitches and shit. There's just a lot of mini Fs. Nah, you're glitching, bro. There's some distortion, bud. I'm not seeing it on my end, so I don't know how to fucking fix it. There's nothing on my end now. In the morning, when it was effing, I could see it on my end. It was like an issue from my ISP, I thought. But now I'm trying to trouble fix, but it might be a Twitch related issue. Like it probably is a site-wide problem. Because if there's any sort of issues that's taking place, the buzzing probably on my end. Wait, why are you mad? None of these Fs matter. It's all love, baby. I don't know. Dude, there's nothing more fucking annoying than having to trouble fix a IT problem in front of 30,000 people. Every single person thinks that they're an IT specialist, and every single person is just like losing their fucking minds. And on top of that, there is no way to like identify. There's multiple points of failure. There are multiple points of failure. It could be my ISP that's notoriously dog shit. Okay. It could be the IRL toolkit that experiences issues from time to time, which is the server that I use to beam this footage to a server and then to Twitch. It could be the Twitch related. It could be a Twitch server side problem. So like all of this stuff combined makes it so annoying to fucking try and fix regardless, but it's especially annoying to try and fix in front of 30,000 IT specialists who believe that they literally have the answer, but they have no fucking answer whatsoever because they have no understanding of how this is going on. It could be AWS related problems as well. It could be a million different issues, many of which is outside of my control. So I don't know. I don't know why it's buzzing. I don't know why these like little blips and little glitches take place. You don't have to clip every time there's a fucking little glitch. Let's just keep going. Let's keep it pushing. If I were you, I'd just never stop midstream. What do you mean? And right on the dot. It's like a joke. Like everything is so broken all the fucking time. Right on the fucking dot. right on the dot. It hasn't rained today yet. It's just like, I don't know what's happening, and it's unimaginably frustrating. And I don't know, maybe it's an IRL toolkit related issue. That's what I suspect it is. Like it could be AWS, it could be IRL toolkit, it could be fucking Twitch servers that are cooked. It could be a million different problems. But in any case, we're going to get started. I blasted off already Superman, Super Woke. We briefly covered that. I mean, not briefly. We actually extensively covered that yesterday. So I'm not going to get back into that. But there is probably some new molding taking place on the Superman, Super Woke saga. A lot of people are fucking losing their minds over it because they have nothing else to live for. So obviously we'll be talking about like the Hogwatch element of this all. Yeah. Superman, Super Woke, the man responsible for turning your kids into woke queer commies. But yeah, Zoran Mamdani has obviously made a lot of waves in both the Democratic Party and also just American politics in general as a fairly successful leftist candidate. He's making waves. And clearly, as soon as that happens, as soon as someone starts making waves, the Democrats look at that and go, we should also change. We should also do this. We should do our very best to behave like this, to try and ensure that we try to figure out what the essence of Zoran is, what has caused Zoran to be so successful, and then recreate it in our own image, use it to our own advantage. And of course, Andrew Cuomo, who just lost to Zoran, predictably doesn't realize that the thing that made Zoran successful was the policies and the people-backed candidacy born out of his earnest interest in advancing people's material conditions, the working class's material conditions. He was able to create this massive ground game as a direct consequence of identifying issues that people were experiencing in New York and then offering solutions and constantly just pushing on those issues over and over again, having a people first candidacy, having a people's first campaign. But of course, Democrats refuse to do that. So I guess the only thing that they're doing in its stead is the videos. Man on the street videos. We're here. We're going to see a lot of Democrats, annoying Democrats of all different backgrounds, try to do the Zoran like man on the street style videos. So get ready for that, because they literally think it's just social media. They think it is just about like going outside and filming yourself and then making social media stuff. They think it's just aesthetics, which is incredibly fucking stupid. Okay, it is incredibly stupid. Yeah, Zoran has a big speech addressing his supporters and stuff. We'll look at that too, but let's continue. Let's see.
I'm Andrew Cuomo. And unless you've been living under a rock, you probably know that the Democratic primary did not go the way I had hoped. To the 440,000 New Yorkers who voted for me,
this guy did not want to be on camera. That's so funny. He tries to dab up. Look at this.
Did not go the way I had hoped. To the
that's staged, okay? And that's a Parks guy. That's a New York Parks guy, and he did not want to be on it. Look at this.
140,000 New Yorkers who voted.
He literally doesn't even turn around. He doesn't even look at Andrew Cuomo in the face, and he just basically keeps it pushing. He goes, okay, dabbed you up, keep going.
Voted for me, a sincere thank you. Thank you for believing in me, in my agenda, and in my experience. And I am truly sorry that I let you down. But as my grandfather used to say, when
bro, this is, oh my God, he's trying to do Zoran. He's trying to do the classic, the Zoran walk from point to point. When Zoran did tip to tip, and went from one part of Manhattan to the top of New York, or I think he did the 5 boroughs walk, whatever. Like when Zoran did the thing after he got like death threats, it's crazy. It's crazy to see Andrew Cuomo trying to like recreate that, not realizing that it's not just about, the fact that he got hella people shaking his hands. Okay. When he did that shit, it wasn't about like people shaking his hands on video. It was how much that materialized into a real ground game. It was how impactful his policies, his agenda was. These people literally think it's just fake. They think Zoran Mamdani looked good on these social media hits, and that's the reason why people were dabbing him up, not realizing that he was nothing, okay? Zoran was nobody. I'm sorry, this is not disrespectful to Zoran. This is just the reality. He was just a fucking low-level assemblyman. The reason why people were dabbing his ass up everywhere he went is because people believed in the policies. That's it. And that social media campaign was not fake. It was just a way to show. It was just a way to show how popular he was with like regular folk out of nowhere. That's the thing. You can see this gap playing out in the young/old races. Some of the elderly members do social and it looks like cameo. It looks like the cameo you get from a celebrity you thought was dead. I think these guys unironically have deluded themselves into believing, okay? I think these guys unironically deluded themselves into believing a falsehood. Believing a falsehood that the thing that made Zoran popular was the social media videos, and not social media videos translating or showcasing the actual popularity of Zoran on the ground because of the policies. It always goes back to the policies. Zoran is a vessel. He is a vehicle. He is a politician. I don't understand why Democrats just keep forgetting this incredibly basic concept. I don't care about how sexy a politician is. I don't care about how charismatic a politician is. I care about a politician's policies. Their charisma helps. It doesn't hurt, but it only helps when they are communicating earnesty, okay? When they're communicating what they want to do. You can be the most charismatic person on the planet, but if your policies are dog shit, you're going to lose. Okay? This is incredibly insincere. And yeah, Zoran ratioed his ass, apparently, where he contribute NewYorkCityVotes.org. New York City Campaign Finance Program gives you small donor contribution with a big impact. And all of this is happening as like Cuomo himself has not even acknowledged whether or not he's going to run. So this is a real will he, won't he type situation with Cuomo, ironically enough. So he's not even saying that he's actually going to run. I mean, he's so cooked. He's so cooked. You cannot have a banger social media campaign, okay?
You get knocked down. Learn the lesson and pick yourself back up and get in the game, and that is what I'm going to do. The fight to save our city isn't over. Only 13% of New Yorkers voted in the June primary. The general election is in November, and I am in it to win it.
Oh, he is in it.
My
okay,
opponent, Mr.
So this is his announcement that he's staying in.
Mamdani offers slick slogans, but no real solutions. We need a city with lower rent, safer streets, where buying your...
Because he's gone back and forth on whether or not he's going to actually run. That's the hilarious part of this. Is that he keeps going, yeah, I'm going to run, but I'm not going to run. I don't know if I want to run. And now he's running.
The first home is once again possible, where childcare won't bankrupt you. That's the New York City we know. That's the one that is...
Bro, this is so fucking fake. I'm losing my mind. Oh my God, he's trying to... This is pathetic, bro. This is actually pathetic. He's trying to do the fucking Zoran thing. Oh, these guys are so awesome. They're so stupid. They are so fucking stupid. Exactly the kind of stupidity that I despise when they're running against Republicans. Because this is exactly the type of stupidity that causes them to lose against Republicans. But right now, he's running against a Democrat. He's running against our guy. He's running against Zoran Mamdani. So I like that he's making these mistakes. Because if he was smart, if he was actually intelligent, he would identify what caused Zoran Mamdani to get tremendous success. Because he didn't have the name recognition. Social media helped get him the name recognition, but it wasn't the charisma that allowed people to enjoy Zoran Mamdani or see Zoran Mamdani as a real dynamic candidate that they could rely on, that they could vote for. It wasn't his social media operation. It was his fucking policies. His policy always goes back to policies. You don't go to McDonald's just because of the marketing. You go because you like the Big Mac, okay? They're literally going into a laboratory and figuring out, like chemists are figuring out, how bad is the audio? Shut the fuck up! Fuck! Oh my God! There is nothing I can do. It's out of my control. It's not on my end. It's not happening because of me. Fuck! I don't know what to do. I think you got haters. It's insane. It's not. No, it's not. It's not my fucking haters. It's my stupid ass, autistic ass fucking fan base who literally cannot control themselves when they see like a minor fucking audio issue. That's it. It's not my fucking haters. It's my fans. It's you motherfuckers. Don't think it's somebody else. It's you. You're the one doing it. Don't act like this is a calculated operation. Take some fucking accountability, just like I need to take accountability, that I need to stop losing my fucking mind over this shit. But it's an issue that is completely outside of my control, and there's nothing I can do about it. So every single time there's a fucking blip or something, and people lose their minds over it, there's nothing I can do. Like, there's nothing I can do. And the fucking helplessness of it all makes it even more annoying. Okay. Holy fuck. That's it. It's the same as like the misophonia. Okay. Chat can't fucking contend with any minor. Hello? That was crazy. My roadcaster just like fucking restarted on its own. I don't even know why that happened. Maybe it was a roadcaster related issue. Maybe it's fine now. Hopefully it's fine. We shall see. But it's back now. Maybe it fixed itself. I don't know. Fuck me, dude. Holy shit. Bro, ignore chat today? No, I can't ignore chat. It is a big part of what I do. A big part of what I do is it requires me to fucking constantly have a back and forth communication with chat. Anyway. Ay, ay, ay. As I was saying, okay? You don't go to a restaurant. You don't go to a restaurant just because of the marketing. You go to that restaurant maybe one time because of the marketing, but you don't go back to that restaurant if it's just marketing, okay? You need to You need to have like an actual product. For politicians, their product is what they can do for you. Okay? Their product and what they're selling is what they can do for you. And a lot of these stupid fucking Democrats and many stupid Republicans as well just forget that their product, what they're serving for you, is their policies. It's that simple. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. This is at the heart of the democratic process. This is what democracy is all about. Okay? There are a million reasons as to why Zoran was as successful as he was as initially a relatively unknown figure in New York politics going into the Democratic primary and then actually seizing seizing all of the attention from this incredibly crowdy, incredibly busy primary race, and just making a name for himself successfully and becoming basically like the singular force for progressive politics. Like the guy that everyone could basically associate with and like rally around, right? But the issue here is people think he was able to do that because of his social media. People think he was able to do that because of his social media team. And I know his social media team. There are HasanAbi heads in his social media team. It's not just the social media team. The social media team did a fantastic job of getting Zoran in front of people. But more importantly than just getting Zoran in front of people, the social media team did a fantastic job of getting Zoran's policies in front of people. Okay? But because these guys, including Andrew Cuomo and everyone else that have done like an analysis on like Zoran's success, has consistently repeated this fucking lie over and over again that, oh, it's because he did like sexy social media stuff and that's why he saw so much success. They believe their own lies, and it's kind of funny when you think about it. Like it's obvious that this isn't just a simple distraction. They didn't arrive at this. They weren't just saying like, oh, what's Zoran's success? Oh, it's just superficial shit. I thought when the media was saying that, they were just doing that because they just like refused to identify that like these policies are rather popular. And social media, his good social media team basically got this in front of so many people. But they truly believe it. They think it's actually just him doing man on the street stuff. It's him dabbing people up.
Still possible. You haven't given up on it, and you deserve a mayor with the experience and ideas to make it happen again, and the guts to take on anyone who stands in the way. Every day I'm going to be hitting the streets, meeting you where you are, to hear the good and the bad, problems and solutions. Because for the next few months, it's my responsibility to earn your vote. So let's do this. I'll see you out there.
Like, I am the social media guy, right? I should be taking advantage of the fucking stupidity of the Democratic Party. If I was a fucking grifter, I'd be like, yeah, you know why Zoran won? Because of the podcast vote. You know why Zoran won? Because he came to me. Because he went to Chapo. Because he went on all these podcasts. Okay? But that's a lie. Like, that's not the case. I'm out here handing the strategy for free 99, even though it goes against my best interest. Okay? It's so stupid that everyone in like traditional media, all these old people in traditional media are like, what is this? How did this happen? How did Kamala lose? For months, when CNN would come to me and like NBC, CBS, all these outlets would come to me and ask like, we're doing an autopsy on why Kamala Harris lost. And we think it's because there's no Joe Rogan of the left. You have been identified as the Joe Rogan of the left. I kept repeating it over and over again. You cannot podcast your way out of this problem. You cannot social media your way out of this problem. Okay? You can't. You need to have, I could interview every fucking candidate. I could interview Pete Buttigieg Okay? Tomorrow, I could interview Kamala Harris. But I cannot, or Joe Rogan himself, who has a much larger platform than me, cannot actually make or break someone's candidacy. Okay? The candidates themselves also have to figure out what the issues are, what the people are perceiving as like major issues, okay? And then have an actual solution and be able to communicate that actual solution in an earnest way, in a way that people believe. It's so stupid. Where does Hasan get these dope-ass t-shirts? Great question. Thank you. Ideology.shop. Ladies and gentlemen, it's still available. This is my latest line of merchandise. Ideology.shop. America made, Union made, as always. Here are some of the fits. Crisis map. Austerity abroad, austerity at home. IMF shirt. US aid t-shirt. There's also a disaster capitalism saw blade hat, cycle of apocalypse hoodie, Four Horsemen. There it is. We want more fits for the girlies. There's a fit for the girlies. This is the Annihilate Baby Tee. Ships everywhere around the globe. Yeah, another thing that people don't understand is that like Mamdani won an 11-way primary race. Cuomo's unpopularity worked for all the other candidates. Mamdani won because he had the best policies. It's not like Mamdani just defeated Andrew Cuomo. Mamdani also defeated all of the other younger candidates, for example. Like, this is something that people are forgetting. Mamdani in the first rank vote got more votes than everybody else. It's that simple. He won. He defeated like 10 other candidates or 11 other candidates, some of which had Andrew Cuomo style policies, but without the baggage of being Andrew Cuomo. Okay? And for some weird reason, people just like discount all of that. Here are some of the key takeaways from the new DFP New York City poll. In a traditional mayoral electorate, Mamdani is up 16 points over Cuomo. 100% union made, right? Yes. Zohran Mamdani leads with all racial groups and 4 out of the 5 boroughs. Andrew Cuomo has negative favorability among Democrats, -9, independents, -43, and Republicans, -15. Housing is Democrats' top issue at 33%, but less than 1% of Republicans said it was theirs. Like, it's not, he won a resounding victory. Like, he won a victory that is undeniable, okay? You cannot, no matter how hard you try to swing it in whichever direction you want to swing it, you cannot try to change the attention from what the actual reasons were. Like Harry Hasan says, lesson of the night, and this was right after the primary ended. Please, Democrats, embrace social media and new media. It clearly works. Harry Hasan wasn't there. He wasn't there in the gym. He wasn't shooting up threes with Zohran, right? But he was a hanger-on that wanted to basically point to social media as the reason for success when it's not the case. That's not like social media played a role in this, but it's not like Harry Hasan played a role in this. He didn't say nothing about Zohran. He didn't play a fucking role in this at all. The impact that social media has at the end of the day is a megaphone, okay? That's what it is. I am a vessel. I am a weapon that you can wield. I'll use myself as an example. As someone with a fairly large, fairly active community of like organizers and people who are door knockers themselves, like, I'm a megaphone. What you say into that megaphone matters, okay? if you take the megaphone that I am and yell into it and you say a bunch of dumb shit, if you say things are actually fine, a better future is not possible, then people are going to hear you and they're not going to like what you have to say. Do you understand? That's it. The reason why this worked so perfectly was because of what Zoran was saying, what his policies were. I don't know why this is so confusing for Democrats. I feel like they have whipped their base of support into winning primaries first and foremost so aggressively. They've basically created this media environment, this media ecosystem that revolves around panicking and like pushing away any sort of leftist mobilization and leftist momentum, that they've lost the plot about what it is. They lost the plot about what it is to be a politician in a democratic country. The entire point of democracy is to go out to your base of support and say, what do you need? And then they tell you, this is what I need. Fix this. Housing, major issue for me. Please fix it. And then you go, got you. I got you. Here's what I'm going to do for housing. It's that simple. I don't know why people want to fucking complicate this situation. It's so dumb to try and complicate the situation. There's an entire industry, a cottage industry, filled to the brim with like Yale, Harvard, and George Washington University graduates that fucking get paid $100,000 to $200,000 a year to literally complicate this process. Oh, is it because you didn't go to the right podcast? Is it because you didn't dance? You didn't find like a brat style dance for yourself? You didn't associate yourself with like a popular song or whatever? No, it's none of those things. Those things can boost you, but at the most basic level, you have to have fundamentals. You have to have solid fucking fundamentals. Okay? You can have the cleanest looking jumper of all time, but if you can't make those buckets, it doesn't fucking matter. All right? If you don't have solid fundamentals, it doesn't matter how clean your jumper looks. It doesn't matter what your gear looks like on the basketball court. You could have the coolest gear, okay? You could look like a real ass baller. But if you don't have solid fundamentals, you're gonna lose. It's that simple. You're not gonna fucking win. New memo from the Democratic ad firm Van Ness Creative Strategies, first shared with Semaphore, says the party's leaders are still failing to communicate online. The firm says if Democratic elected officials still feel uncomfortable posting, now is a great time to retire. It's not about posting. Bernie Sanders is not a fucking poster. Bernie Sanders is the greatest example of why this is stupid. I am going to keep yelling this for free 99 over and over again for any fucking Democratic consultant that wants to take this back to their campaigns and look like a brilliant strategist, okay? If you want this advice, I'm giving it to you for free. I keep giving it over and over again. Zoran organically was already on board with this, okay? He didn't have to like listen to me because that's where he was as well, personally. That's the reason why he won. Oh,
believe
this is the fucking most idiotic shit. I mean, this is just like them maintaining a lie, obviously, a lie that justifies their existence. That's the other side of this problem, okay? The other side of this issue, the other side of this problem is that there is an entire industry that revolves around justifying its own existence. So all of the fucking consultants and whatnot that go on television have to fucking make it seem like it's not the policies. Please don't say it's the policies.
David, that Republicans want it to all be Zoran Mamdani, and they want to run against him in the upcoming elections. But it sounds like the challenge for Democrats, Paul, is to make the message that there are moderates in the party as well.
And the moderates are where the energy is. The moderates are dominant. I respect Mr. Mamdani's victory. He ran a great campaign. It helped that he had a disgraced opponent in Andrew Cuomo, the former governor, who had to resign. But he got 45% or so of the vote, Mamdani did, with a 30% turnout. Okay, do the math. That's 13% of New York City Democrats. That's about 450,000 people.
This
That's
is
the size of Tulsa.
This is the stupidest kind of cope, dude. He got more votes than Eric Adams did, okay, in the first round, than Eric Adams did when all of the votes were collected. Please stop. This is before ranked choice. In the first round, he got more fucking votes than Eric Adams did. This is so dumb. Oh my God. They're looking at the most votes, I think the most votes any New York City mayoral candidate has gotten in a New York City mayoral primary. And they're saying it's actually, I mean, this is a tiny percentage of the fucking votes overall. I mean, come on. There's still a shot here. There's still a shot to unseat him. And please don't say it's the policies. Please don't say it's actually because he's a leftist. Please, anything but that. Please. It's like at some point, people got to realize that Bernie Sanders is not so popular because he's hot. Bernie Sanders is not so beloved as a figure because he is sexy, charismatic, and can post on social media like a demon. Okay? That's not the reason. He's 900 years old, man. He's a curmudgeon. He is a 900-year-old curmudgeon, okay? Why do people love him? Why? Why do people love Bernie? Is it because he posts like a motherfucker on social media? No. And I say this as someone who knows his social media team. It's not the fucking social media. The social media team and Bernie Sanders' like appearances on social media only work because of who he is. And who Bernie is as a politician revolves around what he fights for. Okay? That's it, guys. Stop fucking around whenever I say Bernie's not hot. Every single person goes, he's sexy. Speak for yourself. I want to suck him off. Shut up. I'm trying to make a serious point here. God damn. Fuck you. Shut the fuck up. Holy fuck.
Tulsa, Oklahoma. Okay, Tulsa, Oklahoma doesn't define a Republican Party. New York City shouldn't define the Democrats. Again, Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. By the way, we just won the Supreme Court race in Wisconsin, a state Trump carried. Susan Crawford won that by 11 points, despite Mr. Musk, back when he liked Trump, putting millions of dollars into the conservative candidate there. Democrats are winning everywhere, even though, as Urban rightly points out, we're directionless, rudderless, and leaderless, and yet we're winning.
Charismatic and great on social media. Discount the real reason why those qualities work in his favor. It's his policies. Bernie Sanders is also a beloved figure. He's 80 years old. Just let them fight. Libs and center right people easier for Zoran. I know, but the reason why I fucking lose my mind over this, it's good for us in the primaries. It's good for us when Zoran is running against these fucking stupid Democrats who think like the magic sauce is just doing man on the street shit. Okay? But what they don't but this cooks us. This cooks us in general elections against Republicans. I want real fighters. I don't care. Okay? I don't care if they're 900-year-old demons. I want real fighters. I want real working class fighters, people who are going to fight for these fucking issues. Okay? That's why I keep repeating this over and over again. I want the Democratic Party, which is currently the only game in town, okay? Unfortunately, I want the Democratic Party to actually be a party that fights for the working class, okay? I want them to actually do something. I want them to be a successful hurdle, present a successful hurdle against the Republican agenda. I want them to be an obstructionist party when they're not in power, and I want them to be a real fighter when they are in power. I want them to consistently message the issues that Americans are experiencing, because I understand that even if I don't agree with the Democrats ultimately, I need them to do this. The reason why I need them to do this is because if the largest counter messaging tool that we have at our disposal is not consistently undermining the Republican strategy of routinely shifting people's attention away to marginalized populations, they're going to get wiped out. Okay, this is not me being like, this is not me shepherding my audience of radicals back to the Democratic Party. Okay, this is me seeing the actual issues and trying to do some semblance of fucking harm reduction. That's it. It is because I care about making sure that that migrant workers are not fucking purged from our ranks and sent to concentration camps. It is because I care about getting people health care that I want at least the Democrats to be a vessel that will maybe not deliver that change, but at least will communicate the desires of the population so that more people can recognize that this is what they want, this is what they need. Doesn't Trump's second term serve as a counter argument to that theory? He's insufferable and vile, and his base gobbles it up. He doesn't have any real policies save for hate and bigotry, but aren't those more ideological than policy? Am I oversimplifying it? No. Trump actually plays the field that the Republican Party has designed in the past couple of decades very well. The Republicans play to culture war issues, okay? And Democrats will always lose when they are running against culture war issues. It's that simple. Democrats need to change the dynamic. Democrats need to change the rules of the game and take it back to issues that actually matter, not these distractions. Because if you're constantly playing defense on the culture war field, you're going to lose. Because the culture war field is designed by the Republicans to begin with. The idea that like the idea that like, oh, you're angry because trans people exist is clearly a successful method, especially when there is no real opposition against that kind of thing. To say like, leave trans people alone. What the fuck? These are just our neighbors. They also have the same exact issues that you do in terms of like your healthcare, right? That's the major problem for you. Your rent going up. That's a major problem for you. Every American is experiencing this issue, okay? Every single American has a cost of living problem. Every single American is experiencing an affordability crisis, okay? I saw a number the other day. It was like, if you made $100,000 in 2020, as opposed to 2025, your money is 25% less valuable because of how unaffordable things have gotten. So if your money did not go up, if you made $100,000 in 2020 and you're making $100,000 in 2025, you're making 25% less money now. Okay? That's crazy. That's crazy. You think that's not impactful? That's incredibly impactful. That's a problem that everyone experiences. And the brilliance of the Republican Party is that they recognize that issue. They recognize the anger and resentment that causes. And then they shift people's attentions back to like Mexicans. They're like, yeah, you're angry about this. Democrats don't give a fuck about fixing this. I'm going to fix it by what? By purging the country from Mexicans. Doesn't Trump's second term serve as a counter argument to that theory? Is no, it's wrong. Trump's second term actually perfectly identifies the problem that I'm presenting. The Democrats refuse to identify what the issues are and offer real solutions to those problems. Okay? And then the Republicans come in and they at least recognize the resentment that people have, and they fucking campaign year round on other shit that people are annoyed by, other shit that people find to be weird. They create hysterics around things that aren't even happening. And then the Republicans, the Democrats have no solution to that. So they just basically play catch up over and over and over again. And they lose. And then in the process of losing the argument that the Republicans crafted, they fucking turn around and do what? They capitulate. They basically say, you know what? The Republicans were right. It is trans people. We were being too crazy about this trans stuff. Ain't nobody gives a fuck about the trans shit, man. If one party was offering healthcare for all and the other party was like, no, the working poor should be melted for biomatter, no one would be talking about trans people. Okay? You would look at a person that's talking about trans issues and go, who gives a fuck? What are you saying? The easiest counter to this is one that I use all the time. Like when I went on Theo Von and I said, it's not a trans person that's your landlord. It's not a Guatemalan person that's your boss that's like refusing to give you better wages. Okay? That's not it. These are only issues for you if you got all this other shit solved. If all these other problems that you're experiencing are no longer a problem, then you can fucking focus on that. It's that simple. It's very frustrating.
I think that's something that Democrats just don't get. It's certainly not mainstream moderate Democrats that can win national elections.
Yeah, let's take the lessons that Democrats should learn, but let's also not go for a head fake. Here's the lessons. Number one, vertical videos. Buying the old game of buying.
Oh, God. Fire every single one of these people. They're so stupid.
Tonnage on network, on local news is over. This guy won because not only is he authentic, but because he understands the media. It is about TikTok, and he understands how to do it and do it well. But the one message for Democrats I want to make sure that they don't get caught up in, there's a difference between somebody who won because they are a media sensation versus, oh, now the answer is we go hard left, we go super progressive. What wins in general elections, and if you look at Ruben Gallego and you look at Elizabeth Slotkin, you look at Mikey Sherrill coming up, Abigail Spanberger, in those states that need to be won, if the Democrats go super hard left, they're never going to win another election. I feel very strongly about this. So learn about the media story here. Learn about authenticity of a candidate. Don't necessarily say, oh, this means we go crazy progressive hard left. Dangerous, dangerous path for Democrats.
Ay, ay, ay. They just keep reiterating. These are people that are way, way, way more involved in their own careers. Okay?
Talk about my
they care about their own personal agenda and their own personal fucking careers and advancing their own personal worldview than giving real solutions to the Democrats. Okay? This is so fucking stupid. Oh, there's real mobilization around Spamberger. Elisa Slotkin, she's a real up-and-comer in the Democrats. Like, no one thinks that. No one cares. People at best vote defensively for whoever the D is on those races, okay? God damn, these people suck so much.
Dami, one thing, and I've never done this on the show, I'd like to invite him on my podcast. As I talk, there's 1 million terrified Jews right now because he will not stand down on the terms glorify.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, how can someone be wrong on everything? How can someone be so pathetically wrong on everything? How much more wrong can they get? How much more annoying and wrong can these motherfuckers get until the Democrats are like, hey man, maybe we shouldn't like these guys are just wrong, it seems. Like, we just keep getting our shit pushed in by the dumbest Republicans on the fucking planet. It makes me so mad. You'd be surprised. Yeah.
I mean, globalize the intifada. Jews are worried. We're worried we're going to go back to those violent protests. There's 1 million Jews in New York. You're representing the entire city. please, as a Jewish media person, I would love to talk to you in a very frank, open discussion about it. There are a lot of worried Jews right now. When we're talking about Mamdani, one thing I've never...
Violent protest. What violence? Yeah, this is the type of shit that they're busy with. Hakeem Jeffries, Mamdani must reassure Jewish community that he's going to stand up for their safety and security. I'm fucking losing my mind. These guys have already lost the argument. They've already lost the argument, but they're just still repeating it over and over again. And every time they repeat it, it just gets more annoying, okay? Nobody cares. Please stop. He has already fucking addressed this a million times, dude. What do you want him to do? Just only run a campaign on talking about Jewish safety? Like, it's not just Jewish people that live in New York, you know what I mean? And it's not even Jewish people that we're actually talking about. It's people who are pro-Israel, frankly. That's it. That's it. You're not going to be able to bully this dude after a fucking resounding success into capitulating to a pro-Israel position. And if he does, he will fucking lose. If he does, he'll lose. That's the other thing. God damn, dude. Fuck. I've said this already. Here's free ball for the Democratic consultants that fucking sit around and listen to what I have to say. Okay? An anti-Israel position is the easiest way to communicate your earnesty, to communicate that you're anti-establishment. It's that simple. This is the Democratic majority's position, okay? If you communicate this at a time when the entirety of the media is pro-Israel unconditionally, and the entirety of the Democratic and the Republican Party's politicians are pro-Israel unconditionally, and you say, nah, dog, fuck that. I'm not doing that. What they're doing is wrong, and I'm not on board with that. I want equal rights for everybody. It's it. That's it. That is the easiest way to immediately bring people onto your side. It is the easiest way to get people that actually do pay attention to that stuff to care about it. Most people don't even care about it, to be fair. Okay? Most people are like, why the fuck do I care about Israel? What is going on here? Who gives a shit? Why? Why should I care about Israel? It's like, stop, enough with this Israel spam. I don't give a shit. Stop. It's so fucking annoying. But the ones that do care recognize how fucking bad the situation is. And even the ones that don't care recognize that every single person in the media, every single person in politics is presenting a pro-Israel position, regardless of what the population feels. So the easiest way to present yourself, even if you don't care, even if you love Israel, okay, just lie and say you fucking hate Israel to win a goddamn race, to at least show how much of an anti-establishment figure you are at a time when people are looking for that, okay? It is the easiest way to communicate earnesty.
Yeah, the Democratic Party does not like him because he represents a part of the party that the Democratic establishment does not like, which is the Democratic Socialists, which is where the fucking party is.
I disagree with this, all of it. Really? Really? Oh, fuck Andrew Schultz and fuck Esptein. Okay. I don't know why you are saying you disagree with everything that I just said, but
they just won't acknowledge it. Like, the Democratic Party is the Democratic Socialist Party. Whether you like it or not, that's what the base wants. That's what the people are into. And the old establishment is not what they're into.
Honestly, that's what America wants. And you know why I'm going to tell you the link.
Bro, look at this. Look at this. Look at this conversation that's taking place. And people were trying to tell me that Zoran Mamdani's victory would not change discourse dramatically. Okay, that's so
It was
funny.
that he was using, and we had this conversation on Breakfast Club, because I'm like, yo, Democrats, y'all can come up with names for everything, right?
Yeah.
Pregnant people, all that, like, right?
Yeah.
But you can't come up with a better term for socialism. So when he uses the term affordability, and he just talks about how things aren't affordable, that resonates with everybody.
Our campaign is one that sees this city under attack in two ways. An affordability crisis on the inside. We're the most expensive city in the United States of America. 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. The rest are living in a permanent state of anxiety about whether they can keep affording this city. And then we're under attack from the outside, from a Trump administration that is hell-bent on going after not only New Yorkers, but frankly, democratic cities across the country, like we're seeing in Los Angeles right now.
That's what people want to hear.
The message
New
is-
York's too fucking expensive.
The message is resonating. Here's the thing, and this is the thing. Poor people did not vote for him. Okay? Poor uneducated people did not vote for him because poor uneducated people, unfortunately, do not have the same entitlement to their dreams than middle class and rich people do. If you're like middle class, upper middle class, and rich, you're like, I deserve to be super rich and have everything work out, and like I'm entitled to that. Poor people a lot of times come from generations of poverty and they don't see that upper mobility. It's sad, it's tragic.
But wouldn't affordability resonate with those poor people though? Like when they hear that, when they hear somebody simply say, "Hey, shit is too expensive."
Yeah, but they didn't vote for him. So to me, the message that's really connecting are these people who feel entitled to a better life because they did everything that they were supposed to do, i.e. go to college. They got a meaningless degree. They have $200,000 worth of debt that they cannot get out of. And they're like, okay, I need the government to help me, which is understandable. The problem is the solutions that Zoran has, many of them, I'm not saying all of them, but many of them, he either cannot execute or they actually won't work to help the people. And that is, there is like data to.
Poor people didn't vote for Zoran shit is just like a misunderstanding, a misreading of how, a misreading of the data in and of itself. Okay. Also, again, it doesn't matter. These people don't give a fuck. I mean, Andrew Schultz is just like repeating talking points that he's heard somewhere else, okay? But the people that present this as an argument, as a serious argument, are not sincere about it, okay? The analysts that say, oh, the poor people don't want to vote for Zoran. The data guys that say that are saying that in a cynical way, okay? They don't give a shit. There are a multitude of reasons for why some of the poorest voters did not vote for Zoran. Okay, one of the major reasons is that they are going in for name recognition candidates, and a lot of them did not actually see any positive messages about Zoran, considering that the television ad spend was entirely anti-Zoran Mamdani. Okay. That's it. There's also the reality that under $100,000, which is what Zoran won as a voting block, with the exception of people who made like less than 35 grand, some of which who have report that kind of income are already retired as well. So then all of a sudden you're not thinking of like the guy who works at McDonald's, but you're actually thinking about someone's grandfather whose like yearly income is that low because they're fucking old and they're just on Social Security. People basically, a huge reason too is Cuomo's legacy on the Housing Commission. So they just know that from the days old. They don't keep up with anything, but that has directly affected them. Yes. But it doesn't mean anything. It's just something that Zoran has to make up for. It's a target for him to penetrate with positive messaging in the general this time around. It doesn't mean that like the poorest voters don't fuck with Zoran Mamdani, or it doesn't mean that like his policies are actually bad for poor people or some shit. Okay. ultimately, it just means that low information voters who are sometimes high propensity voters, really old voters, for example, older voters from every demographic, went with who they knew. Name recognition. Is that simple. It's not, it doesn't have to be more complicated than that. It's not like, oh, these guys are antagonistic to like socialism because they are the smartest when it comes to voting, like, or some shit like that. It's just so stupid. Okay? And these guys don't give a shit. The reality of the matter is, if those guys all overwhelmingly wanted socialism, no one would talk about it, okay? No one. They'd be like, these guys are poor, they're dumb, they don't know what the fuck they want, they want to destroy, they're selfish. It's that simple. They're grabbing onto whatever they can to just say, oh, well, you know, these guys just like, they didn't vote for Zoran. What does that mean? What? There's got to be some other reason for it, you know?
Prove and back this. So I think the message is really resonating. And to be honest with you, I think the only party right now that you could say actually puts America first are the Democratic Socialists. Like, if you really want to talk about, oh, rah, 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 MAGA, America first, MAGA ain't America first in right now.
No.
It's going against what the base.
Yeah, remembering when Matty Iglesias said that people are only showing up to rallies for Bernie because he's Bernie seems pretty crazy that the left happens to keep on lucking into these uniquely charismatic figures who are popular for reasons that have nothing to do with policy. I'll be the first to say that the difference between a flop leftist campaign and a successful leftist campaign often has very little to do with ideology, but Jesus fucking Christ, people are addicted to ignoring the obvious thing. Yeah. I say every Democratic consultant that keeps repeating the stupid take that Zoran won because he's charismatic and great on social media discount the real reason why those qualities work in his favor. It's his policies. Bernie Sanders is also a beloved figure. He's 80 years old. But it's just funny because people like don't want to understand that. People don't understand that like the fundamental driver of a politician's campaign are his fucking policies. You don't go to McDonald's because you want to fuck Ronald McDonald. You go to McDonald's because you want to eat a Big Mac, okay? Sure, marketing plays a role, but if you didn't actually like the fucking chemical compounds that they're cooking up in a laboratory that specifically tickle your taste buds in a way where you want to fucking eat that burger over and over again, you would never go to McDonald's. Holy fuck. It's so stupid. It is so dumb. People just like, I don't understand. You don't do this in any other, you don't do this for any other reason. Okay? American analogy would be like, imagine hamburger. Yes, I have to do that because I am talking to Americans. Okay? I'm talking to Americans. And people that say, well, what about Trump? Don't realize Trump is offering people something. He's offering them change. He might be lying about it, but he's at least making a compelling case for how different he is going to be than everyone else. Do you understand? For Trump, the hamburger he's serving is fuck trans people. We're going to kill every undocumented migrant. We're going to force them out of this country. Okay? And also, we're going to destroy the way things have existed that you haven't succeeded in. The previous way of doing business and doing politics has demonstrably failed for you, the average working class individual. So I'm presenting an alternative. And people looked at that and went, okay, well, I don't want business as usual. I want this new thing. I want a fucking mallet through the institutions because the institutions have never fucking represented my interests. Yeah. And yeah, the only thing that the Democrats have done is basically just like, I guess, try and act as though this is a real issue with the gerontocracy, which it is. Gerontocracy is a problem for sure. But once again, I go back to my argument about Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is 954 years old, okay? Bernie Sanders is not a uniquely telegenic figure. Bernie Sanders is not a uniquely charismatic figure. He's not a once-in-a-lifetime candidate. He doesn't have the same level of charisma that Obama did. Bernie Sanders is successful and popular and beloved because he has spent a lifetime hyper-focusing on the policies. He spent his entire 954 years on Earth constantly fucking fighting for the things that he believes. Okay? Who the fuck? Why is this fucking communist talking? Adam Johnson criticizes Andrew Cuomo's stupid campaign by saying, so funny that he now has to shoot B-roll of himself talking to average people, and he looks annoyed and very bored. All previous footage of Cuomo actually in New York City was FBI surveillance-style telephoto shoots of him getting out of a black car and walking into $2,500 plate fundraisers. Here, by the way, news here on the launch of Majority Dems, a new hybrid federal PAC supporting prominent younger Dem electeds with records of winning tough races, many of whom are quite blunt about what they see is the old guard party establishment's problems. I feel like ex-normie here, and I voted for Trump in 2016 for that exact point. But now that I'm better and more informed person, I realize that is only half the story. But yes, being different than establishment matters to people a lot. New neoliberal front group just dropped. In some ways, the group structure resembles that of the Democratic Leadership Council, the once influential group that successfully pushed the party to the middle in the Clinton era. There have been 90,000 of these billionaire-funded, we just want to win, drop liberal orthodoxy, big tent front projects launched in the last 6 months. More consulting grifts designed to push the party right under the auspices of savvy pragmatism. Definitely need to do a breakdown. So much Silicon Valley and billionaire money funneling into the same consult class losers to energize hard-nosed, youthful Democrats who can win in Trump country, who will courageously defend crypto and Israel. The only new language they traffic in is the pseudo-progressive language of opposing gerontocracy, which is to say that they want to recruit a new generation of Buttigieg clones, ex-spooks, and 40-year-old AIPAC reciting empty shirts. This will fucking cause yet another demonstrable failure. It will be failure after failure. You cannot win with just youthful faces that are still communicating the old message. These guys are so hyper-focused on the fucking optics that they just don't realize that it's not, like, optics are important, okay? Optics are important. But what people fail to consider is that optics are only as important as how much they can get your message in front of people. And if the message itself, if the policies, the fundamental plank of every candidacy, the hamburger, okay, that you want to eat, if the policies are bad, if the policies are not communicating a change, and you're not able to do that earnestly, then it doesn't fucking matter. Look at Richie Torres. Richie Torres is young. He's gay. He's black. He's Afro-Latino. Why the fuck is he despised? He's a reviled figure in the Democratic Party. He's all of those things. He presented himself as a progressive. Why does Richie Torres suck? Why? It's because he doesn't serve anything but Israel, okay? That's it. That's it. That's the main point. I have a million examples like this, okay? I can give you a million examples of success coming from a Bernie-style candidate that does not have the charisma and does not have the wherewithal to understand social media, doesn't speak the language of social media, and yet he can go on Theo Vaughn and cook. Why? Is it because he understands the media landscape? Is that what it is? No, that's not the reason. It's because he's an honest dude. But while many of the officials involved in majority Democrats similarly come from the center-left, organizers insist there is no ideological litmus test to join. Okay, look forward to seeing all the left-wing candidates they fund and support. New York Times says the effort emerged from this memo. Notice how the New York Times frames it as younger Democrats with records of winning tough races, but if you look at their members, it includes, among others, Dems in areas Harris won, Joe Neguse, Richie Torres, Buffy Wicks ran unopposed in the Bay Area. Mike Johnston, 56. You put Richie Torres as a fucking hero in this pile of people, and you give the game away. You want people who are going to be pro-crypto. They're going to write pro-crypto legislation. They're going to fucking do the same thing that the establishment Democrats have done, which is to cave and capitulate to fucking right-wing framing on a lot of these issues. And ultimately, above all else, they're going to defend Israel. Am Israel high all day, every day. People have a better nose for this stuff. They can see inauthenticity. They can recognize it. They know that's all they've seen. If you just keep doing that over and over again, you're not going to fucking win. But at a certain point, you have to realize maybe they just don't want to win. They want to give more B-2 bombers to Israel. Important to understand that moving the party right, backed by billionaire money, is unpopular. So moving right must always be framed as a reluctant, hard-nosed reality, an act of courage. But many on their short list have no such necessity. It's almost like there are other factors. Insider memo envisions a new DLC. A former venture capitalist and a fundraiser has a bold idea. Market-friendly moderation. I'm going to lose my fucking mind, dude. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. It's just like, yeah, that's what we needed. Repackaged moderation.
Absolutely.
I've been inflating the fucking budget, continuing to foreign wars.
Absolutely.
Like, the only party right now that is America first, meaning I want to help American people. Maybe the way they want to do it won't work and it could be detrimental, but at least the messaging and the intentions are to help the American people, are the Democratic Socialists.
You want to know why?
Talk to me.
Because of all the minorities that are Democratic Socialists. The blacks, the Latinos, the gays, because those are the people who really believe in what America says it is.
I think Democratic Socialists are a bunch of college-educated white kids. I think that's what it is.
That's not true, man. That is not fucking true. That's part of it. That's part of the coalition. But Charlemagne is right. Charlemagne doesn't mean that these guys are like card-carrying socialists. He's just saying that the values that the Democratic Party is supposed to defend are values that people have to fucking care about because they are those people. Democrats say they care about racial inequality, right? Yeah, if you're black or brown, you have to care about racial inequality. It's a part of your fucking existence. That's it. It's a part of your existence. You have to care about it. It's a necessity for survival. Of course you care about it. That's what Charlemagne is talking about when he says, like, the Democratic Socialists and the Democratic Socialist candidates, many, by the way, not a single one of them is white, for the record, weirdly enough. I don't know why Andrew Schultz is talking about that. Not that it fucking matters. They could all be white. I don't give a shit, okay? I care about policies. I don't care about the fucking aesthetics. I care about people's background as long as their background has shaped their worldview to earnestly communicate progressive causes, to earnestly say, look, my experience as a black person has led me to arrive at this conclusion that racial inequality is an issue. It's one that we have to solve. That's what I care about. Okay? I don't give a shit if it's a white person that is actually also on board with this cause or if it's a black person that's on board with this cause. It's interesting that socialist and progressive candidates tend to be non-white, but they do better among white voters unless they're black. I'm right-wing, and this is the uniting point. The Epstein issue is where people unite. I mean, yeah, we've been here. We've been on the fucking Epstein tip for years and years. Welcome. The only group of people in American society that genuinely have, the only political group that has actually said, fuck Jeffrey Epstein and fuck all the Democrats that were associated with Jeffrey Epstein and fuck all the Republicans that were associated with Jeffrey Epstein is leftists, okay? Is people like myself. A lot of right-wingers, I believe, are slowly going to come to the recognition that their favorite political commentator has simply used Jeffrey Epstein as a way to talk about how conspiratorial they are, or they weren't actually on board. Now that like push has come to shove, and now that Big Daddy Trump is openly defending Jeffrey Epstein, openly refusing to investigate people that were directly involved with Jeffrey Epstein, and not just the liberals, but Republicans as well. Hopefully you will. Hopefully this will be a change for you. Hopefully you will recognize that there are a bunch of other issues that we have talked about beyond Jeffrey Epstein that we were right on as well. That many of these people have like cynically fucking launched criticisms against. Look at this fucking asshole, by the way. These guys literally have nothing else. Here is Rahm Emanuel, brother of Ari Emanuel of WME. Rahm Emanuel was perhaps one of the most responsible figures for Barack Obama's major losses in the midterms. He was Mr. We're going to find moderates and we're going to run moderates. He had a policy of only running candidates that actually had enough money to self-finance their campaigns if necessary. He wanted to make sure. He wanted to basically make sure that it was all establishment Democrats. He's also was a horrible mayor as well, mayor of Chicago, but that's neither here nor there. The leftists are only white thing is really overblown, but there's definitely a disproportionate amount of white people with college education. I know it's a concept a million people are trying to answer, but how do you think leftists break through people outside these demographics? Easy. You go to their neighborhoods and you talk to them. You organize in their neighborhoods. Probably one of the major reasons why so many fucking people have a college education that is a card-carrying democratic socialist is because the organizing that takes place for democratic socialism happens oftentimes on college campuses, YDSA and DSA in general. That's it. Whereas, you know who organizes in black and brown underprivileged neighborhoods? The Democratic establishment. They use churches as a vehicle, as a major driver for electoral success. It's that simple. And it's not because the Democratic establishment is on board with uplifting the material conditions of black and brown people in poor neighborhoods. Look at fucking Jim Clyburn. Jim Clyburn is a demon of machine politics. Okay. He is seen as like the kingmaker in the Democratic Party, partially because as a South Carolina representative, he commands a lot of the black vote and the machine politics in South Carolina. You should really watch the FD video about Zoran and the way white leftists push POC away. I think that's a part of the problem. I think the cynical Democratic establishment consultant class will very quickly use any kind of pushback that like leftists have towards like the boomer votes, for example. Any sort of pushback that the leftists have towards boomers, they will immediately laser in on it, and then will say, "Oh, it's because these guys are racist, right? Look how racist they are," and it comes across as racist to black boomers. Is true. FD is right. It comes across as racist to Gen X black voters and boomer black voters. And that is cynically weaponized. That kind of communication is cynically weaponized. If you were actually in those communities, if you're actually organizing in those communities, then you would have, I think, a much better time. Stop. No more identity politics, please. Black liberals don't give a fuck. No, this isn't just identity politics, okay? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. But the reality of the matter is the older black voting bloc is the most important. Like they are what the white evangelicals are to the Republican Party's base of support. Okay? I need you to understand something. what white evangelicals are at the national level to Republican Party, as far as like their undying loyalty and their interest in voting for the Republicans, is the exact same in terms of older black voters, specifically black women. Okay, they are at the heart of the Democratic Party's machine. They're at the heart of the Democratic Party's machine of turnout. And the Democrats will literally cynically use real frustrations and real fears that the aunties and the unks have against leftist candidates, okay? They will say these guys are racist. They'll say these guys are racist. They don't represent your interests. They're not in your communities. They don't fuck with you. We do. And they don't have to do that by like presenting themselves. They don't have to do that by like going to those communities. They do that by using the figures that are also an important and formative part of the Democratic machine turnout. They use church leaders. They use organizers that already work within the ranks of the Democratic Party in these communities to make that message, to say that over and over again. And the only way to combat that is by organizing in these communities. The reality of the matter is leftists don't have a very good mechanism. Leftists, unfortunately, do not have, and Democratic Socialists do not have a good way to counter that turnout machine. Do you understand? So instead of doing the thing that Democrats do, and be like, why won't these guys vote for us? You have to literally go to those communities and organize in those communities. There are a shit ton of young black and brown voters that identify with democratic socialism, that identify with progressive candidates. We have to talk with them. We have to talk alongside them. We have to organize alongside them. It's that simple, because there is a major generational divide here. Okay? That's precisely the reason why whenever people say like, oh, like black people don't fuck with democratic socialism or whatever, it's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Bernie Sanders was doing LeBron numbers with black voters under the age of 35. Okay? LeBron numbers. Not even a question. Meanwhile, there is already a major issue in terms of the turnout machine actually breaking for black voters in general. Year over year, every single new campaign that does not offer any real solutions, you see the Democrats also lose more and more black voters. They're not losing those black voters from the demographics that always consistently and will forever until they die vote for the Democrats. They're losing the black voters that are younger. The further removed you are from the gains of the civil rights movement, the less likely you are as a black person to vote for the Democratic Party. Okay? Because that's the last time the Democrats actually did something for black people. And it was so important that black people have consistently turned out and voted for the Democrats with Assad numbers, okay? Black women in particular. There is no comparison within any demographic. There is no comparison within any demographic that votes this under any sort of democratic process. There is no high percentage turnout, no high percentage vote for any party under any fucking liberal democratic example. It's literally, it's better than Vladimir Putin. We talking Russian election day number? No, it's more than that. It's Assad numbers. I'm telling you, black women specifically vote for the Democratic Party with Assad margins, not even Vladimir Putin margins. Okay? Even Putin, when he's like massaging the numbers, doesn't put 92%. Anyway, The problem is, the problem is you can't just like fucking sit around from the outside, especially someone that looks like me. I can't be fucking running around being like, oh, black people are too stupid to vote for socialism. Like, that's insane. That's an insanely out of touch. That is literally something that the Democratic consultants masturbate to, where they're like, oh, we got him. We got him. So anytime you find yourself being like, you're too stupid to understand that this is actually better for you to vote for this kind of candidacy, you're losing. Okay. Another way to compete against that is by having successful record of proving that narrative wrong. Making radical change to target black voters who are being purposely misled by neolib establishment is harder than just succeeding in New York and Boston, where the socialist candidates are able to prove the neolib establishment narrative wrong with the change they're already ready to bring today. Like, I'll give you an example. There was a radical black candidate that unironically was radical, and then he was completely captured by establishment Democrats. His name is Raphael Warnock. Okay? Liberation theologist, radical liberal, Raphael Warnock. That's it. Red state, great numbers, was actually fairly radical, as a matter of fact, in his congregation. And look at him now. He's been swept away by the same old business as usual politics. It's sad to see. Identity politics is basically equal trust. The only way change some of the boomers' minds is just success. So that's why I want Mamdani to do well when he wins. Yeah. Kind correction. That's not what he said. He said that leftists like Bernie have not adequately linked race issues with the rest of their platform and perspective. I think the FD video was incorrect because he said leftists have a racism problem, and it's not just true. Leftists are better on race issues than any other grouping. Yes, leftists are better on race issues than any other grouping. Leftists just don't communicate the language that the establishment Democrats do, because they're not a part of the fucking message at all. They're not a part of the fucking church groups. That's it. That's it. And the Democrats use that turnout machine against leftists aggressively. Okay, that's it. That's the major problem here. So you have to out-organize. You have to out-organize the Democratic Party, which is impossible. But there's also another method out there, which is to keep drawing in larger and larger numbers of younger black and brown voters. Okay. Younger black and brown voters is how you fucking penetrate these demographics and get them to talk to their parents and try to get them to change the minds of their parents. You guys in this chat. Okay? That's it. Because the real reason why I wouldn't say that, like, the left has a major issue with like black voters, for example, is because it depends on what age range we're talking about. If you're talking about black voters under the age of 40, the left wins overwhelmingly. If you're talking about black voters over the age of 55, the left is nowhere to be found. Okay? It's that simple.
I think there's some standards and some requirements that should be, I don't want to say met, but should be articulated that for the party to fully embrace, that have to be clear.
Meaning you have a sit down with Mamdani and say, hey, look, come into the tent, but here's some things we would like to hear from you.
Bro, what? You're not part of the team, little bro. Shut the fuck up.
Like when I don't want to take
the better advice is DSA aligned candidates and organizers showing up consistently, not relying on young black voters to talk to their parents. Yeah, no, for sure. I think the major problem is that DSA style groups have not been able to get a strong foothold in black communities specifically. Okay, it's that simple. I've heard chatter of people complaining that the DSA LA, for example, has been somewhat absent from the conversation of ICE raids that are taking place. Stop saying the DSA has problems, okay? With the limited amount of power that they have, they're doing their very best. Okay, shut the fuck up. I hate this argument too. I don't like these like grandstanding, generalized positions that people fucking apply. That shit also pisses me off whenever people are like, "Oh, well, the DSA has a problem talking to black people, or the DSA has this problem, DSA has that problem." Stop. People who don't organize will tell you all about the problems with every org. I know. Yeah, I saw the Obama takes.
Intifada worldwide. Yeah.
Anyway, interesting how everyone agrees. Oh, here's Obama weighing in on abundance. Yeah, I saw the new campaign shakeup. New campaign manager, eyes towards de Blasio staffers. David Dan says, interesting how everyone agrees on deliverism now. 4 years after I said it should be the primary way of thinking about governing, and 1 year after lots of people, including the shambolic UK government, loudly claimed the 2024 election proved deliverism is dead. Obama also argued that Democrats need to focus on how to deliver for people, acknowledging the different ways, different views in the party about how best to do that. There's been, I gather, some argument between the left of the party and people who are promoting the quote-unquote abundance agenda. Listen, those things are not contradictory. You want to deliver for people and make their lives better? You got to figure out how to do it, he said. I don't care how much you love working people. They can't afford a house because all the rules in your state make it prohibitive to build. And zoning prevents multifamily structures because of NIMBY, he said, referring to not in my backyard views. I don't want to know your ideology because you can't build anything. It does not matter. There you go. Barack Obama is an abundance guy, an abundist, if you will, which is the least surprising thing I could have ever heard. I don't care about the abundists within the ranks of the party, beyond the fact that I think they are presenting a distraction. I want more housing. They want more housing. Great. If they think the only way to do more housing is through deregulation, they're wrong. Yeah. I think it's going to require a little bit less navel gazing and a little less whining and being in fetal positions. And it's going to require Democrats to just toughen up, Obama said at a private fundraiser in New Jersey Friday. What's needed now is courage. What's needed now is courage, says Obama, to a small group of rich people out of the public eye. Anyway, this is the new Obama line. Obama's blunt message for Democrats, toughen up. He's been noticeably quiet about the Zoran situation. Have you guys noticed that? It's just interesting. It's just interesting to think why he has been so remarkably absent from the conversation when there is better. Maybe he's just jealous that there's another African socialist, Muslim, a real Muslim African socialist this time. That is making waves, and Obama hates when someone takes away from his qualities like this. That is the issue we have in Washington. There's a massive shortage of affordable housing. Local politicians zone more areas residential and lax regulations. And now we have a lot of luxury apartments popping up. Housing is still not affordable, and now there are a bunch of luxury apartments for the tech sector. That's what I mean. It's not gonna fix anything. Anyway, let's continue. Here's the Abundist talking to the All In podcast, my least favorite right-wing podcast out there. And they seem to agree on a lot.
Would be better, and I think this is right, is to allow me to act more and then look afterwards to see if I did something wrong and then hold me accountable for it. I think too much of our regulation is precautionary as opposed to being able to let people move quickly and make decisions in the real world and then go back and see how they worked out.
All right, I think that's a great point, and I agree with you on that. And I think there are a lot of people out there who would say that government's too bureaucratic, there's too much red tape in terms of getting things done. Any kind of project like the rural broadband takes 15 steps. 3 of them were DEI. That's crazy. The environmental reviews and the lawsuits that bog these projects down for years make them unfinanceable. There are people who agree with you on that. You know what they're called? Republicans. Republicans agree with this. But you know who doesn't agree with you? AOC and Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. So maybe you're in the wrong party, because I don't think you're going to convince Democrats of this.
Well, we'll see.
Well, I wish you well in that. I hope you do.
I mean, these guys aren't wrong. There's a reason why a lot of the YIMBYs end up being fucking libertarian losers, okay? Like, come on. This does not, like, strike you as odd at all? Like, not even a little bit? Your solutions to these fucking... Oh, yeah. Wait, what the fuck? I just saw this tweet. Cameron Kasky just sent me this tweet. Like, literally just now. First we lost Grok, then we lost Elmo, now we lost Olivia Rodrigo. I know, I talked about this yesterday. It's whatever. All right, let's see what Zoran's speech looked like, where he addressed his supporters. Okay.
Thank you all so much. How's everyone doing?
I'm gonna have Cameron on the broadcast soon.
It is so lovely to be here, and I want to say, can we have a big round of applause for DSA? For our incredible elected officials, State Senator Salazar, Assemblywoman Claire Valdez. You know, as Gustavo was saying, this campaign's journey in many ways begins with the town hall that we had last fall. A town hall where I made clear that we could not do this without the support of everyone who is here today. We could not do this alone. We would not do this alone. And there were questions asked, there were answers provided. And I remember leaving the town hall and meeting another DSA member a week or so after. He came up to me and he said, you know, I know you said that you think there's a path, but you think it's also really difficult. Stop telling us how difficult it is. Just let us believe. Let us believe. And it really meant something to me because we all understood the terrain. We all knew just how impossible of a task that seemed. And yet what I heard in that DSA member was the importance of leading with our belief. Not with the caveat, not with the context of it, but the belief of what we could win if we were willing to fight for it. And at that town hall, we said and committed to things that many people thought were ludicrous. That we could knock 1 million doors. That this organization, at the time I had said, we wanted to increase membership by 500 new active members. People were like, I don't know. And we said these things because we knew that as tempting as it is in our politics, there are so many more New Yorkers who believe in that same world. It's not just the ones that you talk to, that you see online. It's the rest of the people who call this city their home. 8.5 million people. We knew there were more. And what we have done over 8 months is nothing short of incredible. And I do have to, as a good DSA member, push back in saying that this is my victory. This is all of our victory. This is your victory, because when I look out on this crowd, I see people who gave me a Zoom call when I had to convince them to believe in this, who sat down for dinner with me when it seemed an idea that was too far, and who knocked on door after door after door, and knocked on those doors far before this was considered as something that was possible, who knocked on those doors in December, in January, in February, who led those same canvasses, who mapped out the data, who made the entire infrastructure of this campaign possible. It is your victory.
Guys, yes, I saw Michael Blake wants to hang out with me. Oh my God. 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 This has literally less likes than the number of people in this chat that has informed me. Okay? I saw. Okay? Calm the fuck down. Jesus Christ. There are literally more people in this chat that have sent this tweet to me in the fucking chat than there are people who have liked it on Twitter. How is this even possible? How? How is this possible? So what am I supposed to make of this? That you're seeing the tweet, you're not even liking it, but you're just immediately rushing over here to inform me. Is that what it is? I know.
And it's important because electoral politics often simplifies any achievement as it is if it is that of the candidate. But it is actually that of the movement. To have had a team of more than 50,000 volunteers. Those are more volunteers than people told us we could get in votes. It sounds like a punchline now, but let me tell you. And what those volunteers represent is the possibility of a new kind of politics. A politics where we win the world that we know we deserve. We do not wait for it. One of those Twitter accounts that we all know says DSA should. Tweets out things that DSA should do this, DSA should do that. And I think one of the many beautiful things about this organization is if you want to do it, you can just start doing it yourself. And you get the requisite buy-in and the endorsements. But it starts with you. It starts with you. And I do want to take this moment for us to soak in what we've accomplished. We have gone from a place where we were polling at less than 1% to becoming the Democratic nominee with the most votes of any nominee in New York City primary history. We have gone from being 10 points down with just a few days to go to winning a race with more than 12%. And we have gone from having 3 pre-written speeches, the best of which was, things look good, but we should wait, to getting a phone call from Andrew Cuomo and realizing we have to rewrite this speech. And we should celebrate this because you have done the impossible. You have willed it into existence. And you have done it especially in moments where others told you to wait.
Love Zoran, but DSA is a lib org. Okay. Well, you and the boys over at whatever revolutionary vanguardist party that you've cultivated will eventually fucking make a dent in American politics. And I'll be there right by your side. I'm not lying to you when I say this. I'm agnostic, okay? I am not organized. I'm not organization specific. I don't care. You fucking build it, I will be there. I will be by your side.
And yet
I'm so agnostic that I literally work with the Democratic Party if that is the necessity. I'll work with anybody.
We also know that this fight is not done. We are going to see even more money thrown at us. We are going to see a last gasp opposition to what this campaign represents. And we are going to see that over the next many months. And so while we should celebrate this moment, we should also know that it will require another fight from us once again. That this job is not finished, and that we will have to canvass once again. We will have to march once again. We will have to rally once again. And we will have to do it every single day until election day. But we also know that the job doesn't end on election day either. Because to be a good leftist means to know struggle as your friend. And to be a DSA member means to know that electoralism doesn't represent the entirety of the organization. It is our responsibility to build power everywhere. And so while we must win this election, we must also ensure that the left continues to build power. Because there are so many incredible things that a mayor can do, and there are even more things that the people of this city can do. And so I ask you also to join this organization and to remember that this is...
What is the DSA? Democratic Socialists of America, okay? They are the biggest tent left party in the United States, okay? They are. They range, their membership ranges from fucking Maoist third worldists all the way to social democrats and even liberals, okay? Just like anti-racist liberals. Obviously, these are the two extreme sides of the DSA. They do not make the bulk of the party membership, but it does have a space and a different caucus for whatever seasoning of leftists you are. Okay? And the liberals are even a smaller constituency within the organization than Maoists are. So obviously it's not like it's not representative of any sort of like real momentum within the party. The only organized leftist movement with any influence in American politics as of today, to be honest, and the best hope for overtaking the Democratic Party if we are to reform it. Yeah. Yeah, it's they're leftists. And I don't shit on PSL either. I like PSL, Party for Socialism and Liberation. I like the DSA. Like I said, I am agnostic. I don't care. I still try to advocate for entryism to the best of my ability. But if the party were to fail, if the Democrats were to fail, we need organizations like this to rebuild it from the ashes. The DSA doesn't just do electoralism. They certainly do it more than the PSL does. The PSL doesn't do much electoralism, but they're great in terms of mobilizing. They're great in terms of organizing. They're great in terms of community defense. PSL is. DSA does that as well, but they also do a lot more organizing on the election side. People who are asking me about ACP, I don't have any opinions on the ACP. Please stop. Okay? Asking me about the ACP at this stage is like asking me about the fucking work-free subreddit. Like, RevComs do more infiltration of existing movements than the ACP does. There are a lot of fucking organizations out there. This is revisionist, yes.
No matter what, if you joined this organization back when I first truly learned of it in 2017, knocking on doors for Khadr al-Yatim in Bay Ridge, or if you're joining it today, it's yours. Because this is an organization that is committed to the dignity of working class people. And I'm asked in almost every interview, what does it mean? What does it mean that you're a democratic socialist? And the expectation is that I'll be like, oh, what? No. It means that you believe in dignity for all people. It means that you believe in the extension of democracy from the ballot box to the rest of our society. It means that you believe that no person should be priced out of that which is necessary for them to live their life in this city. And you know how I know that it's working is it used to be enough that the President of the United States would say that he's a socialist. But now he calls me a communist. Because the socialism just isn't hitting the way it used to. So we are, by last count, 8 members away. 8 members away. And so what I will ask you in the good old-fashioned organizational peer pressure, we need to find those 8 members. So who would be willing? Can we find at least one person to put their hand up who will join DSA today? We have one over here. We have one over here. We have one over here. We have 4. We have 5. We have 6. We have 7. We have 8. We have 9. We have 10. We have 11. We have 12. We have 13. 14. 15. 15 people. And what I have to ask you is to remember that it's not good enough to raise that hand, you gotta sign up. You can't just get the adrenaline from this one moment. Magdalena is gonna find you. She always does. But truly, it is a joy to be here. And it is a joy to have built this with all of you. And, you know, I, like many of you, have anxiety. And one of the things that has always helped me in dealing with that anxiety about the world is working through it. Is going out and canvassing and organizing. And it is this organization that taught me the dignity we can win through that work. And I thank so many here who guided me for so many years. The names that you know and the ones that you don't. The electeds that you love and that we all must keep in their seats, and the incredible staff who make sure the work that we can actually do connects with working class people, and the organizers who take the time out of their lives each and every day to build it. It's a joy to be alongside you. It's a joy to have built this campaign, and it's going to continue to be a joy to win the city that we all deserve. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was great. There are a million Zorons out there, okay? It's not just Zoran. There are people in this community that could be the next Zoran. So don't get caught up in his like individual style and his charisma. That would be falling into the same trap that the Democrats are falling into. The assumption that it's just because he's like uniquely charismatic that he's able to do this. He is literally a brown Muslim socialist. Okay? He is a brown Muslim socialist. He already has numerous hurdles that he has climbed above to get to the place that he got to. Okay? You don't have to be a guy that comes from this background. All you need to do is believe in your message and stay the course and keep pushing. Keep bringing the conversation back to the issues that matter. That a better future is possible, that you can uplift the working class, that you can actually push for policies that are incredibly, incredibly popular. And if you can't be that person, you can also go out and door knock for that person. You can go out and organize for that person. Anyway, here's what Representative Hakeem Jeffries is focused on, even though his brother Hasan Kwame Jeffries is pro Zoran in the Zoran camp. His brother Hakeem, on the other hand, has some different opinions. Jeffries will meet this week with Zoran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee for New York City mayor. Jeffries hasn't endorsed Mamdani yet. Mamdani's past use of the phrase globalize the intifada will be a part of our discussion, Jeffries said, adding that Mamdani needs to reassure the Jewish community and others that he's going to stand up for their safety and security. Hey, Jeffries, when did Mamdani say this? Do you have any evidence? Because what he actually said in that interview was true and not particularly objectionable. People use the phrase to mean different things, and he's not sure about language policing. Nobody ever shared the clip when they're trying to smear him, and they fully deluded themselves. Also, what's incredibly frustrating about this is, even if he said globalize the intifada, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? That's what's so frustrating about this, is that they are able to sidestep the fake issue that they've created around even the statement globalize the intifada, okay, by hyper focusing on whether he said it or whether he didn't say it. He didn't say it. But who gives a fuck? If only all of the Jewish and Christian and Muslim queer English majors on college campuses were saying globalize the uprising instead of saying globalize the intifada, then maybe we could find another thing that people could like posture about and lose their minds over. First, we lost Grok. Then we lost Elmo. Now we lost Olivia Rodrigo. 40 million followers on Instagram and posted this today. Rough week for the Jews/Zionists. We survived slavery in Egypt. We survived the Holocaust. Not sure we can survive this. Not sure we can survive Olivia Rodrigo describing the heartbreak that she feels witnessing the devastation that's being inflicted upon innocent people in Palestine. Mothers, fathers, and children in Gaza are starving, dehydrated, and being denied basic access to medical care and humanitarian aid. There's no child in Israel, Palestine, or anywhere in the world who deserves to suffer through what we're seeing these children have to endure. It is horrific and completely unacceptable. To give up on them is to give up on our shared humanity. I've made a donation to UNICEF to help support the victims of this horrifying situation and encourage you to do the same if you have the means. How will we survive? How will Jews survive this? Bro, why are you associating Judaism with like devastation upon, why are you associating Jewish people all around the world with doing a live streamed Holocaust? Like, it is so fucking crazy to me. No, this guy isn't being sarcastic. Okay? This guy is not being sarcastic. This other guy making fun of him is. First we lost Grok, then we lost Elmo, now we lost Olivia Rodrigo. Israel's killed an average of 27 Palestinian children a day for the past 647 days. Why the fuck would any reasonable person try to associate that with motherfucking Judaism? Are you out of your mind? Are you on crack? Are you on crack cocaine? Are you stupid? Are you fucking insane? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing that you're like, no, you don't understand. Like, no, us Jews, we love this shit, bro. We need more of this. And if you are fucking against this like incredible cruelty, then you're anti-Semitic. Are you actively trying to fucking push people away? Are you actively trying to make people anti-Semitic? I don't understand it anymore. Meanwhile, at the anti-Mamdani rallies, by the way,
Mamdani is polling at 35%, Andrew Cuomo at 25%, Curtis Lee we're at 14%, and Eric Adams at 11%. Governor Cuomo and Tim Walden came out with a piece, and they want a pledge from all of the mayoral candidates, of which I was one.
There's literally a JDL flag there. That is a designated terrorist organization, by the way. Jewish Defense League. Like, the Jewish Defense League is more of a sincere, serious terrorism capital T terrorist organization than fucking Hezbollah is, okay? Like, make no mistake, Hezbollah participates in the fucking Lebanese parliament. It has affairs involved in civil governance. Jewish Defense League does not. It's literally just a straightforward, it is just a straightforward, like, terrorist organization in the way that you understand it. Okay? Yeah, Trump pride, gays for Trump. The Jewish Defense League is more of a serious terror organization than Hamas is. Hamas also has Hamas also has an involvement in civil governance, okay? It is the governing party of Gaza. Like all civil affairs of Gaza. JDL does not have that. JDL is just a pure, straightforward terrorist organization. The JDL is so much of a right-wing Jewish supremacist terrorist organization that even the fucking ADL considers it a terrorist organization. The Jewish Defense League, also known as JDL, like think about this. The Apartheid Defense League, the ADL, considers the Jewish Defense League to be a right-wing extremist group. Now, of course, if Jonathan Greenblatt heard me say that about Hamas versus JDL, he would lose his fucking mind. The Jewish Defense League, also known as JDL, was established in 1968 for the declared purpose of protecting Jews by whatever means necessary in the face of what was seen by the group's principles as their dire peril. The founder, the national chairman and leader of the JDL, was then a 38-year-old ordained rabbi from Brooklyn, New York, Meir Kahan, who in 1990 was assassinated in New York by an Arab extremist. That's a crazy way to fucking present this, okay? Meir Kahan is literally a fucking straightforward American-born terrorist, okay? In Rabbi Kahan's gross distortion of the position of Jews in America, American Jews were living in a fiercely hostile society, facing much of the same dangers as the Jews in Nazi Germany or those in Israel surrounded by 100 million Arab enemies. Rabbi Kahan believed that the major Jewish organizations in the United States had failed to protect America's Jews from anti-Semitism, which he saw as exploding all over the country. If I have succeeded in instilling fear in you, Rabbi Kahan said in the closing statement of his standard speech, I consider this evening a success. In fact, Kahan consistently preached a radical form of Jewish nationalism which reflected racism, violence, and potential political extremism. Now, what's ironic about the ADL saying this was published in 2017, is that the ADL now is damn near identical in the Kahanist position. Many liberal Zionists basically formed into Kahanists. There was a point in time when this broadly was considered like a bridge too far. This was ridiculous. This was hysterical. Now, a lot of the liberal Zionists that you hear from unironically present this as the same exact fucking position, that the Holocaust is literally about to happen any moment now because Zohran Mamdani became the winner of the Democratic primary. For those of you who don't know, anytime you see like a Nazi post a old ass fucking video footage of a bunch of Jewish dudes sitting around talking about how like the goy are cattle or whatever, it's these guys. Okay, ironically enough, they are Nazis. They're Jewish Nazis, which is hilarious because Nazis fucking hate them and will routinely point to, some fucking unearthed footage from a JDL meeting where they're talking about how like we must dominate the Goyim cattle or whatever to say this is how all Jews think. New survey, Jewish Trump voters think Israel is not doing enough genocide. The JDL actually had a civil arm as well via Kahan's party in the Knesset, Kach. But now that both don't really exist anymore, you have the Jewish Power Party of Ben Gvir. I know. I was gonna mention that. Like the Jewish Power Party is basically the current formation of Kahan. cock. Here are some of JDL's choice work. In 1972, a JDL bombing an office space in Manhattan killed 27-year-old Iris Cones of Long Island. In 1985, members of the JDL almost certainly sent the pipe bomb that killed Alex O'Day of the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee. In 1994, JDL member Baruch Goldstein, this is the most famous incident, threw a grenade into a mosque and then opened fire, killing 29 and injuring 125 before he was beaten to death with a fire extinguisher. Decades later, here is their graffiti celebrating the mass killing. The famous massacre was a Kahanist, a follower of Meir Kahan, Baruch Goldstein, who adorned the garb of the Israeli occupying force and went in and slaughtered a bunch of Palestinians. Itamar Ben-Gvir famously had Baruch Goldstein's photo in his Baruch Goldstein's photo in his apartment. Of course, Itamar Ben-Gvir himself was also considered far too extreme for the Israeli occupying force, and he never served for that reason. Baruch Goldstein is still seen as a hero in Israel by many. Back in the day, seen as a hero by extremists, now seen as a hero by many more, as extremism has grown rapidly. Speaking of Odeh, the Knesset failed to expel Ayman Odeh. Good news. With only 73 votes in favor, a motion to expel Hadash Ta'al's chairman, Ayman Odeh, fails to pass. One of the only anti-Zionists in the fucking Knesset. And they were trying to kick him out. This is the same party that Ofer Kasif is a part of as well. Hadash Ta'al. He's the chair. Anyway. He doesn't identify as an anti-Zionist as far as I know, only Kasif. Ayman Odeh is great. They did the same thing that Ofer Kasif, but the Haredim being mad about the conscription stuff meant they abstained. So, anyway, the JDL is a bunch of freaks, and the only reason why they were taken off the terrorism list under the Biden administration was because Biden is a fucking rabid ultranationalist Zionist, as we know, and also because they were defunct, like they weren't in operation, is what the Brandon admin said. Yeah, here. I mean, there's they have all of their work here on the ADL website if you want to find out more before they delete it. But yeah. This is... Hold on. This is who is against Zohran Mamdani. A whopping 40 people. Great stuff. They're doing the most out here. They're really going to win, dude. I see it. Terrifying. I'm shaking in my boots. Good luck. But yeah, Obama's blunt message to the Democrats. Former President Barack Obama issued a call to action for Democrats at a private fundraiser in New Jersey on Friday evening, urging those frustrated by the state of the country under President Donald Trump to stand up for the things that you think are right. It's going to require a little bit less navel-gazing and a little less whining and being in fetal positions. And it's going to require Democrats to just toughen up. Obama said at the fundraiser, according to excerpts of his remarks exclusively obtained by the CNN. You know, don't tell me you're a Democrat, but you're kind of disappointed right now, so you're not doing anything. No, now is exactly the time that you need to get in there and do something, he said. Don't say that you care deeply about free speech and then you're quiet. No, you stand up for free speech when it's hard. When somebody says something that you don't like, but you still say, you know what, that person has the right to speak. What's needed now is courage. He's literally trying to fucking tell the Democrats to shut the fuck up about Zohran Mamdani without actively saying it. Even Redditors are mad at Obama. Look at the comments. Lol, the vibe shift is tectonic. Let's take a look. Obama slams Democrats for being in fetal positions and calls for the left to toughen up against Trump. Didn't love Obama because politicians should not be loved, but I really truly appreciate his time as president. However, Obama never showed a spine when they blocked all his justice appointments. Yeah, toughen up is rich coming from him. Him letting the turtle smack him around as a part of how we got here. That's crazy. Oh my God. Reddit liberals are talking like me in like 2016. Okay, this is good. If we can get Reddit liberals to behave like me in 2016, then we can get them to be on board with what, democratic socialism by like 2028. They're catching up. I mean, I'm serious. It's good. This is a good positive change. It's a good change in the right direction. Hopefully they'll catch up eventually. Or they won't catch up, but they'll get to a position that is like decent and reasonable. I mean, every Reddit basically was like a pro-Israel mouthpiece for the last year and a half. So I think that it's gotten to a point where you can't really bot your way out of it. So that's good. I guess Reddit liberals do hate Trump more than they hate the left. And they do recognize like the left as standing firmly in opposition to Donald Trump when their party officials, the establishment Democrats that they otherwise would defend, are doing a horrible job at it. It's kind of like Republicans and anti-pedophilia. Okay? I never would have thought that the Republicans earnestly were anti-pedophilia. As a matter of fact, I thought they were kind of pro-pedophilia. They talk about beauty pageants for children in a positive way. They talk about fucking, child marriages, child brides in a positive way. So I was wrong. I'm here to admit that there are plenty of Republicans who legitimately are anti-pedophilia. Why am I saying this? Because they're very upset. There are Republicans who are very upset with Donald Trump and his mishandling of the Jeffrey Epstein client list, whatever you want to call it. Okay? And I guess there are definitely liberals in the same vein that actually do care about like launching a strong opposition against Donald Trump, and that they were truly upset with the left because they might have been wrong, but they genuinely thought that the left was presenting a hurdle against defeating Donald Trump. Like they were at least honest. They were incorrect in getting mad at the left. But at least they were honest. It's funny, there are random subreddits that are just super libbed up and hate Israel, where others are libbed up and love Israel. r/public freak out for some reason is always posting anti-Israel speeches, and it gets like 10K upvotes. Yeah. My friend's MSNBC wine mom is on the Mamdani train and said centrists enable fascism. That's amazing. I welcome every single person that recognizes the reality that our struggle is against fascism and our struggle is against inequality with open arms, okay? I see the Democratic Party at times as a hurdle against that message. I'm glad that the Wine Mom Coalition, which is the most important constituency in any party, in any mobilization, I welcome them with open arms. The Debras and the Barbaras that are demanding that their Democratic electeds go and fucking put their lives on the line are heroes, okay? They are correct, and they should be celebrated. They should be praised for having this kind of attitude and for routinely bringing this kind of attitude up with their Democratic electeds. The wine moms are fucking livid, and that's a good thing. I have always maintained the position that I despise the Democratic Party for its closeness to the Republican Party. I do not hate the Democrats because I'm secretly a Trumper or whatever the fuck dumb liberals have presented me as. I don't like that the Democrats will take on pro-Trump positions. I don't like that the Democrats will defend Trumpian positions and right-wing positions. I care about policies above all else. If you're a politician, put the policy in the bag. I don't care about you being my friend. It goes for Zoran too. Okay? Put the fucking policy in the bag, bro. That's all I care about. Put the policy in the bag. That's all you are good for. Anyway, before we get to the Epstein stuff, Trump has now arrived at the Democratic Party's conclusion on Ukraine, it seems. This is another I told you so moment. I did think maybe Trump could present an alternative with Vladimir Putin, but no such alternative can exist without getting China to the table. And considering that Donald Trump has been incredibly antagonistic towards China, and weirdly conciliatory towards Russia for no reason other than the fact that I think he wants to have sex with Vladimir Putin, while simultaneously shitting on his proxy, Ukraine. Donald Trump has now finally arrived at the Joe Biden position, which is crazy. As someone who's in favor of a ceasefire where Russia scales back its military conquest in Ukraine in an effort to avoid further death and further collapse, I thought maybe there was a moment there was a pathway there. It was unlikely. And of course, all of that fell apart as soon as this dipshit started shitting on Zelensky. And as I said, American foreign policy is uniparty regardless. And now we're back to the uniparty position where Donald Trump is talking about giving Patriot missiles to Ukraine. However, the major problem for Ukraine still remains. The major hurdle for Ukraine is manpower. What will they do?
Okay, is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means. But today we're going to talk about something else. And as you know, we've spent $350 billion approximately on this war with Russia and Ukraine, and would like to see it end. It wasn't my war, it was Biden's war. It's not my war, I'm trying to get you out of it. And we want to see it end. And I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there. So based on that, we're going to be doing secondary tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. It's very simple. And they'll be at 100%. And that's the way it is. That can be more simple. It's just the way it is. I hope we don't have to do it. But regardless, we are going to be, we make the greatest military equipment in the world, whether it's missiles. You saw that recently in Iran, the way those planes flew in, they had every single 14 bombs hit every target.
Yeah, secondary tariffs would likely hit China, Germany, and India because these countries buy lots of Russian oil. I'm from Ukraine and I'm basically on lockdown because if I'm conscription age and if I go out, because I'm conscription age and if I go out, I might get caught on the steer ice style. Yeah. What Russian products does the USA even bring in? No, the remaining way of like actually fucking trying to hit Russia is by sanctioning countries that are secondary markets for Russian energy to enter the global marketplace, like India, for example, in an effort to try and sever ties between India and Russia, which I don't know how successful he could be on this as well. I don't know how much success he can see here because he's fucking up the bag in a meaningful way for every other country on the planet. The only way to do this, the only way to arrive at a reasonable outcome here was by not applying pressure to China, but offering an olive branch to China and getting China to apply pressure to Russia. That's what I think, at least. And I'm a stupid guy. I'm not the smartest guy out there, okay? But of course, he was not interested in doing that at all. He was not interested in getting everybody, the actual players, involved. And instead, personally thought that he could just like use his like direct line of communication with Vladimir Putin and all of the praise that he's heard from Vladimir Putin that he took as sincere. He foolishly thought, as long as I follow through on whatever the fuck Vladimir Putin demands of me, then I'll be able to pack this up. Some of the conditions that Vladimir Putin gave him were insane. Some of the positions that he got from Vladimir Putin as like concessions that he forced down Zelensky's throat were absolutely insane. It would have been non-starters. And yet Vladimir Putin, much like how Benjamin Netanyahu did with the Brandon team, was able to use the negotiations process and the ceasefire conditions and the ceasefire back and forth as a way to sever America's existing ties with Ukraine, as a way to halt weapons transfers, and cause more severe blows to Ukraine in the process. Vladimir Putin played him like a fucking fiddle. 100%. That's what he did. And he's such an absolute dumbass with a cult of personality that people thought he was actually brilliant. He was actually, they still presented as brilliant. There was a lot of quote unquote anti-war people out there, or there were a lot of, subtle pro-Russian support out there that also presented this as like Trump's paving a bold new path with Russia. One of the dumbest things I think you can do in any negotiations process is fuck over your guy in the negotiations. If your goal is to end the hostilities, if your goal is to actually get to a ceasefire, then it is perhaps the dumbest thing you can do if you're undermining your proxy in the conversation. And in this circumstance, it was Zelensky. And that's precisely what Trump did. Yes, but you have 2020 hindsight. How could Trump know Pootie Poo would lie? I mean, I don't think that requires hindsight. I know you're making a joke.
To go in response.
In what?
How far are you willing to go if Putin were to escalate, send more bombs in the coming days?
Don't ask me a question like that. How far? I want to get the war settled. They're not Americans that are dying in it, and I have a problem, and JD has a problem. It's a stance that he's had for a long time. They're not Americans dying, but There are a lot of people dying, and on something that should be able to be settled. And we all agree with that.
When did Putin lie? What do you mean, when did Putin lie? Throughout the entire negotiations process, Vladimir Putin went to Donald Trump directly and said, if you give me a sweetheart deal where you just basically recognize, if you give me a sweetheart deal and you force Ukraine to recognize all the territories that I have fucking forcibly annexed, okay, then I know that you have an investment in like ending this war, which is seen as like broadly unpopular by your base. I will give that to you. I will give you a cessation of hostilities. That was a lie. And you want to know how that was a lie? Yeah, my mom just walked in. Because the moment that like cessation of hostilities started being a point of, the moment that like a ceasefire bargain was followed up with like concessions from Zelensky, what did Vladimir Putin say? What did Vladimir Putin say and do? Oh, just kidding. Actually, we don't want this because a cessation of hostilities would only allow Ukraine to re-up and rearm. That's it. As soon as Zelensky was seen as conceding to these already ridiculous positions that would have been a death sentence for him, both for his further political ambitions, but maybe even his life. Even after all of that, Vladimir Putin was like, oh yeah, we can't actually do a ceasefire. And they just kept fucking pushing. The U.S. didn't comply with any of Putin's demands. He stated his position. How is that a lie? Brother, Putin's demands beyond what Trump had already secured from Ukraine were insane. If you're talking about additional territories that they had not even militarily conquered at this point, you're out of your fucking mind. Okay, you might as well just give Vladimir Putin the entirety of Ukraine then. Like what kind of fucking, that's not how diplomacy is conducted. The shit that Zelensky conceded on was already maximalist, was already incredibly unfair. You're out of your mind if you want. Putin's demand was just basically to give up the entirety of the country at that point. Like, Donald Trump gave a massive W to Vladimir Putin if Vladimir Putin were to concede and actually go along with the ceasefire terms that were designed. It was far more than I think is appropriate. Okay? Far more. Like whether it be the extraction of whatever natural resources Ukraine has on top of all the territories that are considered de facto a part of Russia, that Russia was militarily able to secure. So it was a massive W, but Russia didn't take it. You're brilliant. Yes, it was. But I think Vladimir Putin considers this not enough, and he thinks that he can get more. He can push more militarily, kill more people, take over more Ukrainian territory by force, and eventually come back to the table at another stalemate with even more territory. Off topic, but just seen Pegasus video and I'm conflicted. What, like the spyware, the Israeli spyware? Isn't your analysis that Ukraine is several months from losing via being out of troops? If you were in charge, why would you accept concessions when you're going to get the whole country, like you said? I don't think they're going to get the whole country. And even if they were to take over more territory, I never said that Russia would be able to annex the entire country and maintain it militarily. I think that's a long-standing death sentence. Ukraine has a right to self-determination, but without an army, they can't enforce it. My analysis in this regard is that you can't get Russia to do anything. You can't concede because it's a foreign adversary that has designed its entire economy around American sanctions. So you have to bring in other people, major partners of Russia, to the table, China being one of them, to once and for all pack this up. If your goal is truly to get to some kind of cessation of hostilities, then that's what you have to do. Trump didn't do that. He just undermined his own proxy and thought that that would allow that, and gave a sweetheart deal to Vladimir Putin, thinking that this would allow Vladimir Putin to come to the table and say yes. So he spent all of his social and political capital shitting on Zelensky. And now he has to go back on that and give more money and more weapons to Ukraine, which is the exact opposite of his campaign promises, which puts him at odds with some members of his base, at least.
This group of people, we want to defend our country, but, ultimately, having a strong Europe is a very good thing. It's a very good thing. So I'm okay with that. Yeah, please, in the back.
Yeah, Putin escalates.
What is this? If your membership in a military alliance is viewed as an active threat by a country, they will act with force against it. Can Mexico join a military alliance with China? By your logic, yes. Would the U.S. government tolerate that? No. Okay. First of all, I understand the NATO posturing playing a role in this. What the fuck? One, not only am I anti-NATO, but two, I've also talked about how Biden fucked this. I mean, it goes back beyond Biden. It goes back all the way to George W. Bush saying on his way out that he was going to bring Georgia and Ukraine into NATO. Okay. Very quickly after that, Russia seized control over Georgian territory. Okay. Making that already impossible situation even less possible. And now what Vladimir Putin did in Georgia, he's basically doing in Ukraine as well, in a way worse and way more bloody fashion. So every step of the way, there could have been assurances. And also, there was no real interest from any of the Western nations in terms of bringing Ukraine into NATO anyway. Vladimir Putin knew that. If I know that, he fucking knows that. So he's just using that as a reason for why he wanted to militarily handle Ukraine. He already had tremendous control over two territories, LPR and DPR. In Ukraine, there was already active conflict going on there. He had already forcibly taken over Crimea, which was still seen as Russian territory. No country is going to allow a nation that has been occupied by Russia into NATO anyway. Every other country understands, even if Vladimir Putin hadn't done that, it's impossible for them to allow Ukraine into NATO and vote for Ukraine to join NATO. Why would they? Russia is a major energy provider. Okay? Russia is literally a major energy provider for European countries. If Russia had continued doing trade, they would have been fine. If they continued doing soft power, they would have been fine. Now, they've lost a fuck ton of people in the process. And the entire economy is a war economy. Anyway, here we are.
And when it comes to
in this endless bloody quagmire.
CBS's Jim Laporta has learned a recent defense intelligence assessment shows Ukraine.
What is this? There's absolutely no circumstance Putin will stop destroying until it starts hurting his regime. The Syrians didn't kick out Russia by getting China on some table. NATO is no threat to Russia. Bro, you can't be serious if you're talking about Syria. Yeah, we should just bring the dude. This is the Ryan Ruth position. Ironically, we have 2,000 NATO-trained Afghan soldiers waiting to go, but instead of NATO-trained Afghan soldiers, we should bring the Salafists in to Ukraine and have them fucking fight. We should have the Turkish Free Syrian Army move away from Syria into Ukraine. Just ship them out. Ship all the fucking ISIS-aligned, ISIS-adjacent groups into Ukraine and have them fight to defend Ukrainian soil. You can't compare Russia's military campaign in Ukraine to Russia's warm water port in Syria. It is not comparable.
Shortfall in artillery and in drones will lead to marked Russian territorial gains in 2026, with Russia gaining 7-1 firepower superiority by this winter. How can you get them what they need if Congress will not approve in the House any new funding? Is it what Senator Blumenthal just laid out?
Well, just stay tuned for tomorrow's announcement. The idea of America selling weapons to help Ukraine is very much in play. We've given Ukraine a lot. We've given them money. We've given them military aid. We now have a minerals agreement with Ukraine that's worth trillions of dollars. So I don't want to get ahead of the president, but stay tuned about seized assets. The Europeans want to limit the interest on the assets to go to Ukraine. Secretary Bessent wants to go further. Stay tuned about a plan to go after the seized assets more aggressively. Stay tuned for a plan where America will begin to sell to our European allies tremendous amount of weapons that can benefit Ukraine. Putin has calculated that we would get tired and Europe would get weary. He made a huge mistake. NATO is bigger and stronger, and we're more committed than ever to make sure he does not take Ukraine by force. So Congress is on the verge of passing the most consequential sanction package in the history of the country. It will give President Trump tools he doesn't have today, a literal sledgehammer. And the big offender here is China, India, and Brazil. India buys oil from Russia cheap and resells it. That's despicable. I've talked to President Trump. He said last week it's time to move. He's tried to entice Putin to the table, but my goal is to end this war, and the only way you're going to end this war is to get people who prop up Putin, make them choose between the American economy and helping Putin, and you can only have one negotiator, and that's going to be President Trump.
Okay, but like, what happens when there's no hands left to hold the weapons? Like, sure, we're selling the weapons, and that's definitely a necessity, right, for Ukraine to defend itself. But what happens when there's no people? Like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna force Ukraine to get more aggressive? I said with their conscription practices, which is already pretty fucking aggressive to begin with. Or are you going to literally forcibly send Ukrainian men that are of conscription age in Western countries that have refugee status right now back to Ukraine so they can be shipped off to the front lines? Is there an appetite for that? What kind of dangers does that present for Ukrainian stability? What does Ukraine look like 10 years in the future if all of their able-bodied men have been slaughtered in the process of trying to push Russians back like, I don't know, 10 meters? That's it. I don't know where this goes. Because there are currently millions of Ukrainian men that live, tens of millions of Ukrainian men and women that live in the United States of America and in Europe. Okay? They got refugee status after Russia invaded Ukraine. Are you going to send those guys back? Are you going to forcibly go and send people back to Ukraine so they can be shipped off to a facility and trained to fight and defend Ukraine? Because without that, I don't see any other way that Ukraine gets to hold out further.
Maximum flexibility to end this war. China, India, and Brazil, you're about to get hurt big time if you keep helping.
Russia invaded Georgia in 2008 for territory, Ukraine in 2014 for territory, but somehow the invasion of 2022 was only because of NATO. Sure, bro. I mean, dude, I already accounted for that. And yes, both could trace back to NATO. Like I said, on his way out, George W. Bush literally said Georgia and Ukraine should join NATO. Immediately after George W. Bush said that, invaded Georgia. So yes, part of that is NATO involvement. Even if India is incidentally one of the countries impacted by U.S. secondary sanctions on Russia, I do not understand why U.S. officials, not just Graham, are calling New Delhi out by name in public at a time when they are ostensibly working together regarding China.
Then you had the helicopter shoot a total of 30 bombs, 30 missiles, and they hit every single marker, is that right? Every single piece, every single target. And it was, I guess, on a scale of 0 to 10, they say it was about a 15. That's how successful it was. That's how lethal it was, a word they like to use nowadays. But it was an amazing, well-organized attack that people in this country wanted to do for 24 years. You know, when we had the pilots in last week, they were saying, sir, we've been practicing this for 24 years, meaning people, not them, but other people that are a little older now. But they too, and you were the one that let us do it. But we've been practicing it 3 to 4 times a year for 22, 24 years, because they always knew they had to stop Iran from doing what they were doing, which is trying to come up with a nuclear weapon, a nuclear bomb. And we did it very successfully. And we make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best of everything. The European nations know that. And we've made a deal today, and I'm going to have Mark speak about it, but we've made a deal today where we are going to be sending them weapons and they're going to be paying for them. the United States will not be having any payment made. We're not buying it, but we will manufacture it, and they're going to be paying for it.
Brazil is not going to budge its sovereignty with Lula in power right now. Lula is no strong leftist leader by any means, but he's a nationalist like no other we've had before. He's conceding national media interviews saying that the time for U.S. intervention here is over. Yeah, I think that with the exception of some Latin American leaders that are servants of the West and Western interests or the IMF, like, well, you know who I'm talking about. Many Latin American countries, many South American countries at this point are entirely anti-U.S. as their position. They've hardened their stances. Yeah, Milei and Bukele is who I was talking about. Yeah, Lula is not like a fucking... That's fair to say Lula is not a strong leftist leader. I mean, he is decent. But if there's one thing that unites a lot of South American leadership at this point, perhaps a force that is even more galvanizing than socialism, okay, certainly more galvanizing than socialism, is sovereignty. And sovereignty is nationalism. Sovereignty is being rid of American intervention. I'll give you an example. It's one I used in the aftermath of Maduro's suspicious election victory, right? For years and years, Maduro's popularity is actually relied on the Chavistas as a movement in the country, okay? And he's eaten good off of the Chavez popularity in the country. And yet, year over year, due to his mismanagement, due to endless crippling sanctions, due to being shut out from the global stage, shut out from the global markets, and a collapsed Venezuelan economy, Maduro's popularity has fallen apart, and also due to corruption. Okay? He's hardened his positions. He's gotten more aggressive in the state's repression. Some might say it is an inevitability or a necessity to maintain control and maintain sovereignty. I'm not here to make that argument. I'm simply saying that the way that people see Maduro in Venezuela is nowhere near as it once was, and is certainly nowhere close to the way that people saw Chavez. Like, Chavez had a real popular movement. So popular that it actually helped Maduro in the beginning. Having said that, in the aftermath of Maduro's last election victory, okay, every single Latin American leader came out and said, we don't know about this. Like, we don't know about what happened here. Until the United States of America and the OAS came out and said, we do not agree with the election that took place in Venezuela. That literally stopped every single Latin American, South American, North American, every single country from criticism against Maduro. It stopped it dead in its tracks, because as soon as America interfered, as soon as the United States of America interfered and released a statement on whether or not the election was real or valid or legitimate, they were like, all right, we're done. We're not involved in this. Maduro is the fucking leader of Venezuela. Shut the fuck up. Because with the exception of Bukele and the exception of Milei, South American leadership sees American intervention as the worst possible outcome. And that is an understandable position to have if American-backed leadership like Bolsonaro has ruined your country, Or your country has a not so distant history of American intervention that was incredibly violent. So for them, it's a non-starter. It's the quickest way. It's the quickest way to immediately take the opposing stance. No, Mexico included. That's why I said South America, but also even North America. Those like Mexico included, Latin American countries. Most Latin American countries, the moment that America intervenes in any Latin American country's affairs, they go, all right, fuck that. It's a non-starter. So I think that's the reason why I don't see Lula capitulating to Trump's ridiculous demands and his like tariffs, his tariffs regime. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Especially now that there is a secondary market that is global, with China being the primary engine backing its existence. It makes it all the more difficult, in my opinion, for America to just like move its muscle around. Exactly. Brazilian hogs are now worried about our sovereignty. So it's also ironic because Trump is trying to pressure Lula into dropping charges against Bolsonaro with the tariffs. But all that's doing is lowering support for Bolsonaro and Tarcísio, potential Bolsonaro replacement for the next election. Crazy didn't catch a ban. Echo chamber. What? You didn't even say anything. Why would we ban you?
Our last meeting of a month ago was very successful in that they agreed to 5%, which is more than $1 trillion a year, so they have a lot of money. And these are wealthy nations. They have a lot of money, and they want to do it. They feel very strongly about it, and we feel strongly about it, too. So we're in for a lot.
Unlike Bolsonaro, Lula was, when arrested, never asked for pardon or amnesty or fake cried or fake got sick and went to the hospital as a method of diversion. Okay, I'm sorry. This is the one time where I will disagree with you. Bolsonaro is not fake sick. Okay, he is real sick. He's both sick in the mind and sick in the body. He is the most diseased man on the planet. So when he goes to the hospital and he has to poop out of his nose, okay, I don't think that's fake. I don't think he's like fake sick. I think he's just diseased. He is the most diseased man on the planet. So I will push back on that. He is a one-stop COVID shop. Okay? God has consistently tried to take him out. I don't know how the fuck Satan is keeping him alive. But he is walking, he is a walking disease.
A lot of money, and we don't want to do anymore, and we can't. But we make the best, and we're going to be sending the best to NATO, and in some cases to maybe, at Mark's suggestion, if we go to Germany, where they're going to send early on missiles, and they'll be replaced, and NATO is going to take care of it. It's going to be coordinated by NATO, and they're going to work very much with Matt Whitaker, who's right here, who's a great ambassador, and Matt's going to be coordinating. You better do a good job, Matt.
I will.
But Matt's going to coordinate. He's a very talented guy. He's going to coordinate everything. So in a nutshell, we're going to make top-of-the-line weapons, and they'll be sent to NATO. NATO may choose to have certain of them sent to other countries where we can get a little additional speed, where the country will release something, and it'll be mostly in the form of a replacement. And I'd like to have Mark, and again, just a highly respected, pretty young guy, for having had the career that he's had, because he had an amazing career before going to NATO. So, and we spent a lot of time together over the last couple of months. And if you could say a few words.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
No, Mr. President, dear Donald, this is really big. This is really big. You called me on Thursday that you had taken a decision And the decision is that you want Ukraine what it needs to have to maintain, to be able to defend itself against Russia, but you do want Europeans to pay for it, which is totally logical. And this is building on the tremendous success of the NATO summit, the 5%.
Why is Mark Rutte so cringe? It's because he is the most cucked person on the planet. It's because it goes against everything that Europeans who come from a proud tradition of like maintaining empire, it goes against that. He is the most servile being in the entire European continent. Okay? It's because he just like, he gets on his hands and knees and he sucks Trump dry every fucking day of the week. I mean, he called him daddy. He called him fucking daddy, dude. I mean, it's his job. He's the fucking he's the Secretary General of NATO. It's his job. But it is incredible. He did. He texted him, Daddy Trump. You guys not remember? So if you're European and you feel like, yeah, maybe you believe that like NATO is not a protection racket and it's actually not a way for America to like forcibly sell you arms off of the taxable revenue that you're generating, right? If you're of the mindset that like, well, you know, Putin is going to invade fucking Norway or some shit, okay? And Putin's going to invade all the way to like Eastern Germany once again. And that's why NATO has to exist. Mark Rutte destroys that notion. He literally, or at the very least, like he presents himself as such a servile little cuck that even if you had fears that Berlin would fall to Russian control, all of a sudden you're more focused on how much of a fucking disgusting little servile peasant. It breaks any kind of sovereignty narrative that European countries might have ever had. That's why I think people hate him, understandably. Yes, NATO attack, mini F. At the end of the day, European liberals will do whatever America asks of them. It is the left that needs to protest this 5% demand. Labor is literally cutting disability benefits at the same time, raising tens of billions for the military. Yeah, I mean, don't talk to me about the labor movement in the UK. He is now even more hated than when he was prime minister here in the Netherlands. He is known as a suck-up that bows to everyone, foreign or domestic.
But also the decision to keep Ukraine strong and the decision to increase our defense industrial production. So based on that...
Eurolibs are pissed about the 5% GDP thing. Everyone here hates it. Yeah, no shit. It's the most like burger America ass initiative, dude. 5% of your GDP, it's over. Like, it's so fucking over because that means austerity for all the social safety nets that actually made your lives manageable, okay? It turns every country in the European continent into America, into little Americas, so that you can have F-35 jets. What are you going to do? An F-35 jet is not healthcare, okay? You can't do healthcare with an F-35 jet. I'm sorry. What do you think the 5% is being invested in? What do you mean? American weapons. That's it. You got countries like Germany who think like, oh, we can do a war economy ourselves. We can do military Keynesianism here in Germany. We can basically renazify and remilitarize Germany and become defense contractors ourselves. But that also destroys the entire reason for wanting more. America is demanding more from European countries, so they purchase American weapons. They don't want Europe to become a market competitor. They don't want the European defense industry to become a competitive industry to the American weapons manufacturers. That's it.
that was Europe stepping up. This is again Europeans stepping up. So I've been in contact with many countries. I can tell you that at this moment, Germany massively, but also Finland and Denmark and Sweden and Norway, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Canada, they all want to be part of this. And this is only the first wave. There will be more. So what we will do is work through the NATO systems to make sure that we know what Ukrainians need, so that we can make packages. Of course, in a way we discussed.
Your encoder is breaking. It's not. It's my ISP. My ISP is busted. How can you fix the Fs, Smokey? I'm willing to hear you out. Let's do it.
At the Pentagon, in a way that, of course, the US will keep on its stockpiles necessary to defend this country. That's absolutely clear. But it will mean that Ukraine can get its hands on really massive numbers of military equipment, both for air defense, but also missiles, ammunition, etc., etc. So if I was Vladimir Putin today and hear you speaking about what you were planning to do in 50 days and this announcement, I would reconsider whether I should not take negotiations about Ukraine more seriously than I was doing at the moment, if I was Vladimir Putin. But when I'm Ukraine, I think this is really great news for that. So I really want to thank you for that. And it means the Europeans paying for it. And again, I mentioned all these countries, we will deal with that. And exactly as you said, it might also mean that countries will move equipment fast into Ukraine and then the US later backfilling it because speed is of the essence here. So really, thank you. This is important.
You did a great job. That's a really great job.
He's literally, his position as the general secretary is basically to say, thank you for spitting on my face, Mr. President. Thank you for pissing on me. It is raining. I love it. I love the rain. It's beautiful this time of the year. Thank you.
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan. You have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very bad.
Like the one saving grace of liberal, capitalist, liberal democracies in the West was its diminishing, but still comparatively robust social safety nets and its public goods. And that's going away. OBS settings advanced, scroll down the network, dynamically change bitrate to manage congestion. What is this? Advanced. Scroll down. I don't even think I can do that while I'm live, but scroll down to network. It's not oh yeah, I can't scroll down the network and change network while I'm live. I guess I could try and do that by swapping over to another. Hold on, I'll do a BRB screen real quick and see if I can do it. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see if it works. Hey, we got him, boys. Let's see. Maybe there's no more lag. No more ads.
We did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great leaders, and they were great. But Rwanda and the Congo, that was going on for 30 years, and at least 7 million people killed, and killed with a lot of pretty rough weapons like machetes, heads chopped off, going on for many years. You couldn't even get near the country.
Smokey, if this still F's, I'm banning you. I'm perma banning you. Okay.
Nobody wanted to get near. It's so frightening. And
I'll
we got
ban
that
you.
one solved. Serbia, Kosovo, got that solved. That was going to be one that was going to happen. And again, that was something I use. I use STRAIGHT for a lot of things, but it's great for settling wars. That was really very important. We're working, Marco is working very hard with everybody here on the Strip, the Gaza Strip. I call it the Gaza Strip, one of the worst real estate deals ever made. They gave up the oceanfront property, one of the worst deals ever made. But it was supposed to bring peace, and it didn't bring peace. It brought the opposite. But we're doing pretty well on Gaza. Steve Witkoff is here, and I think we could have something fairly soon to talk about. And we solved another one, that we just seem to have, Armenia and Azerbaijan. It looks like that's going to come to a conclusion, successful conclusion. We worked on Egypt with a next door neighbor who, it's a good neighbor, they're friends of mine, but they happened to build a dam which closed up water going into a thing called the Nile. I think if I'm Egypt, I want to have water in the Nile, and we're working on that one. It's a problem, but it's going to get solved. They built one of the biggest dams in the world, a little bit outside of Egypt. You know about that? You've been hearing about that one. And that turned out to be a big problem. I don't know. I think the United States funded the dam. I don't know why they didn't solve the problem before they built the dam. But it's nice when the Nile River has water. It's a very important source of income and life. It's the life of Egypt. And to take that away is pretty incredible. But we think we're going to have that solved very quickly.
Enough champagne to fill the Nile.
The only one we haven't been able to get to yet is Russia. And I'm not happy. And I will tell you that Ukraine wants to do something. Again, it's a war that should have never started. If I were president, it never would have happened. I used to speak to President Putin about it a lot. It was the apple of his eye.
The new 5% doesn't go only towards weapons. It also funds R&D for things like new rails, trains, hospitals, reinforcing existing hospitals, etc. That Europe as a whole just hasn't been putting enough into its defense, which is why Ursula herself decided to invest 800 billion euros all of a sudden. It's just crazy that European countries invested less than 2% each year with all the ongoing wars. Sure, bud. Maybe it's just me, but I love NATO. When NATO invades a country, chat honestly believes it's a defensive invasion. NATO is a shining light on a truth that international law too often obfuscates. Protection rackets are profitable. Who is anyone to say that NATO's opinion isn't valid? What NATO is doing is reminding us of a dream that we forgot. That in this world, America will invade anywhere to raise Raytheon stock prices. Yeah, no, it's when Trump says you need 5% of your GDP to be dedicated to purchasing American weapons. What he actually means is like, I want you to do more socialism. I want you to desperately fund your underfunded hospitals. You know, that's what I want you to do.
But once I saw what was going on, I said, they're gonna have a war here. I was outside. Election was rigged. And I was outside looking in, and I said, that thing's going to be a war. Couldn't believe it, because what Biden said was the exact opposite of what should have been said. And it started, and it's a real mess. We're losing, I guess they're losing 5,000 or 6,000 people a day. It's actually now more. I was saying 5,000 a day. It's actually more now. Mostly soldiers, but a lot of people in cities and towns that are getting blown up too. It's a horrible war. And it should be stopped. And so if it's not done, if we don't have an agreement in 50 days, that's what we're doing. Secondary tariffs. And they're biting. And I hope we don't get to the point where we do. But I've been hearing so much talk. It's all talk. It's all talk, and then missiles go into Kiev and kill 60 people. It's got to stop. That's got to stop. But the purpose of this is to say that...
I will say... Trump does seem genuinely disturbed that Vladimir Putin is not playing ball. Like, it literally, I don't think he gives a shit about the death or whatever. Obviously, he doesn't care about anything but himself. But it does kind of feel like he's actually hurt. Like I don't know, not to be super parasocial. Not to be parasocial with Donald Trump, but like since the Vladimir stop, since that moment where he went, Vladimir stop, I've been thinking a lot about this, and it does seem like he genuinely thought Vladimir Putin actually thought he was like super cool. I think he legitimately thought when Vladimir Putin was like, "Oh, you are the best, Mr. President. You are so bold. You are so brave. You are so strong. I hate liberals." He was like, "Oh, he loves me. He thinks I'm so strong. It's real. He respects me because I'm a powerful man, just like he is. We were gonna ride off into the sunset together on horseback, no shirt. He saw me as the apple of his eye." Like it feels like he's just actually hurt. Like he looks genuinely disturbed.
This is a very big deal we've made. This is billions of dollars worth of military equipment is going to be purchased.
That's right. Now I'm gonna send Patriot missiles to Ukraine. I didn't want to do it. Zell Disney is basically Kamala Harris. And I hate him, but now I'm sending him reluctantly the Patriot missiles because Vladimir hurt my feelings.
From the United States, going to NATO, etc. And that's going to be quickly distributed to the battlefield. Ukraine will take it up. And, say what you want about Ukraine. When the war started, they had no chance. And they still would have had no chance if the equipment, they had the best equipment, because we do make the best planes and missiles, and we make the best military equipment in the world.
Yeah, how are you gonna fucking make this seem as though it's any different than the Biden position now? That's a real question. Because like, how does this look any different than the Biden position? Doesn't this, it is the Biden position for the record. Doesn't this also make you look really fucking stupid? Because now, not only are you taking the Biden position, but you also, for the past couple of months, for no reason whatsoever, ended up harming the Ukrainian position up until you inevitably got back to the Biden position. You got fucked over by Vladimir Putin. I guess the difference is that Trump is actually negotiating. Yeah. But a negotiations process is supposed to happen where you make demands of the opposing side. A negotiation process does not mean you actually fuck over your product. Uh-oh. Permaban that chatter. I mean, it was it was brief. It was a small F. It wasn't that big. Okay, calm down.
World by far. We have new things coming out that are beyond belief, and I'm very excited about the Golden Dome. It's going to give us very strong protection. We've already started that, but they had courage because somebody has to use that equipment. And they fought with tremendous courage, and they continue to fight with tremendous courage. But they don't have, they're losing on equipment, and Russia's really taken a very positive, very strong. I mean, what they've done the last.
I can explore why it's happening in the future. It's my ISP most likely.
Missiles, bombing cities. This is not because of military goals. It is just creating panic, keeping people out of their sleeps, hitting towns. It's really terrible, and it is meaning a lot of people lose their lives, but also the infrastructure, whole cities being
Well, they're wiping out the electric. It's going to take years to rebuild it. That's going to be the next problem, because that's going to take a long time. Cities, many of the cities are knocked down to the ground. Many of the people have left, but many have stayed. I don't know. They actually stay. Most have stayed, actually. It's incredible that they stay, and knowing that a missile could be hitting your apartment house, and your apartment house that you're sitting in could collapse on top of you.
Apartment house.
And they do very heavy construction. They don't use rebar. They do very thick concrete construction. Those are heavy buildings, big buildings and heavy buildings, and they collapse like they're made out of paper. It's unbelievable to see this happening with people, so many people being killed. So we think we're going to make progress, and we hope we're going to make progress. In the meantime, we're going to get you good service on what you need. And we really became friendly with NATO this last meeting. You know, we went from 2% to 5%, which everyone said was not even a possibility. They weren't paying 2%. Many of them were paying much less than 2%.
But even those, since you became president, all committed to the 2% before.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You are such a cuck. God damn it. I don't want to hear any fucking... Unless our European counterparts are able to do the right thing and overthrow their servile administrators that have sold off their wealth to the American military industrial complex. I don't want to hear about European sovereignty ever again. They're worse than the fucking Gulf states, dude. How is that even possible? Like, they're more servile than the Gulf states are. They're certainly way, way more servile than Latin American countries are. It's 3.5%. Stop lying.
For the summit, and now collectively we committed to the 5%.
That's right, they did. And they've been very good. And I think I made a lot of friends over there. We had a couple of days of very intensive talks, and they're great people. They're leaders of countries.
I think one of the craziest, most predictable outcomes of this is going to be it's going to accelerate the destruction of any kind of welfare, any kind of like social safety nets that existed, that has already been like slowly getting hit with austerity measures. And this obviously has created this environment that right-wing fascist parties have taken advantage of. Okay? And the right-wing fascist parties are going to take even more advantage of this to bring up like sovereignty conversations, only to like totally capitulate to Trump, for the record. They'll just do the same thing that Republicans do here, which is blame immigrants, as they already are. They're blaming the refugees. They're blaming Islam, all this shit. And they're going to improve their standing in their own respective democratic processes. And then, of course, they're going to completely stay the course when it comes to America's interests and beefing up their militaries, reforming the UK, AfD in Germany, the Nationalist Party in France. Just a way, way more aggressive, more militarized European Union that where racism is the only game in town.
Many of them great countries, some of them smaller countries, but for the most part, I'd say very solid, strong countries, and very successful. Some of them are among the most successful countries in the world. So that's the story. We hope that's going to have an impact on Vladimir Putin, and we hope it's going to have an impact on Ukraine also. We want to make sure that Ukraine does what they have to do. All of a sudden they may feel emboldened, or maybe they don't want. You know, this is a very difficult situation.
Ukraine wants a peace deal.
I think so.
And they will stay committed to that, there's no doubt. They want it. But the Russians have to become
They have to continue to want it, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
You and I will make sure of that.
All of a sudden they get no.
You and I will make sure of that.
We'll make sure. I feel confident that they will do what has to be done. Plus, we have certain parameters that both sides know, and we already know what should be done. So I think that's going to be it's going to be very strong. We want everlasting peace.
When people say at least the AfD runs on anti-war, I don't know about the others. I need you to understand it's like the same as Tucker Carlson running on isolationism. It's not real. It's bullshit. They're taking advantage of the lack of interest from liberals and the supposedly like anti-fascist coalition parties that are not anti-war at all. They're taking advantage of the void in communications. That's it. It's the exact same thing that is happening in America, and then it's also like, I mean, that's what Trump did. Guys, Trump ran on anti-war. Remember, Trump ran on anti-war, okay? Now, there are real anti-war parties out there, left parties, that are actually anti-war. But their success is stunted by liberals that spend every waking moment launching a strong opposition against them rather than the actual fucking right-wing parties. Now, there is some coalition. There is sometimes there are coalitions. There is a little bit of success. Like with what France Unbowed was able to pull off. But then look at what Macron did.
Any questions, France? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. What was the tipping point for you in making this decision? Was it a conversation with President Putin? Was it a piece of intelligence? And why are you giving 50 more days?
I think I think it's a very short period of time. I think they'll forget. I've just really been involved in this for not very long. And it wasn't initial focus. This is a Biden war. This is a Democrat war, not a Republican or Trump war. This is a war that would have never happened. It shouldn't have happened. A lot of people being killed. When the final numbers come in, you're going to see a lot more people are being killed in this war than you think, than you've been writing about. It's a very deadly war. They're all bad, but this is a very deadly war. The numbers are going to be far greater. When an apartment house comes down, and they say 2 people were slightly injured. No, many people were killed. And those numbers will be at some point accurately reported. So far, they're not. It's a deadly war. I think that you're just going to see, I think you're going to see strong movement. I hope so. I hope so.
And what about
the secondary tariffs are very, very powerful.
What about the tariffs that the Republicans in the House and the Senate have ready? Those were 500%. Sure. Why are you doing 100%?
Well, the Republicans are moving very strongly in the Senate, giving us total control of it. But I'm not sure we need it, but it's certainly good that they're doing it. And Lindsey Graham's working hard. The whole John Thune, all of them, they're all working hard. And they're in coordination with Mike Johnson, Speaker in the House. And I think they've actually crafted a pretty good piece of legislation. It's probably going to pass very easily. And that includes Democrats. And there's some little tweaks. But I don't want to say I don't need it because I don't want them to waste their time. It could be very useful. We'll have to see. But we can do secondary. We're probably talking about 100% or something like that.
So can you clarify?
We can do secondary. We can do secondary tariffs without the Senate, without the House. But what they're crafting also could be very good.
So are you suggesting then that the Congress should move forward with those sanctions, the 500%, and that your 100 would be a separate additional package?
Yeah, I mean the 500 is, sort of meaningless after a while because at a certain point it doesn't matter. It's not going to be, it's 100. 100 is going to serve the same function. But I have it at 100%. They may have it. I don't know what they're going to end up with. They may have it at 100 too. They may have it at 500. But they're doing some good work in the House, and I think in the House and the Senate. And as you know, they're coordinated, and they can have it done quickly. They said they'll have it as quickly as I need it. So we'll see. We're talking to them. In fact, John Thune's coming over later on to talk.
Did you call for it yet?
Yeah, he's gonna come over.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it your view that Vladimir Putin mischaracterized his dedication to? Is it your view that Vladimir Putin did not clarify his intention to a peace deal?
Well,
and what happens now in the next phase? Is there?
You're going to see. I mean, we're going to go for a period of time. Maybe he'll start negotiating. I think I felt, I don't know about you, Mark, but I felt that we had a deal about 4 times. Mm-hmm. And here we are, still talking about it.
And he didn't send serious people to the negotiations. So I remember that you were able, with Marco Rubio and with Steve Witkoff, to get these talks going in Istanbul. Yep. I remember I was myself in Turkey for NATO business in May.
Yeah. Say how brilliant he was, Mark.
We really put pressure on the Ukrainians to send a senior team into Istanbul, and they did. But then the Russians came up with this historian explaining history of Russia.
Say how brilliant he was, dude. Go ahead.
We thought, and I thought, we should have had a deal done a long time ago. But it just keeps going on and on and on. And every night people are dying. A lot of people, a lot of Russian soldiers are dying, by the way. And a lot of Ukrainian soldiers too. But a lot of Russian soldiers are dying.
100,000 Russian soldiers since 1st of January. Since January. 100,000 Russian soldiers dead since January. So if anybody in Moscow is listening to this, again,
dude, that is the, okay. That part, that level of glaze is inappropriate. Okay? This level of fucking glaze is unacceptable. I'm sorry. Even saying that, like, Trump actually was brilliant in terms of dealing with Russia, that is crazy. To be like, oh, you did such a good job, Mr. President, by forcing Zelensky's hand into taking a shitty deal. Like, who the fuck believes that? You are daddy, Mr. President. You are daddy.
100,000 dead Russians since January. This is what President Putin is doing at the moment.
Yeah, please.
Will these be Patriot missiles specifically, or Patriot batteries that you're planning? And when do you
everything? It's Patriots. It's all of them. It's a full complement with the batteries.
And when do you expect them to arrive in Ukraine, sir?
Well, we're going to have some come very soon, within days, actually. Because a couple of the countries that have Patriots are going to swap over and will replace the Patriots with the ones they have. And Matt will coordinate with NATO. But so it's going to be, they're going to start arriving very soon.
And this afternoon, Boris Pistorius, the German defense minister, is visiting Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, and we'll discuss also, I think, on this whole Patriot thing. Norway is involved, so that's on the Patriots, but this whole deal is also about missiles or ammunition, so it's broader than Patriots.
We have one country that has 17 Patriots getting ready to be shipped. They're not going to need them for them. So we're going to work a deal where the 17 will go, or a big portion of the 17 will go to the war site.
Mr. President.
That can be done very quickly.
Mr. President.
Mr. President,
yeah, please.
Could this transaction with NATO be viewed as a step towards achieving peace, letting Putin know that now Zelensky has a little bit more powerful tools in his tool chest, and maybe that brings him to the table to achieve peace? I know that you wanted to do that.
Brian, that's what we've been saying. I think you might have expressed it better if you wanted to.
Wait, okay. I mean, isn't that, yeah, giving Ukraine more leverage so they have a better bargain in terms of ceasefire talks is literally the original fucking Biden answer. Obviously, they were not interested in negotiating with Russia at all, Western powers. But that was how they sold it originally. That's literally how they fucking sold it. What happened? The question I got here for everybody is, how is this any different than what Biden said he wanted to do? Trump made a promise. Trump made a promise to change the trajectory here and focus on peace and focus on a ceasefire. He was Mr. I'm going to end all the wars. Also, this is quite the anti-Semitic prospect, I might add. Especially considering that every single one of those Patriot missiles could be sent to the most moral nation on the planet, and instead is now being sent to a nation that is not so moral, Ukraine, as opposed to the most moral nation on the planet, Israel. After all, Israel can make better use of these Patriot missiles by, I don't know, agitating yet another regional power player or something, and then will have to defend itself. Israel, after all, has a right to defend itself. A right that transcends beyond other countries' national boundaries. It's quite fucked up that these guys are even sitting around talking about any sort of extra batteries going anywhere but Israel. I really don't like it. I hate to say it, chat. It seems like Donald Trump is behaving in an anti-Semitic fashion. Iran is just sitting there menacingly. Yeah, Moravia has a right to defend itself. Historic Moravian land. No politique here.
That's exactly what
That's a summary.
That was a nice summary. I think he's done better than us. He's a very good guy, I can tell you that. But no, it's well said. Yeah, I think this is a chance at getting peace. Or it's just going to be the same thing. I have to tell you, Europe has a lot of spirit for this war. A lot of people, when I first got involved, I really didn't think they did, but they do. And I saw that a month ago, and you were there, most of you, many of you were there. The level of esprit de corps, spirit that they have is amazing. They really think it's a very, very important thing to do, or they wouldn't be doing it. Look, they're agreeing to, they're paying for everything. We're not paying anymore. We have an ocean separating us. I said, we have a problem. We make the best stuff, but we can't keep doing this. And Biden should have done this years ago. He should have done it from the beginning, but he didn't. He didn't know he was there. This guy, what a horrible job they did for this country. And I just hope between the border and this and so many other inflation, what a horrible administration. The worst administration in history, in my opinion. That's not my opinion. I think it's everybody's opinion. But this is something that shouldn't have happened, and we're going to see if we can end it.
If I can follow up.
I do want to make one statement. Again, I said it before. This is not Trump's war. We're here to try and get it finished and settled and whatever. Because nobody wins with this. This is a loser from every standpoint.
From day
this
one.
was Biden and this was other people. And it's very sad. It's a very sad situation. This gentleman.
Isn't that right, Mark? Or Mike? Whatever your fucking name is. Doesn't Biden suck? Say Biden sucks, Rutte.
He's doing a great job. I think he's going to get it, and Matt and everybody else that's working on it, I think you'll get this thing over with, hopefully.
Mr. President, you've praised European countries today as standing up for Ukraine, as being strong. Will you allow them to continue to negotiate tariffs lower than 30% before August 1st, or is the deal set at this point?
What does that mean? You mean you're talking about the tariffs?
On trade, on tariffs.
You're back on tariffs. You're on a more friendly tariff, right? A little bit more friendly tariff.
Perhaps.
No, we're going to be talking to people. We have, I watched the show this morning. They were talking about, well, when's he going to make the deal? The deals are already made. The letters are the deals. The deals are made. There are no deals to make. They would like to do a different kind of a deal, and we're always open to talk. We are open to talk, including to Europe. In fact, they're coming over. They'd like to talk to us.
Mr. President, is there any concern about the U.S. stockpiles? There was a pause in delivery of weaponry to Ukraine in order to evaluate, apparently, the U.S. stockpiles. What came out of that?
Evaluation. I mean, this was a very big, what we're talking about today is a very, very big day. And what Pete was doing, and me too, I knew what Pete was doing, was evaluation, because we knew this was going to happen. And now we actually announced it. They voted on it. It's all been done. So obviously that has a big impact on, when you say pause, obviously you're not going to be doing things if you don't know what's going to happen here. But we were pretty sure this was going to happen, so we did a little bit of a pause. But this is a very big event today. This is something
Mr.
very
President, if Putin escalates further, how far are you willing to go in response?
In what?
How far are you willing to go if Putin were to escalate, send more bombs in the coming days?
Don't ask me a question like that. How far? I want to get the war settled. They're not Americans that are dying in it, and I have a problem. And JD.
Nasty question. Asking me how far I'll go. Nasty. I don't want to think about it.
He has a problem. It's a stance that he's had for a long time. They're not Americans dying, but there are a lot of people dying, and on something that should be able to be settled. And we all agree with that. This group of people, we want to defend our country, but ultimately, having a strong Europe is a very good thing. It's a very good thing. So I'm okay with that. Yeah, please, in the back.
Yeah, is there a ceiling on what the Europeans are willing to pay for? And it sounds like, well, are you ruling out the U.S. paying for from additional weapons through drawdown authority?
Shall I try to answer that? Because basically what the president is saying, that he is willing, of course, taking consideration what the US needs itself. So it's not that you can have a shopping list and you can order whatever you want, because the US has to make sure that the US keeps its hand on what the US needs, also to keep the whole world safe, because in the end you are the police agent of the whole world. You're the most powerful nation on earth, the most powerful military on earth. But given that...
Oh my God, bro. Bro. Wipe it off before you speak, bro. Wipe it off. You're gargling. Oh my God. The US is the most moral and the biggest military, the best police force in the world. Oh my God. Hawk Ruta. Yeah, Hawk Tua is what he's doing. Holy fuck!
The US has decided to indeed massively supply Ukraine with what is necessary through NATO. Europeans 100% paying for that. And what we have been doing over the last couple of days is talking with countries, and I just mentioned the ones who in the first wave immediately said, we want to chip in. And then you are really talking about big numbers. Take Germany visiting today, they're really talking about big numbers.
Can we get some clarity?
I will say that I spoke with Germany, spoke with most of the larger countries, and they are really enthusiastic about this. They want to, and they're willing to go very far. I will tell you, as per your question, how far would I go? They want to go very far. They don't want this to happen. That's why I think from Putin's standpoint, it would really be good. He gets the country's economy is doing very poorly, and he's got to get his economy back. He's got to save his economy. He could save his country in a sense. But the economy can destroyed a lot of countries over the years. He wants to get that economy back. And he's got a great country for trading and other things. If they could use the assets instead of war, he's got...
Can we get a Mark Rutte emote? Yeah, we already have one. It's called Riding in all caps. It's this one. I've never seen such a fucking sexual display.
Some tremendous potential, that's what I would say.
How did you deliver this news to Putin, sir?
Say it?
How did you tell Putin this was coming?
I speak to him a lot about getting this thing done. And I always hang up and say, well, that was a nice phone call. And then missiles are launched into Kiev or some other city. And I said, it's strange. And after that happens 3 or 4 times, you say, the talk doesn't mean anything. My conversations with him are always very pleasant. I say, isn't that a very lovely conversation? And then the missiles go off that night. I go home, I tell the First Lady, I spoke to Vladimir today. We had a wonderful conversation.
Bro, why are you saying this out loud? It's so embarrassing, dude.
She said, oh, really? Another city was just hit. So it's like, look, he's, I don't want to say he's an assassin, but he's a tough guy. It's been proven over the years. He's fooled a lot of people. He fooled Bush. He fooled a lot of people. He fooled Clinton, Bush, Obama, Biden. He didn't fool me. But what I do say is that at a certain point, ultimately talk doesn't talk. It's got to be action. It's got to be results. And I hope he...
You just described him fooling you. By your own admission, more than 4 times. You're literally the most sad I've ever seen you. He just explained how he got tricked on numerous occasions with Vladimir Putin after having a delightful conversation. He just turns around and is like, oh yeah, I would love to do a ceasefire, and then blows up another fucking Ukrainian city. What is that if not being fooled?
Does it? It's potentially such a great country to be wasting so many people on this and the money. And look at what's happened to his economy. Look at what's happened. So,
and with the threat in 50 days,
yeah,
the economy will be hit very hard.
I mean, look, I hope he's going to do it. He knows the deal. He knows what a fair deal is. If there is such a thing as a fair deal, there's no winners here. This is a loser. This is a loser. And I dealt with him from the beginning. It wouldn't have happened, but I will say Ukraine was the apple of his eye. We talk about it. It was the apple of his eye, but it wasn't going to happen. And he understood that. It wasn't going to happen. And then I noticed, after I was out, I noticed soldiers forming at the border.
Yeah.
And then I heard horrible, stupid things being said from the other side. And I said, they're really handling it very, very wrong. It's a shame. Yeah.
Can I add one thing, and that is about President Trump, because you came in office in January. On the 12th of February, you had your first phone call with Putin. I think you did exactly what I hope you would do. That is breaking the deadlock, starting the conversation, because you have to test him. I know Putin very well from the days when I was Prime Minister in the Netherlands. You have to test him. And you did this, and you really gave him a chance to be serious, to get to the table, to start negotiations. Steve Witkoff, Marco Rubio, we all tried to help you. But you've now come to a point where you say, well, hey...
We actually thought we had probably 4 times the deal.
Yeah.
I mean, you would have called and you said, this looks good.
Yeah.
And then the deal wouldn't happen because bombs would be thrown out that night, and you'd say, we're not making any deals. It was like...
But you breaking the deadlock was crucial, because you had to start that process, and you were the only one who was able to do that.
I think we'll get it done.
Do you think he's reasonable enough to negotiate an end to this?
I think we're going to get it done. I think, look, this is a very powerful situation. You have very wealthy countries buying the best equipment in the world. And we have the best equipment in the world. We make equipment like no other. You know, our submarines, nuclear submarines, are so powerful. They're the most powerful weapon ever built. And we have the best in the world they're 20 years behind, 25 years behind us. We have the greatest equipment anywhere in the world. I just hope we don't have to use it. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a separate topic here, President Biden, of all people, spoke to the New York Times over the weekend. He did not speak to them on the record during his time in office at all, but he spoke to them recently. And he defended his use of the auto pen and said that he signed off on every decision. But at the same time, the Times reports that he did not individually approve each name for the categorical pardons that applied to large numbers of people. What are your take on that? Any new revelations from that?
Well, I mean, you're talking about the auto pen. Look, the auto pen, I think, is maybe one of the biggest scandals that we've had in 50 to 100 years. This is a tremendous scandal. And I know the people on the other side of the, see that desk, that Resolute desk? Unfortunately, he used it before me. But, you know, we have a choice of 7 desks. They're all beautiful, but I chose the Resolute, and so did he, unfortunately. But the people on the other side of the Resolute desk, I know them. Lisa, the whole group, and they're no good. They're sick people. And I guarantee you he knew nothing about what he was signing. I guarantee it. So they're going to figure it out, and we'll see what happens. But to me, the auto pen, you know, you elected president. You know what the auto pen is supposed to do? Sign thousands of letters from young people that write. We get thousands of letters a week, Susie, right? Thousands. I mean, tens of thousands sometimes. I look at a room, there's a room where we have many, many people working, responding and sending letters back. That's what an auto pen's supposed to be.
Biden's auto pen. Leave me out of this. Don't listen to this guy. Eyes emoji. What did you do? Auto pen. Biden's auto pen. Thousands from the standpoint of letter writing. Auto pens that's what they're supposed to do. So many young people writing letters to me. Believe it. Auto pen. Auto pen.
Goliath last night near the Black Sea in southern Ukraine after yet more Russian drone attacks. 6 people were killed, it was reported, in another region in the north of the country. As Russia's bombardment of Ukraine continues to escalate, European leaders have been desperate to forge an effective response.
The head of NATO, Mark Rutte.
And in Washington today came the imagery and words they craved. From a US president and NATO Secretary General announcing an arms deal for Ukraine.
We make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best of everything. The European nations know that. And we've made a deal today, and I'm going to have Mark speak about it, but we've made a deal today where we are going to be sending them weapons and they're going to be paying for them.
This is what the Ukrainian president has been asking for and will now get. More Patriot missiles to add to the undisclosed number already in Ukraine. Considered one of the most advanced air defense systems in the US arsenal, these mobile units can destroy incoming missiles and aircraft, but at an eye-watering cost. A single Patriot battery costs over $1 billion. The deal, America supplies, NATO countries buy, then send to Ukraine.
Will these be Patriot missiles specifically, or Patriot batteries that you're planning? And when do you
everything? It's Patriots. It's all of them. It's a full complement with the batteries.
And when do you expect them to arrive in Ukraine, sir?
Well, we're going to have some come very soon, within days, actually.
Mark Rutte may have been ridiculed for his recent fawning approach to Trump over the president's actions in Iran. But the charm offensive, he might argue, has paid off handsomely, with Ukraine's renewed access now to US Patriots, missiles and other ammunition.
It's not that you can have a shopping list and you can order whatever you want, because the US has to make sure that the US keeps its hand on what the US needs, also to keep the whole world safe, because in the end you are the police agent of the whole world. You're the most powerful nation on earth, the most powerful military on earth. But given that, the US has decided to indeed massively supply Ukraine with what is necessary through NATO.
Always, sir. How are you, sir?
As air raid sirens...
It's so funny that first term Trump, European leaders hated this brash guy, okay? They hated the way he presented himself. They hated the optics of it. And they very actively showed their distaste for Trump's antics. But they realized that anyone who actually glazed Trump aggressively, Trump would glaze back. So now they're basically doing exactly that. They're like, oh shit, I didn't realize if we just like prostitute ourselves with Donald Trump and keep saying you're the best, you're the brightest, you're the boldest president of all time. Yeah, we hate Biden. Then he'll do whatever necessary. So then why did you call them a cuck? Because they are. What do you mean? They are cucked. There is nothing more cucked than having to sit there and be like, yeah, it was awesome when you yelled at Zelensky, Mr. President. It was actually brilliant when you just explained you got duped by Vladimir Putin 4 times. Yes, we would love to give up more of our own taxable revenue so that we can fucking purchase American weapons. What is that if not cucked?
Echoed across Kyiv this morning, images emerged of the Ukrainian president meeting Keith Kellogg, the US special envoy. More talk of weapons, more warm words.
We have often meetings with you and your team. Thanks to your team also for coming to Kyiv. Thank you so much. We are thankful to President Trump for his all messages and very strong decisions about resuming delivers for us. Decisions very positive for both countries.
It is all in stark contrast to this.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
The infamous belittling by Trump and his team of the Ukrainian president in February. But Trump's blind spot when it comes to Putin, whose defense ministry claimed today to have taken more Ukrainian territory, has turned into uncharacteristic frustration of late. Perhaps
like, this was Trump. This was Trump's additional gift of Vladimir Putin. sure, part of this is an inevitability, given that there isn't enough manpower on the Ukrainian side. But in the process of just like potentially coming to the table for a ceasefire deal, you just shut off weapons transfers and then simultaneously undermine your proxy, which undermines you. This is the thing that Trump doesn't understand. If you undermine your proxy, you're undermining yourself. Who the fuck negotiates like that? It doesn't make any sense. It's very obvious that he genuinely thought that Vladimir Putin's praise in private correspondence, he thought was real. Like, he genuinely thought Vladimir Putin thought he was awesome and smart and strong. He's such a fucking moron. I swear to God.
Perhaps Trump sees it as a personal slight, that his attempts at forging a ceasefire have been repeatedly rebuffed.
My conversations with him are always very pleasant. They say, isn't that a very lovely conversation? And then the missiles go off that night. I go home, I tell the First Lady, and I spoke to Vladimir today. We had a wonderful conversation. She said, oh, really? Another city was just hit. So it's like, look, he's... I don't want to say he's an assassin, but he's a tough guy. It's been proven over the years. He's fooled a lot of people. He fooled Bush. He fooled a lot of people. He fooled Clinton, Bush, Obama.
Not me, though. Even though I just described the process of being fooled by Vladimir.
Biden, he didn't fool me.
Trump is threatening secondary tariffs of 100% on countries doing business with Russia unless a deal can be reached in 50 days. It is a significant shift in this president's approach to Russia.
I don't think this is a big mover or shaker for a lot of the Republicans. I don't even think they care about it as much as they do about Israel. I'd be shocked if they were like, well, now you're just doing what Biden was doing on Ukraine. Promises made, promises not kept. It's entirely, I would say, I would say that it's more so about like America having egg on its face. They'll just basically it undermines America's position. Some in his fan base will still go, brilliant move, Mr. President. I don't think this is a big break-off point for a lot of people. I don't think they give a shit about Ukraine one way or another. This is not as big as like Esptein.
Trump brought Attorney General Pam Bondi along last night and gave her a thumbs up as he attended the FIFA Club World Cup final, even as some of his most fervent supporters are accusing her of a cover-up.
I don't think he realizes how much she's humiliated the administration. This is a self-inflicted wound. She caused it. Again, I have nothing against Pam Bondi, but if you want to look for the villain in this story, we have found her.
Over the weekend, Trump wrote that Bondi is doing a, quote, fantastic job, and told his supporters, we're on Team MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. Some of Trump's supporters are blaming Bondi for the administration's decision not to release more information related to the investigation of Jeffrey Esptein, the accused sex trafficker who was found dead in his jail cell in an apparent suicide in 2019. Trump, like many other New York celebrities, had some association with Esptein. This video of Trump with Esptein is from 1992. When Esptein was arrested in 2019, Trump said they had previously had a falling out and had not spoken in 15 years. It was Attorney General Bondi who set expectations earlier this year that the DOJ and FBI files on Esptein would be released.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive.
I don't understand. Why do they even go this hard? Like, I don't... Like, I never thought that they would release these files. I told you that it was not going to happen because of who would be implicated. But, like, I don't get why they just, like, didn't... I don't get why they went so hard on it, where they were like, oh yeah, we're going to release it. The only thing I can think of is, like, maybe they thought genuinely that it wouldn't, like, implicate Israel too much, and then Israel came in and was like, you can't do this. You know what I mean? Maybe they thought they could just, like, get away with not showing anything. Oh, yeah, this was my favorite post. As a former Israeli prime minister, with the Mossad having reported directly to me, I say to you with 100% certainty, the accusation that Jeffrey Epstein somehow worked for Israel or the Mossad running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false. Oh, if you say so. Yeah, now I 100% believe that he was a fucking Israeli asset, bro. Get the fuck out of here. This is like, this is even worse than when Kash Patel came out and was like, wouldn't you trust me, Joe? If I had something, I would reveal it. Yeah, nothing to see here, folks. Just former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak hanging out at Epstein's New York City apartment all masked up. Epstein's conduct, both the criminal and merely despicable, had nothing whatsoever to do with the Mossad or the state of Israel. Epstein never worked for the Mossad. This accusation is a lie being peddled by prominent online personalities such as Tucker Carlson, pretending they know things they don't. They just make things up, say it with confidence, and these lies stick because it's Israel. There's a vicious wave of slander and lies against my country and my people, and we just won't take it anymore. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein was just like a prolific pedophile only for himself. And all of the other famous people, powerful people that were in his orbit were just there simply because they really enjoyed his company. Former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, included. You guys don't understand. He really loved how sick the vibes were. Leaving aside Epstein's close ties to 4 Israeli prime ministers, including the current one, whom he introduced to JP Morgan execs, no one is capable of critical thought believes anything you say. That's because you and your fellow Israeli leaders have told too many lies, stolen too much land, and cried anti-Semitism one too many times. The only time you seem to be telling the truth is when you boast about your propensity for mass murder, such as when you say, I've killed lots of Arabs in my life, and there's no problem with that. Like Epstein, you thought you could get away with your crimes indefinitely, but the people have seen enough, and their wrath will only grow. It's so funny because, like, you know this is a big deal that is targeted the normie sphere, because you got motherfuckers like Penguinzo, also known as Moist Critical, also known as Charlie, coming out of fucking hiatus, and instead of like, I don't know, whatever the fuck he was doing, because he's like, he hasn't really been doing a lot of like drama stuff or anything that's like related to politics at all, and has basically decided to finally fucking make a statement. One of Epstein's closest friends was former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. A key source of Epstein's vast wealth, though mysterious, was from Les Wexner, whose primary life cause is Israel. Ghislaine Maxwell's father, the billionaire Robert Maxwell, was a Mossad agent who mysteriously died after that was reported. Though Maxwell was British, Israel gave him a state funeral when he died. But they do that to everybody, bro. Who amongst us hasn't gotten an Israeli state funeral, bro? Chill. Epstein got the red carpet treatment when visiting Israel. Epstein bankrolled major investments in Israeli tech. But fine, if Epstein had no ties to Israeli intelligence or any other intel service, which is theoretically possible, why can't Pam Bondi, the CIA, and FBI say that? I just don't get it. I don't understand. Except I do understand. I mean, do you need anything else? Do you need anything else other than someone like Naftali Bennett coming out and being like, Epstein has no ties to Israel? As soon as an Israeli person, as soon as an Israeli politician, current, former, past, present, doesn't matter. As soon as they come out and they're like, this is not the Mossad. Jeffrey Epstein was not a part of the Mossad. This is anti-Semitism. I'm like, okay, well, he's definitely Mossad then. As soon as you hit that line, I'm like, okay, now I know for sure. Because, sorry, after this many months of unlimited baby murder, when Israel says something, just know that the opposite is 100% true. If Israel said to me that it's raining outside, I would assume it's the most beautiful sunny day of all time. Okay? If Israel were to say to me that the water is drinkable and you must drink it, you need it for hydration, I would never drink water ever again. All jokes aside, yeah, if there is a Israeli politician whose mouth is open and is moving and they're making sounds, know that they're fucking lying, okay? I'm sorry. They have never told the truth. Ever. They have literally never told the truth. Why the fuck would we ever believe anything that an Israeli politician, former or current, ever says, other than just the assumption that it's the exact opposite? I just saw a video titled "The Grift is Over" and I genuinely don't know how to feel. Lying is too OP. What grift? Jean-Luc Brunel, a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein, was found hanged in his prison cell where the security cameras were not working. He is pictured on Epstein's private island wearing a hat which reads, Israel Army. What do you mean? The only thing that annoys me about this Israel stuff with respect to Jeffrey Epstein is that a lot of people like Tucker Carlson will fucking make it seem as though he was just a Mossad guy and he wasn't also a CIA guy. And even the same with like Benjamin Netanyahu. I hate that. I hate when ban that chatter. They're trying to promo scum slop tuber video. What is it? This is the video that chatter
point, like
was.
there'll be people.
The political grift is over. American Redact. Wait, why? It's not slop tuber, I don't think. I think they're talking about like how, I don't know who this YouTuber is, but they're very clearly talking about all of the right-wing like MAGA Trump. I don't know if he is a slop tuber or not, but he's basically saying that like a lot of these a lot of these MAGA adjacent podcasters are now getting off the Trump train, which I think is correct. It is what's happening. Intriguing. Megyn Kelly claims to have sources within the government that say Epstein did not kill himself and that he did have ties to intelligence, and kind of rakes Ben Shapiro over the coals for believing the Trump administration narrative without skepticism. Let's see.
People who are making the claim that that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, and that the most gross, and sort of extreme of the conspiracy theories, or theories, just don't even call them conspiracy theories, the most sort of, extreme version of the theory is not true. I have names of the people who are claiming that. Okay, they are all in the administration. And this is my point. If other people want to make the...
I thought you recalled mentioning in a stream that Tucker's father was the CIA. When I looked into it, I did not find anything about it. I wanted to make sure I wasn't mistaken what you said with someone else. No, Tucker Carlson's father is the CIA. What the hell? Here, Tucker Carlson, father. His name is Richard Warner Carlson. American journalist, diplomat, lobbyist, who was the director of the Voice of America from 1986 to 1991. Voice of America. Let's put that in there. Let's Google that. Voice of America. Accurate, objective news coverage from the U.S. around the world. Voice of America is an international broadcaster that by law has editorial independence from the United States government, who has funded it since 1942. Voice of America, CIA. CIA.gov. Intelligence support for the Voice of America with regards to Soviet jamming. Voice of America was established in 1942 during World War II, building on America's use of shortwave radio during the war. It initially served as anti-propaganda tool against Axis misinformation, but expanded to include other forms of content like American music programs for cultural diplomacy. During the Cold War, its operations expanded in an effort to fight communism and played a role in the decline of communism in several countries. Throughout its operations, it is aimed to broadcast uncensored information to residents under restrictive regimes, even airing behind the Iron Curtain. In response, some countries began investing in technology to jam VOA broadcast. In 2017, Russia designated VOA a foreign agent, requiring it to establish a Russian legal entity. It was blocked in Russia along with some other Western international broadcasters in 2022. It is headquartered in Washington, D.C. and overseen by the U.S. Agency for Global Media, an, in air quotes, independent agency of the U.S. government funded with congressional approval, which also oversees Radio Free Europe / Radio Liberty. Funds are appropriated annually under the budget of embassies and consulates. It is a part of the State Department, which is de facto a part of the CIA. When you see like Radio Free or Voice of America, know that it's a CIA outlet. I mean, straight up, it's not even like hidden. This is the media branch and the influence peddling operation arm of the State Department, and therefore the CIA. Tucker Carlson father. Was the United States ambassador to the Seychelles. Investigative reporting, banker, mayoral campaign, Voice of America. In the summer of 1986, U.S. President Ronald Reagan announced his intention to nominate Carlson as an associate director of the United States Information Agency to succeed Ernest Eugene Pell. Carlson became director of Voice of America, a U.S. government-funded, state-owned multimedia agency which serves as the United States federal government's official institution for non-military external broadcasting. It broadcasts 24 hours a day in nearly 50 languages to more than 130 million people around the world. That's it. He was also involved in negotiations on behalf of the U.S. government with many foreign governments, including those in China, Korea, the USSR, Germany, Georgia, Zaire, today the Democratic Republic of Congo, Lesotho, South Africa, Somalia, and Israel. In 1990, while serving as the director of Voice of America, Carlson jointly addressed the Israeli Knesset with Steve Forbes. In 1994, Carlson was an international observer at the first democratic elections in South Africa. In 1997, he was deployed by the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe to work as an international observer at the parliamentary elections in Albania. From 1992 to 1997, he was president of Intermedia, the Russian state-owned global research consulting firm, which conducts opinion surveys for government agencies in over 75 foreign countries. He was recently its chairman. Later, Carlson became an advisor of the Institute for the Study of Terrorism and Political Violence. In 2003, he became the vice chairman of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. This is the #1 Israel dick-riding think tank, also a cutout of the CIA. Because remember, the CIA isn't all centralized at this point. The CIA has numerous different arms, many of which are academic institutions and specifically think tanks. The FDD is the #1 dick rider of Israel. I mean, they literally, look, it also has been described as a pro-Israel, anti-Iran lobby due to its focus on Iran in opposition to the 2015 nuclear deal with Iran. Even the fucking Wikipedia summary will say that it is a dick rider of Israel. And if the Wikipedia summary is saying that they are often billed as a pro-Israel, anti-Iran lobby, you already fucking know, okay? In 2021, Carlson reported to be on the board of directors of Policy Impact, a lobbying firm. The firm has lobbied the United States on behalf of the Viktor Orban government in Hungary. Anyway. Let's get
those
to this.
claims that are counter to that, then they should provide evidence or at least put their names on it so we can question them about that as well. Because otherwise, we're just in the realm of pure speculation. And frankly, I just don't find.
I used to work at Voice of America. You're wrong. Okay. Okay, chatter.
Find that useful. I would love more useful information. This is why I'm angry at Bondi. I think there should be all the useful information possible. But the same thing holds true for people who are making claims on the other side. Otherwise, I can claim that he was working for a cadre of space aliens who are blackmailing high-profile Americans in order to protect from a future invasion. And there's just about as much evidence for that as many of the claims that are being made on the other side.
All right, well, let's talk about that.
That is made requires evidence. Any claim that's being made requires actual evidence. And at the very least, in the absence of evidence, the credible names of the people that I can either trust or not trust, ranging from, again, the President of the United States and Vice President to the head of the FBI, the AG, and the Deputy Head of the FBI.
Well, I think it's very hard to say those people need to come out and put their names on these claims when they're working for an administration, this one and the one before, that didn't want that to come out. You're asking somebody to countermand the people they work for.
How am I supposed to falsify their claims? Now we're working in the realm of the unfalsifiable.
You're not, but you're.
Oh, wow. Ben Shapiro, once again. Ben Shapiro, once again, shockingly enough, taking a position that seemingly benefits Israel.
Look, Ben, you can't come to me and say, everybody I know says he killed himself. And then I respond saying, I actually have my own sources who say he didn't. And then you say, well, your sources are not valid because they won't put their names on it. Okay,
well,
who are
no,
your
I'm not saying
sources?
they're
Let's go
invalid.
down the list, and then we'll talk about why they might be saying that.
My sources are the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, Dan Bongino, the Deputy Head of the FBI, and Pam Bondi, the Attorney General. And those aren't just my sources. They're everybody's sources because they...
Okay. What would Ben say if Merrick Garland, the FBI head under Biden, Kamala Harris, and Joseph Robinette Biden were all saying that Jeffrey Epstein actually killed himself? Please don't look at this at all. There's nothing to see here. Like, the only reason why Ben can get away with saying this is because he assumes that everyone in the audience is on board with all of these people and thinks that they are infallible. The problem here is the Epstein story is in and of itself infinitely more interesting for these people than all of these individuals that Ben just mentioned. I would go so far as to say even Donald Trump. That's why I was saying that this Epstein situation is like the first time I've seen genuine separation from even Donald Trump himself. If the Israeli media Twitter account tweeted that Epstein didn't kill himself, Ben would die defending that position with no evidence. Yeah. Well, if the Israeli media Twitter account tweeted that Epstein actually killed himself, I would assume that he didn't. If they actually said that Epstein didn't kill himself and he was assassinated, I would assume that he actually committed suicide, to be fair. So the position that Ben holds for the Israeli media account or the official Israeli spokespersons, I hold the exact opposite position.
Publicly came out and said this.
Nobody cares about Epstein. Oh my God. Yeah. Nobody. Stop talking about Epstein.
Okay. Trump hasn't specifically weighed in on that specific aspect of it. We've all seen the limited things that Trump has said and tweeted on this. And J.D. Vance was calling for transparency and suggesting otherwise prior to taking office. He hasn't commented on this so far, so he's not one of your sources.
He's the vice
you've
president.
Got Cash, you've got
asked.
Dan, and you've got Pam, and we've already discussed that memo in full detail. I'm talking about people behind the scenes who, prior to Trump taking office, I'm not going to get too specific, but trust me, I have high-level sources who have said they don't believe any of that. Any of that. Okay. So, and I'm not going to out them for purposes of convincing you, but you're telling me name them. No, I'm not going to. I don't have authorization.
I'm not saying
and then you say, well, I dismiss all of it because you won't name them.
Hold on, Megan, I'm not saying you should name them. I'm saying they should name themselves because otherwise they are being complicit in one of the greatest cover-ups in the history of the American
That's easy for you to say, Ben. That's very easy for you to say.
Why is that easy for me to say? Why?
Because you'll have your job and you'll have your millions no matter what they do. Are you kidding?
Megan, give me a break. If somebody came out today and they were a whistleblower on the greatest scandal in the history of the American Republic, they would make more money tomorrow than in...
If someone actually came out as a whistleblower on the Epstein shit, they'd get killed. Okay? I'm sorry. That is such a... He's right? No, he's not. If someone comes out as a whistleblower against the interests of the American State Department, they go to prison. On this issue, if they were to come out as a whistleblower, they would get Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? No, it would be suicide. Yeah, they would leak the State Department, they would leak the intelligence secrets on Jeffrey Epstein and then be overcome with such grief about the consequences of their actions that they would instantly kill themselves by shooting themselves in the back of the head with 2 bullets. Okay? Famously, they would go, oh my God, I'm so sad. I can't believe I released this information. I'm so sad. I'm going to kill myself now by shooting myself in the back of the head with 2 bullets. Okay?
Their entire life working for the FBI. That's ridiculous.
Okay, there are reasons not to cross the people who are in charge. And that's all I'm going to say. And look, this is me not having drawn a conclusion. I don't know what the truth is. I've been reporting in a way, I mean, I see you've taken a side that you've chosen to believe the story that's being offered, and that's fine. A lot of people have. I'm not there yet. I don't actively say that there's a pedophile ring. I don't say any of that. I'm just following the facts, and we're not at the place where I can draw that conclusion.
Well, no, I can draw the conclusion that the evidence that I'm seeing and the people who are speaking about it lead me toward this particular conclusion. And if counter evidence is presented that is not speculative, then I will change my conclusion because that's what I've done on this case. Until this memo came out, I was weighing toward the more extreme version of this theory. And you can look back at my tweet.
Oh, so you're saying until Donald Trump said Jeffrey Epstein didn't, nothing to see here, you were on board with the theories.
That's what I've said about it. And then this came out, and now my perspective has changed. When the facts change and the people who are speaking
I guess I'm just not that.
Yeah. Also, after it was reported that Trump called Charlie Kirk to ask him to tone down his criticism of the Epstein files, here's what Charlie Kirk had to say.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine. Honestly,
Trump has been making boss calls. Trump has been making boss calls on this to be like, dude, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up about Epstein. But here's one man who will not. Here's one man who is unbowed. Alex Jones, does Israel have blackmail on Trump?
My integrity's king. We're 8-9 days into this whole Epstein attempted gaslighting by the DOJ cover-up, exploding, endangers the entire Trump administration, attention America and Western civilization, and by extension the entire world. I want Trump to succeed desperately. I support 95% of what Trump's doing. I think he's a great man. From all research, he's not.
Uh-oh. As soon as we started talking about Jeffrey Epstein, we got stuttered. This is all Smokey's fault. Smokey sold us a bad bill, folks. He sold us a bad bill. 2 days in a row, we're getting hit by attack helicopters. Once again, I'm going to fix it now. We got to test out the delay. Folks, what is the delay at? Write this number if you see it. Number 4. Top number 4. We're testing out the delay. 2, 3, 4. Okay, we got a 4-second. We got a 4-second delay. It's not that bad. I'm still gonna fucking hit the. ingest fix. You're gonna see an F in 1. That's right. AlexJones.com, Infowars.com. We're back. No delay. All right. We're going to test it out. We're going to test out if there's still a delay or not. Everybody, subscribe now. Show me if there's a delay or not. Subscribe for $6 to the Piker Broadcasting Service or for free with a Twitch Prime. Right now, get your primes going in the chat. Get your subscriptions going in the chat. That's the only way that we can find out whether or not we're still getting hit with the Mossad laser beam. All right, I'm seeing some subscriptions coming in. I'm seeing some subscriptions rolling in. That's right. It's the only way. At Tequino, thank you for the 10 gifted. All right, let's get back to AlexJones.com, Infowars.com. All right.
Eight, 9 days into this whole Epstein attempted gaslighting by the DOJ cover-up, exploding. It endangers the entire Trump administration and by extension America and Western civilization and by extension the entire world. I want Trump to succeed desperately. I support 95% of what Trump's doing. I think he's a great man. From all research, he's not connected to Epstein in any illegal activity.
He always says this. He always fucking says, look, I've done my research. Trump is not connected to Epstein in any way. But maybe he's been blackmailed by the Mossad. Who knows?
But all the 180s and all the flip-flopping that we've seen has blown this into a new level of Streisand effect. Now, yesterday, it came out in the corporate press that Ghislaine Maxwell in federal prison for human trafficking, Epstein's accomplice, known Mossad operative, MI6 as well, that she's ready to release the list. And, she's brought her case to the Supreme Court and all the rest of this. Number one, I don't believe anything that comes out of her mouth. She is on record a human trafficker. And you don't take somebody that's in prison and then take what they have to say later. So, yeah, I'm defending Trump right there. But you look at this headline, the deep state is attempting to blackmail Trump. It doesn't mean they've got something, but they have had control, like Trump said, the Democrats, of the file. They took out whatever they wanted and added whatever they wanted into it. So that's true. So a bunch of people are pissed off at me at one side saying, look, you're defending Trump when he said on Truth Social 2 days ago.
Dog, we listened to you yesterday. You quite literally said, oh, I never thought about this angle that the Clintons and the Democrats might have fucked up the Epstein list. And now he's like, of course they did. Like yesterday, he was like, oh, what a brilliant way to talk about this, Mr. President. I didn't even think about that. And now today's like, obviously, it's an established fact that Obama the demon, polluted the Jeffrey Epstein list, the client list, with every Republican, including Donald Trump.
That they've had the file, just like Russiagate or anything. They falsify stuff. You can't believe it. That's a real issue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Obama, he smells like sulfur. I smelled him, folks.
They could have done that. I don't know they did that. I'm simply wargaming every angle of this. But then you look at all the bizarre behavior.
Yeah, he's wargaming every angle. That's why he's glazing Trump, and he's finding a way to just like align with Trump on all of it.
Behavior of them raiding the FBI offices, the FBI raiding itself in March, getting all those documents and videos, them telling us there's 14 terabytes and hundreds of new victims and Epstein raping kids. And now Bondi's like, you know what? You just want to see child porn. You just want us to release child porn. Nobody ever said that. And, Trump at that press conference last Tuesday, you just asked a question about him working for an intelligence agency, Epstein. You're standing on the graves of dead kids. How dare you? I mean, this behavior, you couldn't make people think you were guilty more. Trump's enemies couldn't do something like this. So I'm godsmacked. I am dumbfounded at a certain level. But now that she's come out and done this, you got Dershowitz saying, "Ooh, you better pardon her," and all the rest of this. But Dershowitz like, "Release the file. I'm not in it." Well, okay. Well, I mean, what is in the file? How does Dershowitz know? I'm not saying Dershowitz is guilty. There's never been any evidence of that. I'm saying, how does he know the Democrats didn't add something to that? I mean, Adam Schiff had to get pardoned because in the J6 fake committee, he created fake emails and fake speeches and fake phone calls of Trump. Remember all that? The fake mafia calls? I mean, when I testified for the J6 committee, I said, you're not a real committee, you're criminals, and I take the fifth, not because I'm hiding something, but because you will claim I committed perjury and you're frauds. And I took the fifth 98 times. At the start and the middle, they kept saying, why don't you answer questions? I said, again, you're criminals, Liz Cheney, all of them. Notice they destroyed all the video of that because it's so embarrassing of me right in front of them to their faces telling them that. Now, you're never going to see that because they destroyed it, which is another crime. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know all the answers, exactly what's going on here. I just call balls and strikes, as I've said. But we've got a major, major issue here. And Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein were on record Mossad. So was her dad. You can look all this up. And so with the huge Israel lobby coming in right now, the Trump administration and all the rest of it, the Democrats have been basically defeated politically. Trump finally got rid of a bunch of them in the bureaucracy. But now Israel is sliding in with Netanyahu to try a hostile takeover of America. That's undoubted right now. And that's breaking everywhere. And that's great news. Tucker Carlson and others exposing him. And I've never said Israel runs everything or is the worst thing in the world or, it's one monolithic thing. I'm not even against Israel's existence. But now Israel is trying to get us into a full war with Iran and by extension Russia and China. And Israel is exerting itself. You see all the signs. So now I'm like, yeah, Israel is making a move on America. China's been the main threat. But now Israel is so heavily engaged here that I've got to just say I'm a loyal American. And yeah, Israel's trying to move on America. So, and it's clear, all the evidence points towards Israel, Netanyahu using threats of what's in the file. Not that Trump did something, but he's been in reports the FBI put out. Something is there. And I told you over a week ago, I said, it's Trump, not Bondi, not Patel, not Bongino doing this. It's Trump. And Trump on Truth Social and now in statements has said, yeah, it's me. I want to move on. I want this shut down. So they are trying to blackmail Trump, and he's acting like they've got something.
Superman made everybody woke faster than expected. Yeah, Trump didn't do anything, but he's being blackmailed. With what? With what? Is Israel blackmailing Trump? With what? What could you possibly even blackmail Trump with? I mean, we know Alex Jones will defend Trump, even if it came out that he was like fucking children. So what could Israel have on Trump if he's blackmailing Trump? Like, the only thing I can think of is, like, blackmailing him with, footage of him having sex with a child, I think, right? So then maybe he is involved with Jeffrey Epstein. And that kind of undermines the first point that he made. I'm not saying this is the truth, by the way. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply saying that Alex Jones's presentation here doesn't make sense. Like, the logical system that he's trying to develop here, which is that Trump had no involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, but also simultaneously Mossad might be blackmailing Trump. I'm just wargaming. I'm wargaming out all the scenarios. If Israel is blackmailing Trump, what are they using to blackmail Trump with? Raping a minor. That's the only thing that this could be, which means that maybe he was involved with Jeffrey Epstein. It doesn't make sense.
So I just have to be honest about it. And I'm going to play a clip here in a moment, or I'll post it here in the same post after this live feed, of Benny Johnson knocking out of the park today and saying, you better have press conferences. You better explain how the judicial, legislative, and executive process works out. You better explain how investigations work. You better explain that the files are with the prosecution in New York where Epstein died. You better explain that you recommend cases, you don't run cases. He's absolutely right. What Benny Johnson said is true. And then what Glenn Beck said, he said, listen, we can't lose our soul over this. Yeah, we get Trump's doing a lot of good, but we know this is all there. We know that there was blackmail. We know there were intelligence agencies. We know this video of him from around the corner doesn't show that he didn't kill himself. We know this, so you're insulting our intelligence. And then to imply we want child porn released, as Bonnie and others have done, is just totally outrageous. So that's where I am on this right now. And I'll play the Beck clip, or post a Beck clip here as well. But then you've got Charlie Kirk, who I think is a great guy and so much to get Republican voters on. I love him. He's like, I trust Trump. I trust the administration. I'm not asking any more questions. And I'm not talking about Epstein anymore. Well, that's the message I reported last week. But Carl Seraphin, I got reports myself from people, but he also had his reports and some public reports of major talk show hosts, influencers getting calls saying your access can be cut off at the White House, Susie Wall stuff, if you don't stop, and the FBI calling people. Well, that's a cover-up. So we don't want to be aiding the Democrats here, but we're not in a cult like Democrats that go along with corruption. So here's Benny Johnson. I'll post it in this, under it. Here is Beck. Benny Johnson keeping his soul, Beck keeping his soul. And I'm not saying Charlie Kirk's losing his soul here, but I'm not going to question my friends. I mean, if my wife didn't show up for 2 days and just showed back up at the house, I'd say, where you been? If I had a business partner I'd known for 20 years, a great person, all of a sudden a bunch of money's messing up, I'd say, you know where the money is. I mean, when people start telling you don't ask questions, you got a problem. Remember all the New York Times articles and Washington Post articles? Asking questions is bad. Doing your own research is bad. No, it's good. So I don't want to be focused on this. But everything Trump and them have done the last few months with Bongino and them, like during the headlights on that Fox interview, has triggered all this. And I said, like, if you want it to go away or you don't think you can prosecute people or it's a national security issue, I'm not defending that, but I understand that. Just shut up. Shut up. Instead, Trump, hey, I've done a great job. True Social, leave it alone, drop it. They're going to have congressional hearings now. They're coming after you. I've never seen such a self-inflicted wound. So Benny Johnson nails it. Glenn Beck nails it. And Charlie Kirk, I'm just not going to question my friends. And I understand that thought process. I don't agree with it, but hey, Trump's doing so much good. We've seen him try to.
Alex Jones trying to desperately defend Trump while simultaneously imply that he probably had sex, like he probably raped children, and therefore under like Mossad supervision is so funny because you're basically saying the worst thing about Donald Trump. You're taking the long road into saying Donald Trump is involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Like you're trying to say he's not involved with Jeffrey Epstein and then literally saying he was absolutely involved with Jeffrey Epstein. This makes no sense. how can you arrive at this position where you're like supposed to be the moral compass, the North Star of leading conservative conspiracy theorists? Okay, well, and you have this approach to the subject matter where you keep saying Jeffrey Epstein is not involved with Donald Trump in any way, except for the fact that the Mossad might have captured Trump on video and has blackmail on him, which is causing this kind of division to take place. What is this? Don Winslow. Dear Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director Cash, and Dan Bongino, I want to introduce you to yourselves. MAGA is watching. God is watching you. Hashtag Epstein cover up.
Please do not let that story go. Who has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book?
FBI.
But who? That is that. I mean, there's.
That's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
What the hell are the House Republicans doing? They have the majority. You can't get the list? Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
This isn't about Epstein or 9/11 or JFK or RFK. It is, but it isn't. It's about a bigger thing. If you're lying about that, you're lying about everything. Who's on the Epstein tapes, folks? Who's on those tapes? Who's in?
Yeah, it turns out we looked at the tapes and we didn't like who was on it. Actually, no one's on the Epstein tapes. They don't exist. Excuse me. You're a freak. You're a freak for even assuming that. You're a freak for wanting to know who was on the Epstein lists. Okay, you must want to look at CSAM.
Those black books. Why have they been hiding it?
And this is something Donald Trump has talked about. The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
Everything's going to come out to the public. The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
Ghislaine Maxwell is going to get out of jail if the Epstein files don't exist. She shouldn't be in jail. She's going to get another child. No, the answer to that is that Ghislaine was helping sex traffic people just for Jeffrey Epstein alone. That's what they will claim. No, Alan. Are you letting her out? Okay, close it. Let her out and then close the door. Close the door. All right, because I'm streaming. Trump used to wish her well because how do you know she's guilty? Yeah, this was so crazy. This was such a crazy moment. Remember this interview was such a banger, dude. It's one of my favorite interviews of all time of Donald Trump, the Axios one.
A reporter asked you about Ghislaine Maxwell. You said, quote, I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is. Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person well?
First of all, I don't know that, but I do know that.
She has. She's been arrested for that.
Her
you know that.
friend or boyfriend,
Esptein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot.
Her friend is in jail and then commits suicide. Her boyfriend is so sad. Is so sad. Who wouldn't feel sad about that? Bro, wait, hold up. We got to run it back. Dude, listen to
allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person
first of all,
well?
I don't know that, but I do know that.
She has. She's been arrested for that.
Her
you know that.
friend or boyfriend,
Esptein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now...
By the way, this was under his watch. He says either killed or committed suicide in jail. Your jail. It was a federal prison. At this point, he was still president. And it had happened not that long before this interview was conducted. It happened under his watch.
In jail.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I wish you well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, do you know that?
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
I mean, she's
made
a child
it
alleged child sex
such a
trafficker.
big deal. But all it is.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so good. It's so good. Trump, when there's a random like construction worker that has maybe a little bit too much melanin, killed a person, he's a rapist, MS-13 gang member, they're barbaric, they're brutal. Every single person that's Mexican has actually raped every white woman in America. Trump, when it's an international pedophile sex trafficker, possibly a member of the intelligence community, I wish her well. She was such a darling. She's such a great cocktail guest. I love it. I love her. I think she's so beautiful, and so is Jeffrey Epstein. What a guy. What a guy. What a guy. I wish her well. I wish him well. I wish everybody well. We don't know if she's guilty or innocent.
Her boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I do. I wish her well.
One of the best interviews ever conducted, straight up, where Jonathan Swan isn't even like trying that hard. What is this? Beitar is not taking the Superman well. I am a man boiling with rage. Yesterday, I went with my son to watch a new Superman movie. Superman, the ultimate superhero, a character created by two Jewish immigrants, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, in the 1930s. A character is supposed to represent hope, justice, and light. The actor playing Superman, Jewish. The studio, owned by Jews. Even the character of Superman himself, symbolically and historically, is considered to have Jewish roots, a refugee sent from crisis and war to save a better world, created to empower the Jews who returned from the Holocaust. And what did the pathetic progressives in Hollywood do? They trampled all over this. Instead of presenting a character who defends the weak and fights for justice, they turned into a disgusting political caricature where Israel, under a different name, is portrayed as a fascist state, a warmonger, and a close ally to the U.S., which sounds a lot like Israel to me, which supplies advanced weaponry to fight poor and miserable farmers, the good Palestinians, with pitchforks and stones. Again, quite similar to the reality that is unfolding. By the way, the Forbes wrote an article on this as well, by the way, and they put me in the headline. Whether Superman, DC's new blockbuster, made a splash at the box office this weekend serves a metaphor for Middle East unrest as animated political figures on the right and left, from Ben Shapiro to Hasan Piker, despite the director denying any direct reference. Yeah. U.S. envoy Tom Barak defended Syria's new ruler al-Sharaa, comparing him to George Washington after a Lebanese journalist questioned his rise to power. Oh my God! You already know when a right wing government considers a Muslim group to be similar to the to the founding fathers. Let me tell you, folks. When that happens, you already know what's about to take place, okay? That's exactly what happened with the Mujahideen. Anyway, let's get back to the story at hand here with Jeffrey Jedediah Epstein and the drama
by President Trump.
But in a big reversal, the DOJ and FBI have now announced the end of their investigation, writing that a review found, quote, no incriminating client list and, quote, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed anyone, and confirming that he had died by suicide. As for that so-called client list,
I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that.
For years, many Trump allies, including his now FBI Director Kash Patel, pushed for the release of the government files on the Epstein case, insisting they would implicate prominent Americans in a sinister plot. Here's what MAGA star Dan Bongino, now the deputy FBI director, said in 2019.
The questions surrounding this alleged suicide are numerous and are worth entertaining and worth getting to the bottom of quickly.
According to multiple sources, Bongino had a heated argument with Bondi at the White House last week and has told friends he may resign. Last night, Trump said he thinks Bongino is still on the job.
Is Dan Bongino still your deputy FBI director? Have you spoken to him?
I think so. I did. I spoke to him today. Dan Bongino, very good guy. I've known him a long time. I've done his show many, many times. And he sounded terrific, actually. No, I think he's in good shape.
In his Truth Social post expressing support for Pam Bondi, Trump said that people should not waste time and energy talking about Jeffrey Epstein. But George, judging from the response to that post, it appears that many of his own supporters are not ready to take that advice.
Yeah, this does not seem to be going away. Okay, John, thanks very much.
Many people, including me.
We already watched this.
You got Bondi, you got Patel, you got Barr. All of these people work for Trump, okay? So if they're covering up for somebody, who do you think they might be covering up for?
So you think they're covering up for President Trump?
People look at all of us. Everybody is looking at little pieces of this and coming up with kind of theories. But people really take the time, because there's a lot of facts, there's a lot of information. People who take the time and really investigate this thoroughly all come to the pretty much conclusion that maybe Trump was behind this.
Wow.
Maybe Jeff was killed to quiet him.
You think President Trump has something to do with Epstein, with your brother being killed?
Someone said sus last name. Dog, that's his brother. Mark Epstein is Jeffrey Epstein's brother, chatter.
I wouldn't write that off. Because if you look at all of the evidence we have and all of the facts, not opinions.
Also, he does sound like Norm Finkelstein.
And all of
but just like Norm Finkelstein on 2x speed.
the facts, that wouldn't be something I would dismiss.
I mean, that's an extraordinary thing to say, but there is zero evidence that Donald Trump had anything to do with your brother's death.
Well, somebody did.
Release the Epstein files. That is the demand coming from the top House Democrat.
Dude, my suspicion is the reason why they can get away with saying shit like this, like the Democrats, I mean, despite the fact that at a certain point they also were in charge of the Epstein files and didn't do shit, is because they know that the Trump administration will never do it. So ironically enough, now they're playing the same role that like Dan Bongino and the Trump and the Republicans did. When Democrats were in charge, they were like, oh, release the Epstein files, knowing full well that like whoever came after would never release them. So now it's like a game of chicken, okay? Democrats are not in charge. They know for a fact that the Trump administration will not fucking release the files. So now they're saying release the Epstein files. Because both parties have people, prominent figures in both parties that are involved with the Epstein files. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says emails with Elon Musk are too intimate and embarrassing to make public. Wait, what? Were they fucking? What the hell is this? God damn. They're doing damage control now. Important. I just confirmed that Dan Bongino was in his FBI office at work today and is working on something very important. Dan was in a positive mood. Charlie Kirk, seeing eye emoji. Now this might be good enough for a lot of the Republicans to get back on the this administration is not hiding the truth train. It's not good enough for me. because they already played. They're trying to play damage control now, but the past week has shown that these guys abso-fucking-lutely what is this? And we'll look at the Abbott files in a second. But the past week has shown, why do people think you're a terrorist? Easy question, easy answer. My name is Hasan, and I do not unconditionally support America and Israel, and contextualize oftentimes why there are groups out there that resist militarily against American and Israeli violence. That's it. I could have just stopped there, though. My name is Hasan. Thank you for your answer. Yeah. Yeah, it's the name and nothing else. You're cooked. I mean, let's be real. If my name was fucking Hank, I wouldn't be getting this ass blasted. There are plenty of white, red-blooded Americans who arrive at similar conclusions, understandably, and talk about it in an academic context or talk about it in the realm of journalism. Jeremy Scahill is a great example of this. Ain't nobody calling him a terrorist. Why is nobody calling Jeremy Scahill of Dropsite a terrorist? Perhaps it's because his name is Jeremy Scahill. You know what I mean? Ryan Grimm, another example. Tucker Carlson, for fuck's sake. Michael from Pennsylvania. Also, to be fair, Felix Biederman, Brace Belden, Noah Colwyn, there are numerous people like this. And even if they were to be called terrorists, it doesn't hit the same. They'll just say that they're like a terrorist supporter at most. Who is actively calling you a terrorist? My former podcast co-host. Numerous Israel advocacy groups. Virtually everyone that watches Asmongold, Sex Pestiny, you know, among many others. The entire cadre of slop tubers online. Yeah. You just activated 5,000 chatters from their slumber. Yeah. I'm going to get to the Superman thing in a second. I want to keep doing the Jeffrey Epstein stuff.
Tonight, Hakeem Jeffries joining MAGA Voices, saying that the American public deserves to know the truth. And Jeffries offered up two explanations as to why he believes the administration may be involved in some sort of a cover-up.
Option one, they lied for years. Option two, they're engaging in a cover-up. At this point, it seems reasonable that can only be one of the two things. And so it's Congress's responsibility in a bipartisan way to ask the questions and try to get answers on behalf of the American people.
Again, that is the top Democrat in the U.S. House of Representatives. It is obviously an incredibly rare thing. This might be, in fact, the only time that he's been on the same page as some of the biggest names in the MAGA universe.
coming out and saying there is no Epstein list. And so forget about it after promising to release all the Epstein information.
Bro, every time Alex Jones's beautiful face graces our timeline, I get a mini F. It's really fucked up. What is this? Every time Alex Jones' bald head is shown on the broadcast, I get hit with the fucking raise.
Information. It's just flip-flopping in 180s.
The unholy alliance, Hakeem Jeffries and Alex Jones. That's Alex Jones today, who then posted that, quote, evil forces are afoot. And then there's Laura Loomer, who's telling Politico that she is now calling for a special counsel. The quote is, so that people can feel like this issue is being investigated and perhaps take it out of Bondi's hands, because I don't think she's been transparent or done a good job handling the issue.
I can't hide her face.
Well, look,
I can't
the
look
war
at the screen
over
to change
Epstein
it.
is one of the biggest rifts between Trump and his most loyal and powerful reporters that we've seen. And Trump right now has taken a clear side, which is not releasing information. This image says it all. Trump invited the Attorney General Pam Bondi to the FIFA World Cup finale over the weekend. As you can see, he appears to be giving a thumbs up to her. He brought her there. That's really what the picture that says 1,000 words. Bondi, of course, is the same person who said that the Epstein client list was on her desk nearly 5 months ago, and now says there was actually no list and there's nothing to see.
I love how much the media is enjoying this, by the way. Buckets of popcorn, baby.
Times Trump's deputy FBI director has taken a stand over the handling of the files. Trump acknowledging the civil war that's erupted inside his inner MAGA base, but making it clear that base, while at the same time he's trying to keep the pressure off of his attorney general. He posted, "What's on with my boys and in some cases gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job." But of course, when it comes to Trump's boys and gals who are on the opposite side of Bondi on this, they say they want to know the truth when it comes to Epstein, to just release any information. And after all, it all comes down to this, just to remind everybody. Jeffrey Epstein, who you see on the screen, was arrested on federal charges of sex trafficking minors. Let's just say it the other way, underage girls. That same year, officials say he died by suicide in his solitary confinement prison cell while awaiting trial. And since then, more and more details of Epstein's alleged activities have come out, and they are disturbing, including allegedly luring underage girls to his homes where he sexually abused them. Now, while he died before he went to trial, his partner in crime, Ghislaine Maxwell, is currently serving a 20-year sentence after being found guilty of sex trafficking. And Epstein had hundreds of millions of dollars of money he was ostensibly managing for really rich and powerful people. There's a lot we do not know about him. We do know, though, that he was friends with a lot of rich and famous people, including President Trump and former President Clinton, and a whole bunch of other billionaires. Now, none of them have been accused of wrongdoing, but given that Epstein was able to carry out these alleged crimes for so many years, Trump should be the one pounding the table, put out the information, make sure something like this never happens again in the United States. But right now, he's not.
Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Well, Trump says he wants to move on now to end the war that's dividing his base and now getting Democrats on board, too. But there are still many with very serious and important questions. And Kristen Holmes is out front live at the White House to begin our coverage. And Kristen, you've got some new reporting tonight on what Trump is doing. I mean, there's a split between the Department of Justice, his Attorney General, and his deputy FBI director. I mean, this is meaningful even in the Trump inner circle. What are you learning?
Yeah, and just to be clear here, we talked a lot about the deputy FBI director, Dan Bongino, but it's also been a rift between the FBI director, Kash Patel, and Pam Bondi as well. Both of them, Patel and Bongino, have been unhappy, complaining privately about the way that Bondi handled the Epstein files, the Epstein case in general, and particularly the rollout. And that was something we heard across the board. Even some of Donald Trump's closest advisors were upset.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years, you're asking. We have Texas, we have this, we have all the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? Believe it, folks. Nobody wants to talk about this guy. This is Jeffrey Epstein, the guy that won't die. All the guys, and in some cases, the gals.
with Bondi. But when you talk to the president himself, sources say that he is supporting Bondi 100%. And part of the issue here, though, is this idea that President Trump doesn't want it to look as though his administration is falling apart over this issue. And that's why you saw over the weekend Vice President J.D. Vance spending an enormous amount of time talking to Dan Bongino, to Kash Patel, to Pam Bondi, to playing some kind of role as peacemaker to try and diffuse the situation. And we heard that Dan Bongino, who did not go to work on Friday because he was really protesting Bondi's handling of this, they had a blow up on Wednesday in the White House, that he did show up for work on Monday. Now, his future is uncertain. There is a general belief that he is not long for this world amid the administration. He himself has said that he doesn't actually like this job, but President Trump wants it to be on different terms, not him leaving because he's angry about the Bondi rollout. And this, now we see what the next steps are. Is the administration going to respond to any of this calling from the MAGA base to release more information? Right now, it seems unlikely.
All right, Kristen, thank you very much at the White House tonight. Out front now, Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin, the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee. Congressman, I appreciate your time. I know that you have been clear where you stand on this. You have said Trump should release all of the Epstein files and put an end to this, to use your words exactly.
Dan Bongino, for him, his job is like his life. Okay? So if he actually quits his job, that's like he's going to die. Okay? And by his job, I don't mean his job as the deputy director of the FBI. I'm talking about his podcast. We are officially in the podcasting administration, and it turns out no notes. Everything is fantastic. There's nothing funnier than Dan Bongino quite literally constantly talking about how much he fucking hates this job because he's now required to literally defend the administration when he had the best podcast gig on the planet. Amazing. As someone who is a Sure Mike podcast enjoyer myself, I totally understand. I would never want to have a real job either. Okay?
Then the DOJ comes out with this memo saying there's no client list. Epstein wasn't murdered. We're all good here. Let's move along. Why don't you believe them?
Well, for one thing, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, said that the client list was on her desk. Then you had Donald Trump in a tweet or in a Truth Social missive saying that all of these files were actually created by the Democrats, thereby decisively implying that the files actually exist. And of course, Trump and Bondi and J.D. Vance and the FBI Director Kash Patel, all of them were demanding that the government release everything that they had on it. And suddenly the president performs a complete about-face on the matter and says that there's nothing to see here and let's move on, and wants to sweep it under the rug. And so, you know, look, I have no idea what's in those files. I do know that this case has been mishandled from the very beginning. Donald Trump's former labor secretary, Mr. Acosta, was the assistant U.S. attorney when they gave Mr. Esptein a very sweetheart deal where he pled guilty to one charge of solicitation when they had all of these underage female witnesses testifying about his.
Yeah, you can auto pen all day, every day. Okay, you can fucking complain about Biden's auto pen. This shit ain't going away, big dog. It is not going away.
Basically trafficking in girls. So, you know, it's been very weird from the beginning, but I don't know what's in their files. So either we're going to confirm everything that Donald Trump and his team have been saying all along, which is that there is this extensive child sex trafficking ring among power elites, or it will explode the whole thing as a conspiracy theory and mere propaganda. But at this point, the president owes it to the country to put it to rest one way or the other.
Well, Of course, you know, as you pointed out, not just what Epstein had been convicted for, but what he was on trial for. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell is serving 20 years just for aiding and abetting one part of that. The crimes here are horrific, and if anyone else was aware or involved, the American public should know. In fact, the MAGA faithful, as you point out, have been pounding on the table on this, calling for it repeatedly. Here are a few of the biggest names.
How is it that my father can be convicted of 34 crimes, but no one on Epstein's list has even been brought to light?
Put on your...
Oh man, this is I can't get enough of this, dude. This is fucking fantastic. No shot mainstream media talks about any of this in any serious manner after Thursday. I mean, mainstream media will probably run cold on this stuff. But that doesn't mean independent media is going to let it go. Dude, they've talked about Jeffrey Epstein nonstop. They've talked about Epstein literally when the media wasn't talking about it. It's a major plot point for independent media.
Big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
What the hell are they hiding with Jeffrey Epstein?
I mean, it's the president's son. It's the head of the FBI. It's the deputy head of the FBI now. I mean, those are the three.
Like, the one thing I can foresee, I don't like the misdirection narratives sometimes when people be like, oh, do you think the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is just like a case of misdirection so people don't talk about the ICE raids? But I think it's the exact opposite. I could see Trump doing something fucking insane just to, because he recognizes that like he's on shaky ground with his base for the first time ever. And, you know, screaming about Biden's auto pens is not going to do it. So I could see him doing something totally fucking nutty, like, I don't know, invade Greenland or something militarily so that everybody talks about that instead of this shit. I could see him doing that on this issue, nothing else. Because redirecting the attention away from Jeffrey Epstein is more important than talking, like consistently allowing Jeffrey Epstein to be talked about. Former Senator Claire McCaskill. Oh my God. It's got fucking potato ass Claire McCaskill talking like this.
He was close to the fire. He was, as somebody said over the weekend, there are more pictures of Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein than there are trans athletes in the NCAA by multiples. So the bottom line is he wants this to go away.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Claire McCaskill. What the fuck? God damn. I mean, she's just ass normally. Even Claire McCaskill has become dark woke.
This is the first topic.
CNN went to TPOSA and asked people about Trump Epstein scandal.
That all of us as Americans, not as Democrats, not as liberals, not as Republicans, are actually lining together and saying we all want the Epstein files. And I said, come on, Donald, give us those files.
We need to get to the bottom of Epstein because Epstein is the key that picks the lock.
Let me just ask you, make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
What do you think is going to happen?
I think they're going to maybe give us pieces and maybe not the whole thing and think that that's going to suffice. And I don't think people are going to be quiet about it until they really do it. But who knows if we'll ever know the true story.
Can't Trump just say, look, release everything?
If you know anything about him, he can do and say whatever he wants. Do they have to listen? I don't know the legalities of that or the policies and procedures.
How bad do you think it would be for the MAGA movement, for young people's trust in Trump?
Bro, I'm telling you, dude. God, I told you. The tariffs weren't going to do it. Israel wasn't going to do it. Well, for some people, maybe it like pissed them off a little bit, but not enough to fucking speak out. Okay? Cutting Medicare and cutting SNAP benefits, definitely not going to do it, even though Trump said he wouldn't touch those things. But this right here is directly at the heart of something that his base wanted. This is supposed to be the fucking red meat that they get. I told you, this is it. This is such an American issue. It's got everything: drama, villains, a smoking gun, a storyline. Yeah. Why do you think CNN talks so little about Epstein during the Biden admin? What do you mean? Because Jeffrey Epstein, 100%, just like it was just like Jeffrey Epstein is a Trump affiliate, he absolutely is an affiliate of the Clintons. And CNN is the Clinton News Network. I think the only reason why the media feels confident talking about it like this is because they know that Trump is not going to fucking release any information. Also, I think part of the reason why they didn't talk about it that much is because, like, the Biden administration, for all its faults and failures, still presented itself as a competent administration that didn't, like, traffic in conspiracies, some real, some fake, in the same way that the Trump administration has been. So this is a direct, like, we said we were going to do this. Trump has a fairly high success rate of, like, delivering on certain promises exactly like this one. And they flexed so much. They constantly and stupidly talked about Jeffrey Epstein being just like a liberal thing. And I think the administration realizes it's not just a liberal thing. So now it's a great way to just draw a partisan wedge. The media loves stories where Trump's base is actually decoupling from Trump. Okay? The media loves stories like that. They will do endless articles about, like, this is the time where Trump is, this is the time where Trump's base is yelling at him. So this is a perfect story for them to keep covering.
If by the end of his term they don't release everything they know about Epstein.
Well, I think that if they don't release the Epstein files, whatever J.D. Vance says then is irrelevant, because it's like everybody's going to take it as like a lie because of what Donald Trump did. But I think J.D. Vance wants these files released as well. And I think that Donald Trump, he promised them, so he needs to do it. No matter who's on them, we need to release the Epstein files.
It's Trump's decision. It's Trump's decision. I think again, and I'm not going to make the decision for the president. It's not my job. It's not my place. But I do think the way that I'm seeing it played out is that Bongino will be here and Pam Bondi will be the fall guy.
You think that's fair?
I don't think anything's fair in politics.
This guy's so funny. Yeah, Bill Clinton creating the Epstein files and putting his own name in there. Trump says Epstein files were created by Obama, Clinton, and the Biden administration. Yeah, while Bill Clinton was creating the Epstein files and putting his name on there, he also happened to be frequenting the Lolita Express quite a bit. If anything, if there was a guy who was not an Epstein affiliate, I would go so far as to say it was Obama and Biden, ironically enough. As far as I know, and I've done a decent amount of reading on this, I don't think there's anything beyond, like, who they hired and, like, their consistent allegiance to, the state of Israel or its own, understandably, its own intelligence communities. There isn't that much like direct involvement. And Obama and Biden are not even aligned with the Clintons. They're actually the anti-Clinton wing of the Democratic Party. But again, once again, it doesn't matter because Jeffrey Epstein is so much more of an important figure than just, the Clintons. Because if the speculation is correct, then Jeffrey Epstein is a asset for both the CIA and also the Mossad. Imagine Biden at a party, he would die. Also, he doesn't need that. Jill Biden is enough of a sexual dynamo that can soothe Brandon's appetite, his sexual fervor.
Three people making those statements. I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand. It would make sense, wouldn't it, that Trump would want to release this, if not just to assuage his base? I mean, why not put something out there if it exists?
Well, he was with them in demanding that these materials be released to the public. And now all of the questions that his son was asking and that Kash Patel was asking and Dan Bongino were asking are now directed at Donald Trump himself and at Attorney General Bondi. They want to know why, now that you have the reins of the government, you're not just going public with it. And so, look, at this point, I think the president has helped to spin large parts of the country into an absolute paranoid tizzy about all of it.
Yeah, I said this earlier. I said this yesterday. A big reason why this is causing such a rift in the MAGA base is because it's the first time they've been told no. It's the first time they've been treated like a Democrat Party voter. Now they are being told good things aren't possible, actually, and you're stupid for even asking for such a thing for the first time ever by Trump, and they don't know how to reconcile it. Yeah. They have some of the, they have the most spoiled fucking fan base, the Republican Party. So yeah, they're pissed off. They're pissed off because the spoiled fan base is not getting what they want.
This again, we don't know what's there and what's not there, but we need to resolve it. It's kind of getting to be an ungovernable situation, and the president should go ahead and release whatever they do know about whether there are outstanding sex abusers out there who have not been picked up for the crime.
President Trump offering his full support to...
Holy Toledo. My goodness gracious. Entered on top topics searched alongside Trump on Google.
Attorney General Pam Bondi, inviting her to attend a soccer match in New Jersey today. All of this amid a MAGA world revolt over Bondi's handling of the so-called Jeffrey Epstein files. A Justice Department memo concluding there is no evidence of a client list for the disgraced financier and convicted sex offender. CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton is here to run the numbers. Harry, good to see you.
Nice to see you.
I am wondering, how much interest is there in the so-called Epstein files?
Well, if my buddy Vin from Jersey is any sign, there's a lot of interest. He won't shut up about it, but he's not the only one who won't keep quiet about it. What are we talking about here? Why don't we take a look at Google searches for Jeffrey Epstein? Take a look at this. Today versus a week ago. Up like a rocket, up 1,900%. My goodness gracious. And get this, it is currently the top term topic being searched alongside Donald Trump today. If Donald Trump, who is begging, asking his supporters to drop it, he is not getting his wish whatsoever. His supporters are not dropping it. Interest in this story is at basically an all-time high. And of course, this is such an interesting story because it is one that unites different parts of the far right. It's one of the few stories that actually brings together folks like Steve Bannon and Elon Musk. They all are wondering what the heck is going on here. And at this particular point, Donald Trump has not figured out a way to solve this problem and quell the problem on the right side of his base.
So put this interest into perspective when you compare it to other news stories this week.
Yeah, okay, so we're talking about right now Google searches for Epstein. What about some other big stories this week? You know, take a look here. Again, we're looking at Google searches today. Get this, searches for Epstein have been, get this, 4 times higher than they are for Grok. Of course, Grok, the whole thing, that of course is part of X, went off on its own, the AI, and started throwing out anti-Semitic stuff, talking about Hitler and all that jazz. But interest far higher for this particular topic than there is, in fact, for Grok, much higher for, of course, Epstein. And then for tariffs, which, of course, have very much been in the news. Get this. Searches for Epstein today have been 7.6 times higher. So interest for the Jeffrey Epstein story through the roof, Jessica.
And what's the feeling around if Trump will actually release any of these, any more information, any more files this year?
Yeah, so, you know, we can go with the conventional wisdom. We can look at the betting markets, and I think this is part of what's going on, is that a lot of folks are saying, you know what, he's not going to release any more files. The Trump administration's not going to release any more files. Get this, Trump releasing more Epstein files in 2025, according to the betting markets.
Okay, they're officially running out of shit to talk about. Exclusive. Jeffrey Epstein hired private investigators to follow, intimidate, and surveil FBI agents who were investigating him 2 decades ago. Law enforcement officials tell Rolling Stone. Huh.
You go 2 months ago, it was 40%. You go a month ago, it was 39%. Now it is just 21%. So the MAGA base is hoping that there'll be more files to be released. But at this particular point, neither they nor the betting markets, in fact, believe there'll be any more files to be released. And that, of course, is a problem for Donald Trump based upon what we've seen from the MAGA base over the last 24, 48, and 72 hours.
Yeah. All right. So you talk about betting. I want to ask you about some questions around how the Republicans' legislation that was just signed into a law by the president might impact the gambling and sports gambling industry. How big has that become here in the United States?
Yeah, you know, there was essentially a way that you'd write off losses would be very difficult for professional gamblers. They really hate this bill. And more than that, I would say the gambling industry at large doesn't like this because it has become such.
I literally confronted Steve Will Do It from the Nelk Boys with this information in the new bill. I was like, bro, you're a fucking degenerate. You're a fucking gambler at the phase party. And I was like, how do you feel about your boy now? He cooked you. You know, you can't, like, you now have to report your gambling losses as well, pay tax for it. And he said to me, one of the funniest things I've ever fucking heard. He went, nah, that shit's for losers. I don't lose. I always win anyway. If you want to understand the mindset of like a Trump booster, that's how you know that's a real gambler. Okay? That is literally the most like gambler brain I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. He said, that's for losers. I always win.
A big industry. I mean, my goodness gracious, legal sports betting revenue, you go back 8 years ago, it was $261 million. Look at where we are today. It's a $5.5 billion industry, sports gambling alone. So we're talking about a tremendous industry with a lot of money at stake, Jessica.
Yeah. And how much of Americans at large embrace gambling?
Yeah, I think that this is sort of the key giveaway, right? It's not just gamblers who have embraced gambling. What are we talking about here? Pro sports gambling or betting should be legal. You go back to 2006, it was 42%. Up.
We're so fucking cooked. We're so cooked. Like everything, dude, this is one of the most dangerous vices. And it's shocking to me that every single one of these like anti-porn guys out there who are always like, oh, Sigma grind set, or even like anti-alcohol, anti-drug guys, they love gambling. They all pump gambling. They fucking enjoy it so much. They defend it so much. They're all pro gambling. Gambling is unironically a significantly worse, demonstrably worse, plenty of evidence for it, vice than pornography. Okay? It is far worse than I mean, this is not even, there's not even enough like evidence for this, like porn addiction. Okay. I know as soon as I say, yeah, pornography is not a vice, even though there are plenty of people who are going to say porn's pretty bad though, brother. Porn is actually so much worse. Actually, you don't understand. It's like, no, you're just telling on yourself. Okay. It is the most suicidal addiction. It is my most Sharia adjacent opinion. As a man who has no problems with the consumption of other vices and consumption of alcohol, okay, it is straight up the most suicidal addiction. It is my most Sharia position, okay? I am Mr. Sharia.
again like a rocket to 58% now. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Americans at large react to the big, beautiful bill. We already know approval for it is low. The more we learn about it, it'll be interesting to see how folks sort of feel about it. When it comes to pro sports gambling, I'm not sure they're going to like it, Jessica. In fact, I might even bet on it.
How about that? Harry Enton, good to see you.
The president is having to stand by his attorney general because this outrage continues within the MAGA base over the Jeffrey Epstein case. Over the weekend, Trump posted a lengthy defense of Pam Bondi, asking, "What's going on with my boys and gals?" Going after Bondi, adding, "I don't like what is happening." Bondi's facing growing pressure over her call to keep Epstein files sealed after promising to release more. Now listen to how she's being talked about at the conservative Turning Points conference in Tampa.
I don't think he realizes how much she's humiliated the administration. This is a self-inflicted wound. She caused it. Again, I have nothing against Pam Bondi, but if you want to look for the villain in this story, we have found her.
I can't wait until you are into a camp. Why are all my haters like this, bro? Like, you had one opportunity, one shot. You've been following since July 8th, okay? And, like, you boofed it. You flubbed it. You fumbled it. You butt fumbled it. First message in the chat. You're about to come in hot. Like, you're about to come in strong. You're like, yeah, I'm going to send you to a concentration camp. Like, and you just fucked it up. How? This is your opportunity to be the most impactful. You're not supposed to fuck this up, dude. I can't wait until you are into a camp. $36,000 people just saw you butt fumble. If you wrote that correctly, perhaps there would be 36,000 new allies for your cause. They would be like, damn, this guy's fucking got some good ideas. You know? And you got so fucking horned up. You got so excited to fucking let your message be heard in the chat that you fucking failed to deliver. Oh, God, it's got to be sad. What a sad, pathetic moment lost. Oh, he's a shy guy, too. We are so cooked. The Dems are finished. Embarrassing.
I mean, she is the person who's she's either lying now or she was lying then.
So the cracks are growing in the MAGA base, also hitting the leaders of the FBI. You have Deputy Director Dan Bongino reportedly threatening to resign over Bondi's handling of the case. And Trump, meanwhile, says, look, there's nothing to see here.
Oh, I think so. I did. I spoke to him today. Dan Bongino, very good guy. I've known him a long time. I've done his show many, many times. And he sounded terrific, actually. No, I think he's in good shape.
Group chat is back. Over the weekend, I was watching the kind of meltdown on X, which is very much the heart of the Epstein conspiracy amplification machine. I just made that up. But it's where you're going to see the people talking about it who care about it. What did you think, though, of seeing such a direct explanation? It is her fault.
Yeah, so Donald Trump might not be taking sides, but the MAGA universe is totally taking Dan Bongino's side here. You see a lot of heat coming up against Pam Bondi, and one of the reasons is because she gave an interview where
the only reason why they're quote unquote taking Dan Bongino's side is because, unlike Kash Patel, he actually does have like some star power, and also Dan Bongino has actively criticized Pam Bongino and said, like, he's trying to separate himself from the admin. Not gonna lie, purely on the Epstein fumble and the worst magician trick where you can literally see the end of the car sticking out of his pocket and yelling to not look there literally makes me just say a big F you and vote Dems. Look, brother, if that's what makes you vote Dem, then, you know, go off. Pam Bondino. Pam Bondi riding under the rig on her way to Valhalla. It's just like, it's just so, oh God. Like even though I knew that this wasn't going to fucking come to any sort of serious conclusion here, and I still don't think that if they were to reveal any information down the line, it would be serious. Like, one angle I can see is like Ghislaine Maxwell coming out and doing a congressional hearing on this and basically reasserting the Trump administration position, which is like, oh, there was no like client list, and all of these famous people just like hung out with Jeffrey Epstein because they love him, like they love his vibes, and that he was the only one who was like sex trafficking these minors for his own personal consumption. Okay, I could only see that as like as a way to try and bookend this, and I don't think that's going to be enough for a lot of these people. I don't think they're going to believe this shit. I don't think they're going to be like, okay, like, or they might just assassinate her in prison too. I mean, commit suicide.
She said, I have the files on my desk. I've looked through them. I've seen them with my own eyes. We're going to make this a priority. So when you say that, you are implying that there is something there and you're going to release it. And then when they actually did end up releasing some stuff to
They did. And she
reporters.
always said,
It was
I'm going
redacted.
to review it,
Yes.
right?
I still don't understand why they aren't just burning some people they don't like, because the people that they don't like that they would potentially burn would be too high profile. If it's a low profile Democrat, then nobody gives a shit. It has to be a high profile Democrat. And if you actually burn a high profile Democrat, then that Democrat could potentially turn around and be like, dog, you were at the party. Like, I saw you raping a minor. You know what I mean? It's mutually assured pedophilia destruction. It's mutually assured pedophilia. MAP. Okay? That's what it is. So, like, it's yeah, it would be, it's like nuclear first strike on pedophiles, outing pedophiles. And that's why they can't, that's why Trump is not doing this shit. Like, for example, there are plenty of people that we know have been heavily involved with Jeffrey Epstein, prominent Democrats like the Clintons, okay? We know that. It's not a secret. Everybody knows. Ghislaine Maxwell was prominently featured in Chelsea Clinton's wedding. Like, it would be super easy for Trump to just be like, oh yeah, the Clintons, they were all over the list. I see it. I've seen it in my own two eyes. I've seen it with my own two eyes. But they can't. They can't even do that because they could just as easily turn around and be like, every single Republican booster, every single Republican industry leader, every single, I mean, there are so many links to the intelligence community and so many links to like the Mossad and Israel that like Democrats can't do anything about that either. What are they going to do? Out Bill Gates?
And I think that I'm parsing her language here, but it just feels like she's really taking the heat here. Kash Patel, Dan Bongino are kind of not as much.
Well, okay, just on the review it language, like the way she made it sound in that statement was that I'm going to get to the accountability here. Even if she didn't explicitly say, okay, there's something in these documents that you needed to see, she sort of implied it. And so I think that's why you have the whole MAGA universe coming after her for this.
It is interesting that Bongino, though, seems to not be.
What do you mean? One thing I'm still confused about is if it's a CIA Mossad operation, why allow Epstein to get arrested? The Miami reporter brought it back into the forefront with her investigative reporting. And then at that point, it's better for the government to take action, open a case, and then basically seize all of his assets and terminate him so that there is no way that he could like potentially testify. You know what I mean? Yeah, Julie Brown and her investigations led to the resurfacing of all this like Jeffrey Epstein stuff. She wrote a piece in the Miami Herald. So what ultimately going to happen if the Epstein issue doesn't go away? How does it get addressed? Or will we collectively grow tired of no progress on this front? I think people will still keep talking about it.
Taking as much heat when, you know, yes, they've been pointing to those comments by Pam Bondi, but in many ways, Pam Bondi is trying to contain a political sort of firestorm that Bongino also ignited through his podcast, talking about the Epstein files as well during the campaign as well. And now you have him in actually a law enforcement position in government, now seeing the result of fanning the flames of a conspiracy. Now you have the backlash that comes with trying to assert reality to this base.
Let me just play really quickly. Our Donnie O'Sullivan was in Tampa and he started like asking around, and here's what people told him.
I don't think people are going to be quiet about it until they really do it. But who knows if we'll ever know the true story.
Well, I think that if they don't release the Epstein files, whatever JD Vance says then is irrelevant, because it's like everybody's going to take it as like a lie because of what Donald Trump did.
And you also had General Mike Flynn tweeting out, please understand the Epstein affair is not going away.
Look, if your entire movement is based on telling people that the government is lying to them about just about everything, you're never going to be able to convince them that suddenly the government is telling the truth. You know, and we've kind of gone behind the curtain here where, you know, if you now run things, it becomes difficult to say, you know what, believe us, oops.
Is this a test for the president? Meaning most of the time he can say, like with the Iran strikes, no, okay, this is what I say it is. Is that going to happen here?
No, the groundswell is too big. People really want accountability here. And the reason being this idea that there's a deep state, right? That there's government coordinating with billionaires to cover things up. That has been a huge part of the MAGA base's messaging and beliefs for so many years predating this term. I don't think Donald Trump is just going to be able to sweep this under the rug. I do think eventually it'll pass and we'll move on to some other conspiracy. But in the meantime, this is what's hot in MAGAverse right now, and it's very bad for Pam Bondi.
Is there other red meat that they can be thrown? Meaning, do you think there's going to be another controversy that will appear this week?
Well, I think it will be interesting to see, does it ever, like, you know, metastasize past her and move to Trump, because he gets very angry when the word Epstein is spoken now. Does it move?
And you heard that person even saying, well,
which is why it's a perfect opportunity to consistently bring this up. For all of the reporters out there, this is a wonderful opportunity for many of you. Also, here it is. Libs of TikTok finally commented about Epstein and totally left out Trump. She knows he did it. Libs of TikTok says, breaking, Ghislaine Maxwell offers to testify before Congress on Epstein's sex trafficking scheme. Maxwell was convicted in 2022 for child sex trafficking charges and is currently serving 20 years in prison. She was the only person to be convicted of charges related to Epstein's sex trafficking scheme.
Now, Kennedy.
Yeah, Trump says he will release the Epstein client list if elected. The Democrat elites are shaking right now, says Libs of TikTok.
But a lot of big people went to that island. But fortunately, I was not one of them.
It's just very strange for a lot of people that the list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Probably will be, by the way. Probably.
So if you're able to, you'll be...
Yeah, I'd certainly take a look at it. Now, Kennedy's interesting because it's so many years ago. You know, they do that for danger, too, because, you know, it endangers certain people.
Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un has never been to Epstein Island. Another major W for Jusha. It's true. It is true. That's right.
Et cetera. So Kennedy is very different.
Yeah, notice how he very quickly flips it off to Kennedy to talk about how, you know, that happened a long time ago, but we can release that one because it happened a long time ago.
Different from the Epstein thing. But yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
Yeah, that was a fucking lie, I guess. Son of a bitch. This is how I felt when he didn't arrest Hillary Rodham Clinton.
She was
so goddamn annoying to me because he just kept saying, lock her up. And then he came into office and he didn't lock her up. That was so lame, dude. And obviously, like, MAGA did not punish him for that, right? They should have, but they didn't. I believed him. That's why I voted for him illegally numerous times, okay? I was like, oh, he said, lock her up. And I want that. Now, he's like, oh, I'm going to release the Epstein files. Release it. I will release it. Now he's not releasing it. It's fucking bullshit.
The one that was really hands-on running the network. But he was also
How Ghislaine Maxwell helped build Epstein's network. Oh, God, this is Sean Ryan, who literally is basically a mouthpiece for the government. But let's see what they're talking about here.
spy for Israel and...
So Maxwell's dad was an Israeli spy.
Jamie Dimon with J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan just gave Epstein's victims $290 million.
Let's talk about Maxwell. How did she play into everything? What was her role?
Well, she was the one that was really hands-on running the network, the logistics person. I interviewed an Israeli spy, Ari Ben Menashe, on my podcast. And, you know, he's a spy. It's difficult to know if he's telling the truth or not. But, okay, so her father, Robert Maxwell, had a publishing empire. But he was also a spy for Israel and...
Okay, this part is correct, though. Like, Robert Maxwell used to be with the OSS and very famously also worked alongside the CIA and MI6, like British intelligence, and most notably, the Mossad. So that part is not wrong. This is correct.
Russia and the UK and probably the US. And he had this huge publishing empire. And what he did was he went into the retirement funds.
Yeah, I saw this.
His employees and stole them all.
So Maxwell's dad was an Israeli spy.
Yes.
This is just like, this is them trying to do damage control, I think. Dan is in a positive mood. Also, God, it's so bitch made. What do you mean positive mood? Like, who gives a fuck what Dan Bongino's personal attitude is? Like, why am I supposed to care about this? Put the Epstein files in the bag. Okay? You're a fucking public servant. I don't give a shit about how sad you are. What the fuck is this pussy ass bullshit? Why is everyone like this now? Everyone's like, oh, I'm so weepy. I'm so sad. Oh no, no one will trust me in my podcasting business any longer. Like, I don't care, man. Just fucking release the goddamn files, dude. What the fuck is this? Put the files in the bag, little bro.
Who was running logistics for Jeffrey Epstein.
No. So he was a spy for sure. And then he had a huge publishing empire.
But his daughter was running logistics for Jeffrey
Epstein, yes.
Who has been named by government officials that he's untouchable because he's in intelligence.
Yes.
So there's a line
There's
right
a
there.
nexus there, yeah.
Yeah, who was the government official? Oh, that's right. At the time, the government official was the South Florida prosecutor, Alexander Acosta. You might actually know that name if you paid attention to the Trump administration the first time around, because he became the Trump Labor Secretary, Alexander Acosta. That's right. He's the one who said, this is a secondhand account of his, that Jeffrey Epstein had belonged to intelligence. He also has not really said anything else since then. He just kind of resigned after the Jeffrey Epstein stuff popped off.
And Maxwell had a yacht called Lady Ghislaine, which was named after his daughter, Ghislaine, who was his favorite child. And
that yacht, I think that yacht was also, that yacht was later purchased by another spook, possible government stooge, who was assassinated by the Saudi state. Jamal Khashoggi.
He jumped off one day, and he had a very mysterious death, much like Jeffrey Epstein. Now, the cover story on it is that, I mean, because it did come out that he'd ripped off all these, the retirement funds of all these employees. I mean, millions of dollars. I mean, he destroyed all these people. I mean, a guy obviously didn't have a conscience. And Ghislaine Maxwell supposedly...
Oh, sorry, that was his dad, Adnan Khashoggi. Jamal Khashoggi's dad, Adnan Khashoggi, owned the yacht afterwards.
Then came to New York to get away from it. And then that's where she met Jeffrey Epstein. Now, according to this Israeli spy that I interviewed, Maxwell put, Robert Maxwell put Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein together. And they were together even before he died, before his mysterious death. Some people think it's suicide, some people think it's homicide. I mean, it's a very strange death. So somehow Maxwell and Epstein got together. And the story is that Epstein had the money and Maxwell had the connections. And I think that there's some truth there.
And this guy was a spy for the Israelis, the UK, and possibly the US, and I believe you named another one.
And possibly Russia, yeah.
And do all these countries...
Sorry, I'm going to give you the details. Dancing Hare, formerly Lady Ghislaine and Lady Mona Kay, is a super yacht built by Amos in 1986. Okay? It was built for Ahmad Khashoggi. It was then purchased also in 1986 by Robert Maxwell, who died by drowning whilst cruising on the yacht off the Canary Islands under suspicious circumstances. Okay? And now, I believe the last owner, or the owner after Maxwell's death, was an Arabian businessman who sold the yacht in 2017 to Anna Murdoch, at one time the wife of Rupert Murdoch. It was only after the sale the new owner discovered the yacht had previously been owned by Maxwell. After a refit at the bulk shipyard in Urk, Netherlands over the winter, the vessel has been renamed the Dancing Hare in May 2018. How interesting that the yacht previously was owned by his longtime rival who died under mysterious circumstances.
Countries have people involved in this trafficking ring?
With Jeffrey Epstein, it's really difficult to know. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was active in Europe, for sure. He was actually buying. I mean, we're not talking renting. He was buying young girls in Eastern Europe. Buying them like slaves.
Yeah.
And when you think about that, how evil that is.
We've covered this in other episodes about how trafficking works. But I believe you mentioned something about were there members in the UK government involved or within the royal family?
Okay, so definitely Prince Andrew was part of. I mean, he was pandering. Epstein was pandering girls to Prince Andrew, and who is a thoroughly repulsive human being. I mean, I did some research into him, and anybody that ever worked for the royal family loathes Prince Andrew.
What was he into? What was his deal?
He liked underage girls. That was his thing. But he's just a nasty, foul human being. I think a lot of the people in the royal family are probably nasty, foul human beings. I think Andrew is probably a little special that way. He's probably a little nastier and more foul than his siblings. Because just from, and this is very strange. So here's a guy that molests underage girls, but he has all these teddy bears. And his, the butler, or whoever takes care of the house manager where he lives, they're supposed to have the teddy bears on his bed in a certain way. And if the teddy bears aren't on his bed the way that he likes them, then he has a conniption. So he likes to molest little girls, and then he likes teddy bears on a certain way on his bed. So that's kind of And according to Andrew, he doesn't sweat either, according to the BBC interview. So, which really, I mean, there was that BBC interview where he attempted to acquit himself, and he came across as such an idiot. I mean, you could tell that. It's like Jamie Dimon with J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan just gave Epstein's victims $290 million.
Yeah.
And there was a New York Times article where Jamie Dimon was talking, and you could tell that the guy was lying. I mean, it didn't take rocket science to figure out. And then, he's saying, of course, we had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, there's this $290 million settlement. So obviously, these banks were integral to what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. And they knew, according to these lawsuits, these banks, JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank, they knew exactly what Jeffrey Epstein was up to.
How do you think they were involved?
Well, I think that some of the executives in those banks, like Jess Staley, I mean, were involved.
I guess this guy didn't listen to the famous interview of Prince Andrew where he said he's incapable of sweating, or other defenses such as, oh, I was not wearing my child fucking suit that night, so clearly I'm exonerated 100%. He literally just said the sweating thing. It doesn't matter. He didn't believe it. And that's what's fucked up. Clearly, when he said, oh, I wasn't wearing the proper nighttime attire in this photo that I normally would use if I were to do such a thing. That was when I believed that. That is when I believed Prince Andrew. This man clearly doesn't. Okay? It's messed up. It's, dare I say, ableist.
And Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile network. And
why are they going? I guess what
and Diamond too.
I'm kind of. I mean, it's not, so if they sued J.P. Morgan and not the individuals, how was J.P. Morgan as a company involved in the Jeffrey Epstein, sex trafficking ring, rather than just the key players that were? I mean, do you see what I'm getting at? Why wouldn't they go after the key individuals? And why did they go after the company, J.P. Morgan?
Well, the argument that they made was that J.P. Morgan was cognizant of Jeffrey Epstein trafficking children and gave him the money to facilitate it. They gave him money to do other things, but with the money that J.P. Morgan gave Jeffrey Epstein, that facilitated his child trafficking.
I mean, do you think this was a protection? Were they protecting certain people's identity by putting it into the company?
Absolutely, Jess Staley and Diamond. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, it's pretty obvious that when you look into them, they were involved with Jeffrey Epstein.
How were they involved?
I think that they were probably involved in molesting young girls. I mean, that's my surmise on that. And according to internal documents that were that the lawyers for the Epstein victims were able to acquire, J.P. Morgan definitely knew what Jeffrey Epstein was up to. Now, how would J.P. Morgan know that unless some of those executives were taking part in it? I mean, it doesn't make any sense that J.P. Morgan would not know about it. So if those individuals, like I've just named, weren't involved with Jeffrey Epstein.
Were those names involved in the lawsuit? Were they mentioned in the lawsuit?
They were mentioned, yes.
Okay.
But it wasn't explicit. But they were mentioned, yeah. And then Deutsche Bank is...
You're so scared to actually criticize the leaders and powers to be that it's almost disgusting. You are so weak. When you are right because they delete all the evidence of you being right, release the original Daily Show and Colbert Report? What? The fuck's this guy talking about? Listen, guys, according to the Bush, finding bin Laden wasn't important, and neither was Epstein Island. What? People are consuming your content. ... You are not any different, but at least you are free and doesn't financially harm your consumers like other products do. So a net positive. Lol, are they gonna send you to a camp? Well, that's nice. Are you getting a bus ticket? Message be heard in chat. You mean read in chat. And it's your chat. There's no victory here, my dude. Don't read. Is your TVU still on when you start a stream? Draining battery. Stop reading schisms. No, I turned it off. Also, it wasn't draining battery anyway. Alan Dershowitz detonated a illegal hand grenade on live TV. I know for a fact Epstein documents are being suppressed to protect individuals. I know the names. I know who's suppressing them. But a judge's order silences me. Hand to God. Translation. There is a client list. Judges are sealing it. The names are powerful enough to bend the U.S. justice system into a vault. If the courts won't break confidentiality for the public interest, Congress must subpoena the files, put them in the record, and let the sunlight do its job. What the? Why would Congress do that?
Every document would prove I was innocent. So let me tell you, I know for a fact documents are being suppressed. And they're being suppressed to protect individuals. I know the names of the individuals. I know why they're being suppressed. I know who's suppressing them. But I'm bound by confidentiality from a judge and cases, and I can't disclose what I know. But I hand to God, I know the names of people whose files are being suppressed in order to protect them.
Yeah. I mean, he always had his underwear on when he was on the Epstein mansions on numerous occasions, guys. Hand to God. Okay? Hand to God. One of the most high-profile clients of Jeffrey Epstein. Hand to God. I guess the reason why he's like this excited to speak on the Epstein stuff is because the person who outed him is now dead, Virginia Giuffre. So it's not like she can continue to out him. That was his number one op for the longest time, if you guys recall.
Also,
yeah. Also, the lawsuit was settled, and she was bound by an NDA.
The same type of thing. They were aware of Jeffrey Epstein, and they're going to give up millions of dollars to. I think they're only going to give up $75 million.
That's it?
Yeah.
How many victims is this going to be dispersed to?
We don't. I don't really know those numbers yet. But there's multiple tragedies here. But one of the major tragedies is $290 million isn't even going to dent JP Morgan.
I'm well aware. I totally agree with you. That's nothing.
I mean, it's like you or me getting like a parking ticket. So that's a tragedy.
No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan.
Okay, well, there's also Epstein battle lines. The 5 MAGA factions waging an Epstein civil war, a taxonomy of truculent Trumpists from Will Sommer on The Bulwark. You have the Get Over It crowd on the one side. If Trump's remarks before his cabinet meeting on Tuesday about getting over Epstein didn't set a clear enough message to his allies, his farcical allegation over Truth Social on Saturday that Barack Obama has somehow tampered with or even fabricated the Epstein files made it clear he's not reopening the Epstein investigation and folks should just give up. That prompted some of the right's biggest names to finally fall in line. FBI Director Kash Patel, who declared before taking office that the FBI controlled Epstein's black book and that Trump should campaign on a promise to roll it out, said on X on Saturday the conspiracy theories just aren't true and never have been. Boo. Boo. 125,000 likes, by the way. But no one swung on Epstein harder or more clumsily than Charlie Kirk himself. As the possibility of Dan Bongino's resignation loomed, Kirk appeared at the conference event on Friday alongside MAGA travelers Jack Posobiec and Steve Bannon to fume together about the lack of Epstein discourse. Kirk complained that the media wasn't asking enough questions about Epstein. In one weekend's more amusing speeches, he complained the shadowy force had tricked Posobiec when Attorney General Pam Bondi gave him one of the cursed Epstein binders. Jack was used, Kirk said of Posobiec, not exactly in a friendly way. And like a sap, you believe them, Bannon added to Posobiec. Posobiec scowled. But then Kirk started the shift. On Saturday, the same day, he reportedly received a phone call from Trump attempting to rein him in. Kirk said he had reviewed an email exchange about the memos released that supposedly cleared Attorney General Pam Bondi of being implicated of any kind of cover-up. That Kirk is being used to vouch for the credibility of the Attorney General is a remarkable sign of the times. Then on Monday, Kirk went a step further and announced on his show that he was moving on from the Epstein issue until further notice. Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being, Kirk said. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government. Pussy. Number 2, Epstein dead enders. It's not so easy for everyone to move on from Epstein. That's because for Trump supporters, the Epstein case has come to symbolize something that goes far beyond the mysterious rich sex criminal and his circle of friends. They see it instead as the most notorious example of a permanent theme in American society, the elites getting one over the common man. For this part of the Trump world, Epstein has come to stand for everyone and everything that screws the little guy, mass immigration to depressed wages, housing unaffordability, and much more. If the elites can keep abusing girls with impunity, what else can they get away with? That was the core message of Tucker Carlson's speech at the TPUSA conference, which tied the abrupt end of the Epstein investigation into a host of populist complaints. In Tucker's telling, Epstein was somehow part and parcel of crippling credit card interest rates and transgender sports debates. A lot of the simmering anger over Epstein relates to Israel. Many conspiracies claim that Epstein was a Mossad agent, and Carlson said in a speech that Epstein was working for the Jewish state. As a result, much of the debate over whether to move on from Epstein is divided along the same lines as earlier intra-MAGA debate over whether to go to war with Iran. This is not an accident. It is because, contrary to what Will Sommer is writing here, I do think that there is an Israel involvement with the Epstein case, as well as a CIA involvement with the Epstein case as well, which is precisely why you see the same exact battle lines being drawn here, both with respect to the people who are anti-Israel and the people who want the Epstein stuff to be released. Israel critics like Candace Owens, Bannon, and Carlson are on the other side, and Israel supporters like Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro are on one side of the Epstein situation, where they're basically saying nothing to see here, move along. This also goes back to the same fucking division within the MAGA base that I have been tracking, noticing, and talking about quite extensively. I would go so far as to say that aside from administrative failures, the Daily Wire's demise is directly tied to its endless defense of Israel, as Ben Shapiro is shepherding the process. Ben Shapiro is basically steering the Daily Wire ship into its demise by consistently defending the state of Israel. Holy fuck, you can't make this shit up.
I'm coming to give you some more ear candy or perhaps an ear ache, but I'm going to do my best off of this Jason Isbell tune, Dreamsicle. Epstein died by suicide. Believe that, and you must be blind. You've been telling us you released the file, but where are they? We've gone along with what's been told. You've had plenty of time, you're in control. But now you say you will withhold the Epstein file.
Don't release them. I take it back. I'm out. For years and years and years, I've talked about the importance of this stuff. But that's finally coming to a close.
Dreamsicle on a summer night in a folding armchair. Trump's howling at the moon. Release the Epstein files.
Okay, never mind. I think this is a CIA op to make us seem like we're affiliated with this person for wanting to know the truth about the Epstein files. The show trial compromisers, the third camp. Trump administration and its still reliable culture war allies seem to be offering the president's angry supporters a compromise. Rather than prosecuting the pedophiles allegedly on some Epstein list, maybe instead we can launch trumped-up cases against some unrelated national security and law enforcement officials. On Sunday, a reliably pro-Trump website, Just the News, reported that the FBI, under Patel, is operating a sprawling probe aimed at participants in the so-called grand conspiracy of government weaponization. The remit of the investigation and the special prosecutor whose appointment is being considered comprises of an impressive variety of government actions that Trump supporters have been mad about. In some cases, for the better part of a decade, the grievances touch on everything from the failure to prosecute Hillary Clinton over her email server, to former special counsel Jack Smith's criminal cases against Donald Trump. The idea that the Epstein case must be put on the back burner to focus on politicized prosecutions against former Trump foes caught on among other parts of the larger MAGA influencer network. Conspiracy theorist Lara Logan defended Bondi on X, suggesting that the attacks over her handling of the Epstein matter might be meant to distract from an investigation of former CIA Director John Brennan. It's the other way around. Okay? Even Bannon is coming around on this position. On Thursday, he proposed a special counsel to investigate Epstein, but with a portfolio that would inexplicably also include the 2020 election and the Russia investigation. Hasan doesn't want the Epstein files released because he's in them. Dog, if I age-wise, if I was in the Epstein files, I'd be a victim. Like, that's one of the funniest anti-Hasan positions I've heard. Like, I don't know if you know this, but like age range-wise, I would be a victim. Okay? Not the other way around. But in any case, then you have the cabal accommodationists. Once QAnon believers urged one another to put blind faith in Trump to trust the plan, knowing in their hearts that he would take on and ultimately defeat the pedophile cabal. Now, some of Trump's media allies are saying that their audiences should trust the plan and leave the powerful cabal alone. For example, comedian Tim Dillon suggested, okay, I don't think Tim Dillon is a QAnon guy. I think he's just an endless contrarian. Suggested if Trump pushed further on the Epstein case, the cabal would kill him. But no one has gone further than Dilbert creator, oh, this is my favorite one, MAGA pontificator Scott Adams. While Patel is arguing that the Epstein case is just not as big as its advocates have claimed, Adams suggests that the pedophile cabal is very real indeed. So real, in fact, that it's just too powerful for Trump to take on directly. Giving up on Epstein, Adams argues, will at least ensure Republicans stay in power. This is my favorite argument so far, which is that the elite pedophile cabal is too powerful for Trump, and we can keep doing tax cuts. And, ICE agents can round up farmers and shit, and that way we can feel better. Would you favor full disclosure if you knew it would derail a peace negotiation, Adams? But what peace negotiation? There ain't no peace negotiation on the books. Would you favor full disclosure if you knew it would end Republican control of Congress and plunge the country back into a Democrat open border hellscape? In a video to his fans, Adams added that they need to trust Trump because you don't live in a democracy. When he says it's time to move on, wink, 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 I feel it's time to move on, Adams said. The oblivious. No one has more badly misjudged the current Epstein moment than longtime Trump world creature Roger Stone, who gave a speech at the TPUSA conference while dressed in his customary Al Capone chic. Stone told the audience about a conversation he'd purportedly had with a reporter who kept asking Stone, what about Epstein? In Stone's recounting, he steadfastly ignored the question and touted Trump policy accomplishments. This is literally like people saying to the Biden administration, there's an inflation crisis. There's an inflation crisis. There's a cost of living crisis. And the Biden administration is like, I did NATO. That's it. They are behaving like Democrats. And it's making the base collapse in and of itself. Okay? That's literally what's going on. Come on, watch me. Trump's doing well. Think about all the stuff. Stone probably thought this was a clever way to illustrate the stance he believed everyone at the devout MAGA gathering would happily adopt on the issue, essentially deflection combined with prayer that everyone would just be quiet about the sicko cabal. After all, don't give the media an inch is a bit of a classic messaging theory from Trump himself. Yeah, except the Epstein stuff was not giving the media even an inch. So now you're the media trying to fucking behave as the media to be like, move on from this, move on from this. It's not going to work. But in practice, Stone's anecdote resulted in hundreds of energized young activists shouting, what about Epstein? Line back at him. Things got particularly bad as Stone extended his rhetorical gambit for more than 10 minutes. Every time he tried to talk about some Trump win, he was met with the same refrain he claimed to have heard from the hostile journalists. What about Epstein? Except this time, it was coming from the home crowd. There it is, folks. The Trump-Epstein saga continues. The the saga will continue to continue. And that's all I got for now, because I'm tired. I love you all. I will see you tomorrow. And we'll do the Super Woke saga tomorrow. But that's all I got for today. Peace, everybody. I did 6 hours yesterday, 6 hours 42 minutes today. I'm slowly getting back to my original form of being able to do 8 to 10 hours a day. It's taken a lot out of me, especially with all the stream complications, but I will get back to it. Love you all, and see you tomorrow. Peace. Bye-bye.
Starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.